Jodi Hildenbrandt's book, You Are Not Enough, was enough for me. And we're going to cover it in today's video. Hello Sofa Squad, and welcome to the sofa, and also welcome to our Cringe Binge Book and Film Club. This is a new series we have here at the Sofa Squad, and what we're going to be doing is covering the cringe books that we've been covering and reading on the channel. These are going to go out into the podcast version or portion of YouTube. Now, the format for these videos is such. We cover these in the main channel, we kind of break them down into pieces and whatnot, and so I've condensed all these down into one big long video for those who are either new to it and want to hear something continuously stream, or for those who might be at work, working a shift, whatever, stuff like that. Now, the things we'll specifically be covering here are things like this. You Are Not Enough. You Are Not Enough by Jodi Hildenbrandt. We'll talk about her in a moment. And other cringe things like that. O.J. Simpson's book. Books on the fringe, books on the cringe. Okay, you got it. And also some true crime documentaries that we go over here on the channel as well. So that's what you can expect. Now, specifically here, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be covering today, You Are Not Enough. Enoughness is the lie that keeps you from the truth of who you are. This is Jodi Hildenbrandt. She was business partners with Ruby Franke, who was made famous by 8 Passengers. The channel is now defunct due to the crimes that they committed. Ruby and Jodi have been convicted of abuses and whatnot towards children, Ruby's children. Now, Jodi was a very renowned, I hate to say it, life coach, therapist type person, and not anymore. Okay, she had tons of books. She operated Connections, this business that was like self-help. She basically exploited families, specifically men, and caused all sorts of devastation to families and whatnot, all under the guise of, I'm helping. Well, what we've done is we've started to go through some of her books to get a little bit insight into it. And so today's book, as I've said 100 times, is You Are Not Enough. That's what we're going to be covering. Now, the way I'll do this is, like I said, we covered this in the main channel. We broke them down to shorter videos. So what I've done is condense those exact videos down into one long one. You will hear me read. I'll make commentary throughout. I do have some maniacal outbursts of laughing at times when I've had enough, when it has been enough, okay? But so that is the vibe here, and at the very end of the video I will talk about it, but I'll also interject my thoughts and opinions along the way. One of the things in reading this is that I wanted to understand better the level of narcissism and all that crazy stuff that we're dealing with out of these two, but specifically Jodi. So that's the format of the book. If you have books you'd like me to cover here, just drop it down in the comment section. I do appreciate you watching, and let's go ahead and jump into Chapter 1. So again, the first page is You Are Not Enough by Jodi Hildenbrandt. Then it goes into author's note. Let's read the author's note. Names and identifying details have been changed in some circumstances to protect the identity and privacy of those mentioned. The information in this book is for informational purposes. It is not presented as, nor is it intended to be a substitute for professional mental health counseling. Now, she should literally have that tattooed on her forehead for all these clients that she's bamboozled, right? Then it just goes into little copyright stuff. Edited by Mary Scoresby, cover design by David Jones, first edition. Okay, fancy. Now let's read her dedication. To Pam, Dana, and Stacy. I am fortunate to have an amazing support system of women who I love and am blessed to know and be close to. These women have validated me, been vulnerable with me, spoken truth to me. I truly am grateful for your steady guidance and compassion as I maneuver through this maze of life with you. To the next 50 years, ladies. Well, I hate to tell these ladies this, but the next 50 years might be talking to her through bars. Okay, that one didn't age well, now did it, Jodi? Let's get to chapter 1. Okay. Contents. Introduction. The Greatest Lie. Page 1, chapter 1. My God, this is probably the bio part right here. Introduction, The Greatest Lie. It has 12 chapters, and part 3, Love, is the tiniest section. Of course it is. Okay, please just hold on. Before we even get started, let's drink up, for God's sakes. And just to give you an idea of what this kind of looks like, because there's some dialogue and stuff. You see the top here, and the dialogue. We're going to do the Star Wars thing. One day in a galaxy far, far away, there were some crazy ladies. So introduction, The Greatest Lie. The greatest lie that has never been told is this: You are not enough. Many of us have not only heard this lie, we have bowed to it, worshipped it, believed it, and repeated it in thousands of ways. Its deceptive voice has many shades and tones. It can use your fear and pain to make you feel small and less than others. What is wrong with me? My needs are not important. My life is so unfair. They wouldn't care about me if they really knew me. No one understands me. I can't do anything right. Or it can try to mask your fear and pain with pride, puffing you up with a false sense of superiority that tempts you to believe you are better than others. Pause real quick. Right, immediately, first damn paragraph. It's like, take your own advice, Jodi. This is what's interesting about things like this when you read them, is you already know this is going to be an entire book basically gaslighting her own issues onto the general public and whoever bought this book, right? So let's continue. She's going to ask these questions in the light of being superior, having the superiority complex. She knows all about this, I'm sure. She says, why doesn't anyone get it? I am entitled to this. If they would just listen to me, everything would go right. I am the best. I don't need anybody because I can take care of myself. I'll just do it myself so it's done right. You know, these were common phrases coming right out of her mouth. That's why people like her write these books, because they are broken souls that feel like everyone else is broken except for them, right? Okay, let's go. Enoughness is presented with an all or nothing premise. Either you are enough or you are not enough. However, both ends of the spectrum are deviations from this truth. You are not a soul that is measured by being enough or not enough. You are a divine being, a child of God. Somehow, distortion, first damn page, distortion. I mean, can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. And it has an asterisk, a little 2 next to it, so we'll get to that. Somehow distortion has convinced too many of us that our actions equate to our worth and that our value is contingent upon our choices. This one lie of distortion is at its core of what is making God's children sick. Okay, so that's the end of first page. So we've got distortion, we've got gaslighting, we've got God's children are sick. The premise that you see where it's all getting laid out here, okay? This whole thing. Again, but distortion is the first word of the next damn page. Distortion says if you do this or say that or become like this or have that or look like this, then you will have worth and you will be enough. And if you don't, you're not enough. Distortion pummels you back and forth between these two positions until you become spiritually and emotionally numb and disconnected. People begin to behaviorally and emotionally evidence this lie of distortion in the forms of depression, anxiety, addiction, inter and intrapersonal conflicts, communication breakdowns, marital issues, and a slew of other painful outcomes. My God, if I had 10 cents for every word in that thing. I mean, she went to her little 10-cent word bank and just cashed her whole week's paycheck on this one. I mean, my God. You know, she thought she did something with that right there, right? She really thought she did something with that paragraph. She was like, wait till they get to page 2. Page 2 is where they are going to know I'm not to be messed with. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's keep going. Distortion lies to you and tells you that your choices mean you are either good or bad, right or wrong, lovable or unlovable, worthy or unworthy, stupid or smart, capable or incapable, too fat, too thin, too tall, too short, successful or not successful, and on and on. It is never gratified. Now, I'm going to read it to you like this, but just know that this is right here. See how the pages are? So this side right here we'll read first, and it says truth, I am. Its opposite on the other thing, distortion, says my choices mean I am. That would be the format we do right here. Truth, a child of God. Distortion, enough or not enough. Truth, divine. Distortion, important or unimportant. Truth, a soul. Distortion, worthy or unworthy. Truth, a female or male. Distortion, too feminine or too masculine. Truth, beautiful. Distortion, ugly or beautiful. Truth, loved by God. Distortion, needed or unneeded. Truth, cherished by God. Distortion, seen or unseen. Truth, valued by God. Distortion, valued or unvalued. Truth, known by God. Distortion, special or ordinary. Truth, seen by God. Distortion, appreciated or unappreciated. So, I mean, there's that. Let's go ahead and recharge this. Do you see it? Do you hear it? Can you feel how slippery the deception is? Persuading you to believe that your choices have the power to change your eternal identity, to make you believe that your gift of choice can alter your eternal status as a child of God. Divinity is your standing in the eternities, and no number of wrong, inappropriate, or poor choices can change your soul's identity. Choices are separate entities from our unalterable divinity. Choices have outcomes to be certain, and we are responsible to repent and clean up the consequences of our choices. Yet those choices do not reflect on the nucleus of our being, our value and worth as divine beings of a loving God. The truth is you are a child of God, period, the end. This is how she's convinced herself that, like, it's okay that she's going to prison for the rest of her life and the things that she did to get there. You're seeing this laid out, right? This is what she's laying in her cell telling herself, looking like, she does when she comes in there. Okay, so now it goes like this. So see how it's like this right here? It's like a little multiple choice school, kindergarten age workbook. So let's go to number 1. Truth with a capital T means in every experience you are responsible to perceive in the 3 areas. Number 1 is what you think, perceive. 2 is what you feel, emotions. And 3 is what you will do, actions. The next paragraph says these 3 areas are the only areas in your life that you can control. When you choose truth, you are choosing to perceive your experiences in honesty, responsibility, and humility. You are responsible to evaluate for truth in every experience while using these additional indicators. Identify what is, and we list them off. Number 1, measurable, quantifiable. Number 2, factual. Number 3, eternal. Number 4, objective. And number 5, constant. I feel like she would do the hand motions. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not that dramatic, but you get what I'm saying. It would be, somewhere in the room. Okay, so the word truth or true with a lowercase t refers to things that are not factual, like opinions, perspectives, emotions, and things that are changeable. Number 2, distortion is the violator of truth with a capital T. Distortion is you choosing not to perceive your experiences in truth, honesty, responsibility, humility, and choosing instead to perceive them in dishonesty, irresponsibility, and lack of humility. Distortion is the lack of perceiving things that are, we list them off, the same list as before, Lord help us, measurable, quantifiable, factual, eternal, objective, constant. Distortion is truths with a capital T, counterfeit. Distortion is the lie of you are not enough. Every choice you make is between the 2 choices of truth and distortion. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of lost. Now that was like the precursor, so now we get to part 1, connection, where it all started. Oh dear God, I'm gonna need to sit from this. Chapter 1, my story. I've been asked countless times, how did you learn this? How did you figure this out? I feel so understood when we talk. How did you learn how to connect? Cannot roll my damn eyes hard enough. It's the narcissism for me. Y'all, this one right here. Okay, so here she begins. The answers to these questions is that I've had my own journey with heart-wrenching pain, where I was looking for answers to seemingly unanswerable questions. I too have experienced devastation, loss, confusion, grief, anger, apathy, fear, sorrow, and despair. I've been in a relationship where I was not seen or heard. I too was lost and desperate to be healed, longing to stop hurting, find peace, and discover connection. Let me share my story. Y'all buckled up, because just from that right there, again, I'm not trying to make fun of somebody who's gone through these things, but the context of who we're hearing this from literally makes me sick to my stomach. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. I was born the 6th of 7 children. My father was a military man who flew fighter planes, and my mother was a stay-at-home mom. My parents had very traditional roles for the time period, and neither of my parents were available to be vulnerable about their personal experiences and pain that life inevitably presented to them. The motto in our home growing up was, "You're a Hildenbrandt, go hard or go home." Cannot roll my eyes enough. She was saying that when she was doing these punishments on these kids. Go hard or go home. I can hear it right now. As a child, I quickly learned how to be a pleaser, a doer, a hard worker, and obedient to a fault. I was always considerate and willing to help, needing little interaction to keep me satisfied. I also learned how to manipulate the attention I received. Right there. That's the most truthful line in here. I also learned how to manipulate the attention I received. I bought my parents' attention with the currency of my obedience, and she probably wanted other people to do it for her, and she was bitter about it when they didn't. I did not know that my misguided obedience was inviting me into a world of no emotion, which then disconnected me from my vulnerability, my real life experiences, and physical and emotional safety. It was no one's fault, really. Rather, the environmental and emotional outcomes of my own choices and the choices of those around me introduced me into a world of dishonesty. I didn't have any other life to compare it to, however, so I was at peace. By the time I was born, my mother had experienced the death of one of my brothers. Her 4-month-old son died from an undiagnosed heart condition. He was there 1 minute and gone the next. Though many people around her were interested in her grief and pain, next page, she was not willing to disclose the devastation that she felt. That tragedy, along with many other painful experiences in my mother's life, resulted in her choosing a controlled and controlling exterior, which appeared to serve her well. Unfortunately, I was never able to really know her as a woman or mother, and we both missed out on connection. So if this is true, because we don't know how much is Jodi's narcissism speaking up here, you can kind of connect the things of if she had a mother that was cold and disconnected and all this type of stuff, well, I mean, you're seeing the makings for Jodi here. Also, she's probably, like I said, bitter that, and again, this is all based on if this is true, which I'm going to almost assure you that a lot of this probably is dramatic. She's probably bitter. Like, I was obedient, you have to be too. That kind of a thing. That got me out of my whatever. You're going to go down the same path. Mixed with the religious narcissism. I mean, there it is. So let's keep going. My father was as emotionally shut down as my mother, yet he spent more time with me, teaching me the principles of hard work and survival in a world he distrusted. He had a fearful perspective of people and their motives. He shared those suspicions with me often, saying things like, "No one else will really love you except your family. People cannot be trusted, and we are the only ones here for you." Now, correct me if I'm wrong and we'll find out, but I don't even think her immediate family, kids or whatever, even talk to her anymore. So there's that. Between the two presentations of my parents, I immaturely concluded that my security, worth, and value depended on me being nice. Well, clearly that didn't take, right? Then she goes into a little parentheses here. Don't create waves. Trust only family. Be pleasing. Work hard and then work harder. Be fearful. Don't fail. Don't upset mother. Be helpful. Don't complain even if you're hurt. Be tough. Excel in all you do. Protect and defend the family name no matter what. I lived by these conclusions rigidly. Most of my childhood days I spent alone, playing by myself and roaming my desert playground. I could usually be found interacting with the goats in their pen, milking them and riding them. I liked being alone and felt safe with my animals. I did not have much adult supervision, as my father worked full-time and my mother appeared overwhelmed with the many tasks and duties. Jodi being raised by goats kind of makes sense in a way. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine her out in a little pasture, bullying her way through everything, ramming her way through everything. So I felt empowered to take care of myself, which I did proudly. However, wandering around by myself placed me in harm's way when the 15-year-old neighbor boy decided to SA me throughout the ages of 2 to 5 years old. These experiences encased me in confusion, isolation, and fear. So much so that I conveniently forgot about them until I was in my early 20s. Because of my misplaced obedience and desire to be good, I was silent and never told a soul. As a child, I never spoke about these abuses and all the accompanying lies and manipulations. I simply concluded that I needed to be better, the best, always helpful and kind. I felt a drive to be strictly agreeable and never disappoint or complain. I was locked into the illusion that I'm now bad, and so somehow I can only try to be good, and this is how I'm going to do it. I became the perfect child. Interesting. Okay, let's continue. Unfortunately, the emotional temperature in our home was numb, so no one noticed anything abnormal, though my little world had been introduced to abhorrent, vile, lustful evil. I placed my focus on performance, acquisition, accomplishments, service, and hard work. I felt that I could somehow earn some of my worth back. Because no feelings were allowed to be shared, it was a horrible situation for me. The secrets that I held were locked away because of the emotional backlash I'd received from how both of my parents were raised. So my primitive conclusions were, if I were good enough, obedient enough, hardworking enough, happy enough, I'd be good enough again. And that was my motto for survival. It never panned out, and I was never enough. So again, pause. You see how she's projecting her own issues onto others, trying to say this is what you need to do because this is what I did. And I'm not trying to knock that because that's how often many of us can learn, but you're just seeing the basis of it. So she has this like entitledness because she lived through A, B, and C, and this is on the premise that this is true. We don't know. And we've seen how her and Jodi operate. So I'm just saying, and this goes for anything she's talking about here, we do not know if this is true, that type of thing. So I just get this sense, it's like almost like, well, I lived through this and this is what I did, so therefore you need to toughen up and you're gonna do blank. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue. Sadly, though I was perfect and living my unbearable motto, I was assaulted again, this time by a boy from a placement program who my parents invited into our home to live with us. He was 16 years old and I was 7 when the abuse began, and it ended when I was 9 years old. All of my fears, beliefs, and conclusions that I had reached about my worthlessness were confirmed. I was bad. Period. This was my invisible backdrop that permeated my life. Every choice I made, every feeling I felt, every precept I had, all went through this portal, God knows, of self-hatred and condemnation. I mean, God knows, portals and distortion. I mean, y'all, I cannot, right? These are references to Chad Daybell as well. This is what I'm making if you don't know what I'm talking about. How does a child of 9 years of age move forward with those filthy images in her mind? How can she, naive to the evils around her, reconcile those events? Easy. She forgets. And that's what I did. That was my brilliant way of living out the remainder of my childhood. Years. I vowed to not make anyone upset with me, to keep myself safe and unnoticed. I don't even recall exactly when I made that very deliberate decision. Yet I can feel the desperation and fear of adhering to that internal pact. I was dominated and ruled by the thoughts of, I have to be perfect. Don't do that. Don't upset anyone. It doesn't matter how you feel. Always be the best. I was enslaved in my own mind, body, and soul, and no one knew it, not even me. If you were to describe me as a child, teen, or young adult, you would have used words such as thoughtful, kind, hardworking, compassionate, obedient, and happy. Yet inside, all I felt was fear. I had to behave in those ways, or the alternative was unleashing the kraken of doom, death, unworthiness, unlovability, and an inescapable knowledge of my badness. I knew I had evil inside me, and I had to keep at least one step ahead of its shadow, or it would overtake me. I mean, my God, you can say that again, girl, damn. This incredible battle waged within me, and so in order to stay stable and sane, I just forgot about everything. Clearly not everything, because God knows, look at the outcome, right? God's grace allowed me to forget so I could manage my young life, though there were signs that I didn't recognize of my armor cracking. The unconscious is fascinating. It can be your protector until you are in a space, emotionally, physically, mentally, and spiritually, to handle what is contained within. So Paul's right there. I mean, again, this is why I wanted to read this line for line, because think about this too. Think about all the dudes that she's like basically victimizing in these families, and like, they have to go through this stuff, and you need to go through, S addiction therapy because you looked at a woman and this, that, and the other. Again, if this is true, what she's saying, and I'm sorry to have to be that way, but it's just she doesn't have a good track record, then you can almost say, oh yeah, she was taking this out on every man, right? And some of that, if this is true, you can understand, like somebody would come out of this situation with anger and fear and resentment towards men for having, if this really was done to her. And again, I'm not sure, drop it in the comments if we have any proof that any of this is real, right? Because again, you see how her and Ruby ended up. I mean, come on, right? They were not the most up and up people. A few months after I turned 21, I was preparing to serve a mission for my church, and my facade was questioned for me for the first time in life. I had a history of migraine headaches since my early teens and had been dismissively told they were because I was high-strung. But this time the people working with me were not going to ignore the gravity of the situation. I would be traveling outside the United States, and the powers that be wanted assurance that my medical issue was fully under control. I never felt panic strike me as it did when I was questioned and prodded for answers. I'd always been perfect, never questioned about anything. I was not one to draw attention to myself, yet as I perceived it, all eyes were on me and my physical limitations. I was not in control, and to me, this threatened my demise. I remember planning, rehearsing, and scheming about how to avert people's attention away from me. I tried to appear as normal as I could, desperately attempting to minimize what they deemed a significant medical issue. I remember thinking to myself, even though I didn't recall any of my previous assaults yet, if they think my headaches are a significant issue, they don't know what my significant issues are. I was sent to several medical doctors, all of whom attempted to understand why I was experiencing migraines at such a young age. All tests came back normal. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you choose to look at it, I was told my migraines were the result of emotional issues and that I would not be allowed to go on my mission if I did not uncover the root cause. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Let's pause there for a second and talk about that. So here we have this basis, right? So number one, look, the stuff that she's claiming that took place, true, untrue, whatever. If it's true, okay, we can see this. Now, I'm not trying to sit here and say, oh, she went through this, so therefore she gets free pass for what she did. Absolutely not, right? Because clearly, if she did go through this, she did not do something along the way to maybe work on the issues that she brought. You know what I'm saying? Because she turned into the abuser is what I'm getting at. In a very vile manner and almost taking numerous lives. Again, with the mission. Couldn't go in the mission because of stuff. I mean, also remember, look at the interactions that we've seen her in. Like most people watching her interact, even like before all this. I mean, there's just something off. The fact that she was so touted as this major therapist is jaw-dropping to me, right? Because all of this right here, if this is true, I'm like, this is a very bitter human being. These are things that have made her very bitter, and she has taken that out on everyone around her. Obviously, I'm no therapist. I'm none of that. These are just my opinions from the sofa, or well, the folding chair that I'm sitting on, but you know what I mean. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to this next page. I never felt anger well up inside of me as it did in that moment. I thought, how dare they threaten me like this? Tell me that there was something wrong with me and then not allow me to leave on this mission experience, which I dreamt about for years. What was going on? Nothing made sense. Nothing was working as it always had in the past. I was so terrified. I was told that I would need to see a therapist to discover the cause of my migraines. From my perspective, I was being asked to share my protected and hidden world with a complete stranger. My reaction was that old familiar voice of control screaming loudly, "You are not going! You just need to try harder to not get headaches!" However, my history of compliance was deeply ingrained, and I found myself obediently walking into the strange man's office against my silent will. Very dramatic. With a feeling of terror that logic couldn't explain, I went into his office prepared to give him the right answers so I could have clearance for my mission. Little did I expect that he would see right through my obstinance and fear and zero in on my denial and protective posture. 3 hours later, I came out with the burden of memories so heavy upon my shoulders that no words could describe its weight. One of shock, fear, confusion, hopelessness, worthlessness, and panic that, at least in my conscious mind, I'd never experienced before. Never before in my life did I wish for death's door to benevolently open wide and swallow me up. I recall feeling intensity of pain and vividness of thoughts about my childhood that I'd shut out before. While I had spent the first 2.5 hours attempting to manipulate, control, and distract this kind man, he was perceptive and did not allow me to duck and dodge his questions. The last 30 minutes, my invisible shield cracked, and I was left with horrid memories, smells, images, and sounds of interactions with one of my perpetrators. I couldn't escape the truth any longer. I remember looking across the room and shaking with emotions. I had no words, for as tears fell from this compassionate man's eyes, I was struggling to even breathe. I sat in silence as intermittent tears came to my eyes, yet never fell. What was this? What did this mean? Was this real? This experience was a catalyst for my journey to find answers to heal my own wounds, and once I became a therapist, to heal the wounds of others. Again, y'all, well, hold on, we'll get to this in a second. During my journey to healing, I was not the traditional patient. Imagine that. I was curious and somewhat suspicious of the professionals, but yet demanded that they not question her. Again, it's almost like I'm getting a Frankenstein vibe off this. You know what I'm saying? She questioned the professionals that I worked with. I resisted their attempts to diagnose my behavior, knowing intuitively that these labels were not components to my healing. As I participated in their interventions, I was inadvertently enabled to stay sick. Because of my trauma, I was allowed to not be responsible for my thoughts and feelings. I would argue she keeps doing that, but let's continue. And I was permitted, and at times even encouraged, to blame and hold resentments, which I could feel dug a deeper, steeper, inescapable prison for my soul. It's almost like she's describing what was done to her and she's taking a victimization stance on that. But then the stories that we hear from others is she's just turned around and done it. So it's either a matter of victim becomes abuse, the tormentor, or she's just gaslighting the stuff that she's done, right? I mean, or it could be both, right? You know, we'll probably never know. Let's continue. After years of bumbling around and pretending to be in control, I went to God to find answers. I selfishly went for me. I wanted to be released from this literal hell I was in, and the constant and now clear memory of the acts that were inflicted on my innocent body and soul. For 20 years, I've been asking heaven for answers on behalf of myself and all those I work with. I've spent tens of thousands of hours asking, studying, listening, and praying to see clearly how to apply principles of truth to human suffering and pain. As I have called upon heaven on behalf of myself and others, instructions have come to me like a slow drip, one true healing principle at a time. I believe I'm still engaged in a process of heavenly instruction, and that won't end unless I'm no longer open to listening and applying its inspired invitations. What I've learned and the language I've been given has not only healed my soul, it has offered healing to thousands of pain-stricken individuals. As I probed for answers to the cause of human suffering, I learned how similar we all are. All of us are searching for one thing: connection. There's that word. Take a sip from your beverage every time you hear the word connection. Let's see, what have we got so far? Connection, distortion, and portal. Those are the three things right here. Now, don't get sick from over drinking. Good Lord. All right, connection. My God, take another. It starts right off. I swear. Connection is the emotional and spiritual knowledge that you are seen, you are heard, you are known, you are loved, and most importantly, that you are divine. The things that they would not offer the children, mind you, but they're going to teach us how to do it. Gotcha. Okay. You are a child of God, and the sacred time I've spent with people who are in vulnerable situations, I've learned spiritual truths that cauterize and heal the human heart and soul. I have found this healing power to be consistent in the lives of everyone who chooses to live principles of truth, regardless of their past or present symptoms. If I had not witnessed these transformations in people's lives and in my life and my own two eyes, I might not have believed it myself. Yet I've facilitated and experienced soul, mind, and body healing with so many thousands of people that I know the principles in this book are the truth. Well, it must be, right? Okay, if you are willing to learn and live the principles I will share with you, you too can experience spiritual and emotional healing. You can be healed from pain, from fear, loneliness, and disconnection from God, yourself, and others. You can conquer the lies that state you are not enough, your needs don't matter, I am better than you, I can do what I want, I am unique, special, different, I am entitled, you're bad and unworthy, I'm making a little rap song, you're unlovable, and any other thought pattern that seeks to destroy your peace and connection. If you have been abused, traumatized, exploited, ravaged, assaulted, harmed, injured, negatively affected, or confused, all the things they've done to other people, right? If you have been sad, lonely, isolated, disappointed, lost, or grieving, if you have lied, sought to control or manipulate others, or if you have been lied to, controlled by, or manipulated by others, if you have been addicted or affected by someone's addiction, if you are entitled, selfish, depressed, anxious, secretive, or deceptive, if you have acted aggressively or passive-aggressively, if you have been told that you are fill in the blank and can't change, if you have been distracted or felt numb in your life, if you have left or been left, or if you think any of these characteristics don't apply to you, these principles of truth are for you. You can heal and connect with God, yourself, and others now. And for the low cost of $9.99, if you just dial this phone number in the next 10 minutes, I'm kidding, it doesn't say that part, but the last part I was joking about, the call 911 or call the phone number. Y'all, they covered everything in that little paragraph, right? Literally, if you have woken up and breathed, you can benefit from her courses, right? Again, mind you, these are all the things they are inflicting on other people. So it's almost like an excellent business model, because it's like you sucker the customer in, you do all these things to them, but yet then you say you have the cure for them for X amount of dollars, and the cycle just keeps going, right? I mean, you gotta hand it to her, you know? Okay, let's keep going. This book is my sincere offering to you. It is a new paradigm of thought that, when learned, practiced, and applied, will heal emotional, mental, and spiritual illness. It heals disconnection, sadness, anxiety, traumas, fears, addictions, entitlements, conflicts, resentments, and individual and relationship pain of all types. Truth heals. This is a promise from God. This book invites all people who are in search of connection to learn that there are spiritual laws and principles that govern it, and that anyone may experience connection by using their agency to choose truth rather than distortion. Y'all, so many, 10 shots on that one paragraph, okay? You are embarking on a transformative journey in which all your perceptions will be examined through the eyes of truth. Using these principles, you will move from disconnection to connection with God, self, and others, and enjoy the fruits of peace, freedom, joy, and love. There's much to be done. Are you ready to be enlightened and empowered? I mean, you can hear her saying that too, right, in her voice? Okay, so chapter 2, what is connection? God almighty, please help me. In chapter 1, I share my story of pain, fear, deception, and confusion, which resulted in me having a lack of connection to God, myself, and others. When I was in search of healing, I did not understand that the lack of connection inside me was the missing link that was keeping me emotionally, mentally, and spiritually ill. Connection was the antidote I was searching for. You can assess your need for connection by asking yourself the following questions. And now prepare yourselves. It's this entire bullet point here, so I'm just going to read off the bullet points, okay? So starting with 1. Do you feel alone, uncared for, unimportant, or not enough? Do you feel unlovable? Do you resist accepting help from others? Are you curious about why things happen to you the way they do? Do you feel misunderstood and or violated? Do you keep secrets and hide from those who you love? Do you question your skills and abilities? Do you feel responsible for fixing things or people when you perceive they are wrong? Do you become angry easily? Are you unwilling to accept responsibility for your choices? Do you hold resentments? Do you think you are perfect or feel the need to be perfect? Do you seek attention from others? Are you often in the middle of others' problems or issues? Do you feel misunderstood or judged? Do you feel you have to be right? Do you feel scared or threatened when you think or find out that you're wrong? Do you beat yourself up when you make mistakes? Do you feel entitled to have your expectations met? Do you feel like you are an exception to the rules? Do you feel like you can't change? Do you wonder why you keep making the same mistakes? Do you feel like you can never live up to others' expectations? I mean, again, they've covered everything possible, right? And again, things that they do not encompass or inhabit within themselves, okay? But they're going to teach us how to do it. Got it. Okay. If you have ever wondered about any of these questions, then you are seeking for connection too. Connection is the central spiritual and emotional need of every human being. It is the driving force in all beings in all corners of the earth. Connection produces undeniable peace, calm, joy, consciousness, compassion, and a feeling of oneness and wholeness with yourself and with others. It is an action, a verb, not a destination. Connection is the spiritual and emotional confidence that all is well, that all is centered within you. It is the outcome and manifestation of choosing to live an honest, responsible, and humble life. Because of my experiences, I did not realize I had become disconnected by believing the lies of distortion that were all around me. My life, just like many of yours, was full of disappointments, fears that I was not enough, confusion, feelings of hurt and anger that I did not know how to express, and insecurities that I could not verbalize nor manage. As a result, I accepted the distortion and lies, and the outcome was disconnection, emotional, mental, and spiritual sickness. I did not know that connected people felt differently than I did. I remember being over at my best friend's house when I was a child. I loved spending time with Stacy and her family. I was constantly begging my mom to let me go over to their home because I felt so good over there. They even had an affectionate nickname for me, which made me feel like part of the family. As I look back on it now, I was starving for connection and their family had it. It wasn't that they were perfect and never fought or disagreed. It was that when they did, they were always respectful and kind with each other. When I was in their home, I could feel the connection that I was so hungry for, and I loved it. Though I did not have the words to describe what was happening at the time, I remember feeling seen, cared for, and loved, all of which are components of connection that were missing in my childhood home. There were many times when I would be over playing and her mom would say, "Jodi, it is so good to have you come over and play with Stacy. We love you." Or her mom would simply ask, "Do you girls want anything to eat?" My friend would look over at me for a response. However, I was in so much fear and distortion that I did not dare ask for anything. I couldn't acknowledge my own needs, wants, or desires. My friend would say, "Yeah, Mom, can we have a sandwich?" And her mom would happily reply, "You bet, girls." And off to the kitchen she would go to make it for us. Unbelievable! That was not the world I was living in, and it felt so good. Connection was healing. But yet, knowing this experience, and this is what just gets me, knowing this experience, knowing this feeling and all that, they refuse to offer it to others. Because let me tell you what, the list of stuff she just reeled off talking about, do you feel this way, do you feel that way? Pretend we're watching her do an assessment on Ruby. Let's not even pretend to get into Jodi's issues. Where she's doing an assessment on Ruby, check every damn last box off. Seeks attention, bing, bing, bing. You know what I'm saying? All these things. So it's like, granted, aside from Jodi needing to utilize Ruby for something, clearly your plan ain't working. You know, it didn't take, okay? So that's my thing, but I'm like, well, if you know that you felt this way, this very specific memory of childhood and this feeling of disconnect, why on earth would you want to be part of making another human being feel that way under the guise of your crazy beliefs, right? It makes no sense to me. Let's continue. Okay, so I remember one hot summer afternoon when Stacy ran into the family room where her father sat. She crawled up on his lap and nestled her face into his neck. He embraced her and stroked her hair and back. My instinct was to feel scared about all that affection being shown in broad daylight. He asked us questions about what we were doing, if we were having fun. She pulled her face away and responded happily, "Yes, we are going swimming now." She jumped off his lap and ran past me, and her father smiled, winked at me, and called out, "Have fun, girls." Those experiences still echo in my mind. I remember how good I felt witnessing them, even as I still felt that I was not part of them. Now I know that although my own trauma impeded my ability to connect, I was still experiencing it vicariously through my friend and her parents. The invitation to connect was extended to me as well, but I was not available to accept it because it confused and scared me, and I did not have the emotional skills to engage with it. I was too busy living in a world of fear, self-neglect, and distortion to be vulnerable. However, I could feel the power of love, truth, and connection inviting me to engage, and it felt safe. Unfortunately, connection was not something I could manage at this time in my life. Let me share another example of me discovering my disconnection. I lived a life where I felt much fear of the time, and through my disconnection, I bought into the distortion lie that I was responsible for other people's feelings. I remember meeting someone and really liking her. Okay, let's just file that away right there. Okay, yeah. She and I appeared to be cut from the same cloth. I felt understood and seen, and so did she. We quickly became friends. I remember feeling scared to share this new relationship with my other friends. I did not want anyone to feel jealous of the time and attention I was spending with her, so I kept her hidden from the rest of my life. I would do things with her on certain days and times that would not conflict with my other relationships, because I truly believed that my friends would be angry at me for replacing them or not loving them as much. The distortion in those thoughts is powerful, yet that is what I honestly believed. I was terrified that my friends would ask where I was during the times I was with her, and I did not want to be placed in a situation where I had to tell them the truth. So I did all in my power to keep the two relationships separate. Okay, now time out. Now it's going to keep going into this story, but just pause for a second. You know how a lot of our theories are that Jodi and Ruby were a little bit more, and that maybe Jodi was like grooming some of these women into the thing? Okay, this is what I read into this. I'm like, you didn't want to tell your friends because you had shame because of your feelings towards this person. Now, granted, this is your typical gaslighting of, well, I'm going to pretend it's like this to make myself look better. I just didn't want my friends to think I ignored them. It wasn't that I wanted to get in her pants. You know what I'm saying? And again, I don't know how old they are in this. It sounds like, I mean, she's definitely like a kid of some point, but remember, I at this point in life consider early 20s to be a kid. I mean, my God. So, you know, there's something here with it. I still stand by. I think Ruby and Jodi probably had a little something going on. I think Ruby is probably a suppressed something or other. And that's where a lot of this venom comes from, because probably just from what I've learned, she could never come out of the closet of some level. And it just reads like that. And so this is very interesting to me. Now let's continue. So one day, what I feared most actually happened. I was talking on the phone with one of my friends, and she asked where I was at a particular time. I immediately knew where I had been, as I was with the other friend I didn't want her to know about. As I paused to think of the answer, I knew I did not want to lie to her because I truly cared about her. Yet I feared she was going to be angry with me. My objective in life was making sure no one was ever upset with me. So the thought of this friend being hurt by me was terrifying. I took a deep breath and told her I was with a friend of mine and we were hanging out, she said. Who? Because she knew all of my friends. I was choking on saying her name because I did not want to face what was to come. I said her name quickly and then began to explain my choices. I told my friend that I had met her a few weeks back and that we had been doing some things together. I remember closing my eyes waiting for a reaction, knowing her hurt and anger was coming right at me. Instead, I heard my friend say to me in a delighted tone, "Jodi, that is awesome that you have another friend that you can go do things with. I'm so happy for you. You need good people in your life, and I'm glad you feel safe with her." What? I thought. No anger, no yelling, no shaming, no tears, no accusations. I immediately began began crying on the phone as I confessed the last few weeks of concealing my whereabouts. The gratitude that she expressed for me having another friend in my life and her compassion were amazing to me. I don't know which of us were more shocked at the other person's reaction. We both cried and shared how much the two of us meant to each other. She very thoughtfully modeled connection to me as she reiterated over and over that she loved me and that love didn't diminish if I shared my time with someone else. After I hung up the phone, I could see my disconnection and the distorted thoughts that accompanied it. Okay, pause right there. So remember, this friend was like, thank God, please go hang out with somebody else. She was trying to pawn her off, right? Already at this point. This is what Jodi's running into, people trying to get rid of her. And again, I just don't believe I don't believe most of what Jodi says, nor Ruby at this point. I just think that they are so distorted that you can't trust anything that comes out of their mouth, right? Okay, let's keep going. Connected people ask curious questions about themselves and others and are genuinely validating of self and others through their, please hold, willingness to be vulnerable. People who are connected feel secure inside of themselves, which allows them to take risk and share their feelings with emotional honesty while simultaneously being responsible for their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Connected people are described as empathetic, compassionate, boundaried, open, forgiving, committed, validating, respectful, repentant, and vulnerable, all of which keep them safe from the lies of distortion, the counterfeit of truth. The fruits of connection are magnificent and many. They include true love, self-empowerment, intimacy, personal awareness, freedom, peace, and empathy. Now we're going to move into foundational principles of connection. So here we go. To activate connection, you must learn and practice the following principles: impeccable honesty, rigorous personal responsibility, and vulnerable humility. Let's explore each of these principles in more detail. Impeccable honesty. Cannot roll my eyes hard enough. Let's hear what she has to say about that. What I think and what I say are congruent with what I do. I express my emotions, boundaries, and expectations and assert myself by being responsible for my perceptions, emotions, actions, boundaries, and expectations. I do not lie, manipulate, or engage in any form of denial. I do not control anything that is outside my responsibility to control. My thoughts and behaviors are the highest moral standards, and I do not hide, conceal, or keep secrets. Example, I remember a story of a woman who was going through a horrific divorce. Her ex-husband was full of rage and spiteful venom towards her and vowed to make her life as uncomfortable as he possibly could. He went to court and demanded that he have copies of her journals. He knew she was an avid record keeper and he was looking for anything that he could humiliate her or support his case against her. She was devastated. One day as she sat in my office, she received notice that the judge had granted her ex-husband's request and ordered that all of her private thoughts, feelings, and history be turned over to the eyes of the court. She expressed that the worst of it would be that her ex-husband and his vindictive attorney would have access to all of her vulnerable words and emotions. She was in shock. I will never forget witnessing the overwhelming emotions that washed over her as she was coming to terms with the knowledge that everything she thought safely existed on those pages was now going to be aired inside of an unjust and prejudiced courtroom for anyone to hear. She sobbed and wept some more. I watched her heart break as she contemplated the bind she was in, the protection of her journals versus her moral integrity. She had thoughts of hiding them, burning them, giving them to a friend and saying they were lost. Should she be honest and turn her private thoughts over to men who only wanted to ridicule, mock, and smear her name, all in efforts to secure their end result: humiliation. She and I discussed the infringement on her privacy, but also the infringement on her soul and her integrity if she were dishonest with the court. Wasn't she justified in hiding those journals and lying about their physical location? Jodi probably had a hand in getting them turned over, right? This is like stuff that Jodi does to people, this humiliation. That's what's so funny, to listen to her write about this stuff, and it's like these are ways that she's victimized other people herself. So when she tries to act like she has this like empathetic soul towards these things, I'm like, were you going behind this woman's back and working with her husband's lawyer to get these things exposed? Because that would surprise me less than this. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue. So we went back and forth as she worked out the caliber of her character. After much deliberation, she stated with a powerful voice, "I will not hide. I have nothing to be afraid of. Yes, it will be embarrassing for me to hear my sacred and personal thoughts tossed around in a room full of greed and arrogance, but I will not lose my character character, or my consciousness, or my conscience, or my consciousness, or my conscience. In the process of losing control over my personal journals, days later she was asked to make copies of every page and turn them over to the court, which she reports she did. Every page, she reported. I cried the entire time I was making the copies, and I continued to reflect on the arrangement I'd made with myself to always live in my integrity. Impeccable honesty was her motive, even in the face of great fear and uncertainty. Again, this whole thing, the name of impeccable honesty, things that Jodi and Ruby weren't willing to offer others but want to teach us about and demand and expect of others. Again, it's why when you run into these gurus and people like this that, tout this stuff, it's, are they practicing what they're preaching? You know what I'm saying? Like people who are like so big on, I am this and I am that, or whatever the case is. And oftentimes this is what we see. Now, maybe not to such an extreme case like Jodi and Ruby, like, oh my God, look at the crimes they're committing. But just in general, like think of everyday stuff, like people in your life that like are like, usually most of us know someone like this, right? Think of that person, most of the time they're not willing to walk that walk. They'll talk the talk, but they won't walk the walk. But Lord knows they want you to, right? Okay, so the next section is called rigorous personal responsibility. Let's see what she's got to say about this one. I am thoroughly honest with my own perceptions, feelings, and actions. I consciously make my own choices to be responsible for my thoughts, perceptions, feelings, emotions, and actions, behaviors. I am aware of and willing to accept the outcomes of my choices. Whether they are comfortable or uncomfortable, I take full responsibility and activate the process of repentance when I have, please hold, let me flip the page, violated myself or another. I mean, can we please read this one more time? I take full responsibility and activate the process of repentance when I have violated myself or another. Okay, do we not see that even the judge in court, has she started admitting that it wasn't the kid's fault? This is what blows my mind with this, right? If I am engaged in any form of control, I need to humble myself and acknowledge where I have violated responsibility. I realize that I am an independent being of integrity. Example. Now buckle up because it's a long one, and please hold. We got the cup out. Please hold. I recall with excitement the day I received my driver's license. I was finally able to go where I wanted to go and had the means to get there. Unfortunately, I also had the bad habit of speeding. My motto was, get as much done as you can as fast as you can. I received my first ticket just days after I received my license. Why doesn't this shock me? Since I understood the nature of choice and outcome and I had a job, I realized that I was responsible for it and paid for my own ticket. As time continued, I did not connect the dots of receiving tickets and driving within the posted speed limit. Imagine that. I know I'm being hypercritical of what she puts in here, but I also feel like she was hypercritical of everyone around her and all these people. So when I'm now scratching beneath the surface and just seeing these things that she's saying, and I'm like, really? Like, you've lived through these things right here, but yet look at what you bestowed upon and expected out of others. Anyways, I justified myself that I was trying to get a lot accomplished. Consequently, I racked up several more speeding tickets. I felt unique and special and told myself that I did not need to drive like everyone else did. This paragraph right here, y'all. This right here, this whole thing, I didn't connect the dots of receiving tickets and driving within the posted speed limits. I justified to myself that I was trying to get a lot accomplished. Consequently, I racked up several more speeding tickets. I felt unique and special and told myself that I did not need to drive like everyone else did. This right here tells you so much about this person. I understand she was a teenager. I get that. However, in this instance, we flash forward to current times and it's like this same thing right here, but in a completely different, more magnified, more severe role of I'm doing this. I'm justified in A, B, and C. We have a means to an end. And if these kids are victims of it, well then, I've got bigger fish to fry. That's the complete vibe. This is so eye-opening. So eye-opening. And drink it from the cuppeth on that one. Drinking from the cuppeth. My God, that one I might have to take maybe a little 15-minute break on that one now. Lord mercy. On the clock break right there. Come on now. That's major. Okay, let's keep going. One day as I was being pulled over again, I ran smack dab into my consequences. As the officer was issuing me a ticket for speeding, he told me that I had received the maximum amount of points a person my age was allowed. If I received another ticket for any reason, my license would be suspended for 3 months. This meant that I could only be a passenger in the car if I went anywhere. I thanked the officer for the information. He added that I would need to not receive a ticket for a whole year before any of the points would drop off of my record. Then and there, I vowed to not speed again. 8 months and 18 days into my year-long pilot to not speed, I was traveling down the freeway laughing and talking with my girlfriend on the phone when I saw an officer on the other side of the freeway flip around in the median. I panicked. I thought, this is the day I will be suspended. As I looked down and saw I was going 10 miles over the speed limit, and sure enough, I was given a ticket and promised suspension. Oh no, 3 months of no driving. How was I going to do that? As I made plans to accommodate the infraction, I humbled myself and took full responsibility for my choices. I went through a repentance process where I acknowledged all the many times I justified, blamed, resented, and gossiped about the law and how unfair it was. Okay, this is interesting. I felt a softening in my heart towards the intentions of the law. I chose to believe that the law is driven by a desire to keep drivers safe and that I can participate in that outcome as well. 3 months was a long time to not be able to drive, and I learned a lot about how I participated in that outcome. I was willing to accept responsibility for my choices and choose to be humble and change my perceptions, feelings, and behaviors. I appreciate choice and outcomes as it invited me to reflect on the motivations of my choices and assess for truth or distortion. So interesting. Now again, here's the thing too also, and like I said, I know I'm being like hypercritical of this, but it's interesting to go back and read this and then just to see now, flash forward, where like I said, a lot of these issues are present. It's not like she changed, right? But also looking at here, this line, I went through a repentance process where I acknowledged all the many times I justified, blamed, resented, gossiped about the law. That's what she's going through right now. Just like she said in the phone calls that we heard of her, she's looking at this as almost like I'm going to repent, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to come back and teach everybody about it. It's like this, she rinses and repeats this cycle, it seems. Now, I get we're going way back here to like a teenage thing of speeding tickets, but just like that, 8 months and 18 days into it, I was laughing and driving on the freeway. I panicked. I thought, this is the day, 10 miles over, and she got hit. And then maybe she learned, maybe she didn't. I don't know. But I just feel like this is like the precursor for the Jodi that we're seeing now. Definitely she feels entitled. Definitely you can see the undertones of this like absolute delusion of grandeur, her religious narcissism. I mean, all of it, right? It's all here. Okay, let's continue. The next section is called Vulnerable Humility. I am willing to be curious and accept all experiences that are presented in my life. I am willing to be honest and responsible for my perceptions, thoughts, feelings, and actions, and their outcomes. I listen to feedback from others and assess it for truth. With truthful interpretation of the feedback, I will change my thinking and behaviors. I am willing to repent, be responsible for my own expectations, forgive, work hard, keep commitments, make and hold boundaries, and stay vulnerable when reality presents uncomfortable experiences. I do not escape, deny, or hide from reality. I choose to assess for my vulnerability and ask for help when I need it. I choose to be present and move through uncomfortable experiences in honesty and responsibility. Example. Okay. My God. But the examples are what give us insight. If they are true, we don't know how much of this stuff is true, how much of it's made up. After 2 long days of fun in the sun playing in a boat with some girlfriends in a nearby reservoir, my friend Bev received an unexpected phone call she was unprepared to manage, physically or emotionally. We were headed out on a Friday morning for another day of sunbathing, water splashing, and laughter when she answered her husband's call at 10:36 a.m. He shared the news of his father's unexpected death at 4:08 that morning and the oldest brother's unwillingness to share the details of their father's death with their mother. The mother still did not know her husband was dead, and the oldest brother was attempting to control the situation by hiding their father's body and refusing to allow other siblings to see and pay their respects. Bev's husband shared the grim news that weeks before his father's death, the oldest son in the family became the executor, please hold, of his father's will, money, and estate through blackmail. Finally, the oldest brother did not want anyone calling or coming to see him, his mother, or the deceased father. He insisted that he would take care of his father's funeral and inform everyone after the body was interred. As Bev hung up the phone call, she was speechless and in tears. All of us rallied around her and listened intently to the facts as she revealed them. As she concluded, we were all amazed by the dramatic ins and outs of the family soap opera. As she expressed her anger, confusion, and fear and desire to intervene and control, she also realized that she was 2,000 miles away from her ability to do so. The four of us talked about the situation as updates from her husband came throughout the day. And as girlfriends, we continually validated our good friend, Bev, as she went over and over the unbelievability of the day's events. She and her husband seemed justified in their desire to fly to their home state, demand to see their father, insist on talking with their mother about their father's death, petition to see his will, and hire an attorney to force their oldest brother to relent. As tears fell throughout the day, Bev was in understandable emotional turmoil. She was experiencing incredible and improbable events, and worst of all, she could not control any of them. Over the course of the next few days, Bev and I talked privately on several occasions. She had not budged from her cycle of fear and control, and the justification that kept it alive. She had 5 days of constant validation and understanding from people who knew and loved her the most, yet she was still hurting as a result of not being willing to humble herself inside this distressing and unsettling experience. In one of our private conversations, I took a stance with her that I'd taken before and knew that she would respond well to. I invited her to humble herself. You might be asking yourself, what in the world does she need to become humble about? This is about the unstable oldest brother, not about her. However, the only person I was concerned about was my friend and how she was stuck inside the lack of humility and unwillingness to vulnerably recognize truth rather than distortion. She needed to become humble in order to exit the painful cycle of control and fear. As I sat with her, I asked, Bev, do you feel entitled to bury your father-in-law's body where you want? Do you feel entitled to his money and estate? Do you feel entitled to force this brother to do what you want because you think you are right? I sat with my friend as I watched her contemplate the questions of entitlement. Almost immediately, she began crying tears of sorrow and remorse. She felt penitent and was curious as to how to make it right. She verbalized her awareness that she had indeed felt entitled to do things her way, and then it wasn't until she heard the word entitled that she jerked awake from the illusion she'd been in for 5 days. She desired to forgive her brother-in-law and surrender all that was not in her control. She made plans to speak with their spouse about having their own service to celebrate his father's life and completely let go of any expectations they had of his brother. Within 10 minutes of Bev grieving, reframing her perceptions in truth rather than distortion, and letting go of what she could not control, she was instantly released from her pain and experienced calm in her mind and soul. She is a woman who typically lives in the space of humility, yet this experience challenged even the best of us, my good friend Bev. So, here's the thing. As I'm reading this section, basically this is what I'm thinking, to each their own. If this is what you need to call things to get through the day, so be it. This distortion, living in truth, distortion, whatever, again, to each their own. Again, if it's true or not, right? Now this is a very unique situation. We don't know the dynamics of this. We don't know if it's true. We don't know Bev's, his family history and this kind of stuff. My whole thing is I'm like, and we don't know what that week was like at the beach. Like, was she a train wreck the whole time? Like, what was going on? You know what I'm saying? Please hold. Who knows? To me, I'm just reading it. I'm like, well, that is a horrible thing. And it kind of, especially as true crime people, I'm like, does anybody get the vibes that he might have offed the father, you know what I'm saying? Or her father-in-law? I would be concerned about this too. But again, it's true. If you can't control something, you can't control it. So the next thing, I don't know if I want to do this. I might find myself up in here to sign up for the damn classes. It's called the Connection Self-Assessment. We're going to take it, okay? How will you know when you're connected? You experience connection when you are... It's another bullet point less. It's probably 2 or 3 pages long. No? Okay, this is not too bad. Okay, here we go. Honest regardless of the outcomes. Experiencing sustained and consistent safety, which creates trust. Feeling and acting in love for yourself. My body's starting to reject it. Did y'all just see me yawn? My body's rejecting it. I must be in distortion. Thinking, speaking, and behaving in truth. Honesty, responsibility, and humility. Celebrating and embracing yourself and others for the divine beings that you are. Exercising agency and being responsible for the outcomes of your choices on yourself and others. Creating and holding boundaries while honoring and respecting other boundaries. Experiencing life through vulnerability, which is about fear, distortion, control, or distraction. It continues. Feeling safe and expressing fears, distortions, successes, joys, sorrows, desires, disappointments, hopes, and expectations. Living life with someone and appreciating common experiences, keeping commitments, consciously listening to and understanding and empathizing the words and feelings of another, feeling and expressing gratitude for opportunities to experience daily life. So, here we go. It says, as you practice the skill of impeccable honesty, rigorous personal responsibility, and vulnerable humility, you will be truly present in your relationships. You will enter into a new life of awareness, peace, wisdom, freedom, serenity, clarity, vulnerability, calmness, and joy. Learning to live in connection heals the human soul. Connection is always a choice. Being connected is consistently choosing truth, honesty, responsibility, humility, over distortion. Many of us know the story of Viktor Frankl. Viktor, I hope I'm saying the name right. Viktor Frankl was a concentration camp survivor who discovered the importance of perception in many of the experiences he encountered. He was willing to acknowledge that he had the power to perceive whatever he chose, to stay in truth, and continue to move through life without allowing the many brutal attacks he both suffered and witnessed to destroy his sense of peace. Dr. Frankl is an example of choosing to live in truth regardless of temporal experiences. A more current example, and one that gained national and international attention, is the story of Elizabeth Smart. At age 14, she was abducted from her home in Salt Lake City, Utah by Brian David Mitchell and his wife Wanda Barzee, and held captive for 9 months. She was rescued by authorities in Sandy, Utah, and now works as an activist and advocate for missing persons. Elizabeth has written her story in a book entitled Where There's Hope. She shares her healing process and how she has perceived her past in truth and made peace with it. She too has had incredible adversity and, per her report, has had little time in therapy. Yet she has been able to practice principles of truth to reframe her distortions, manage her trauma, and create connection. These two people have publicly shared their painful experiences, and each one has chosen to hold their experiences in truth, captivating a worldwide audience with their stories and of indescribable suffering and the ability to emerge from it. How do they do it? How do they find peace and freedom after soul-wrecking abuses? The answer is connection. Whether your story is one of trauma and distress at the hands of others, or of your own making, whether you've been working with professionals to rid your soul of pain, or if you feel life is going along fairly smoothly and without much drama, all of us are affected by distortion and therefore live with some degree of disconnection. Activating principles of truth will address all forms of pain and disconnection and allow you to have the truths of connection, if you so desire. Attributes of connection. So connection is a verb. Connection must be actively chosen to animate in your life. The more you witness and experience examples of connection, the more you will be able to recognize its voice, behaviors, beliefs, and outcomes, and choose those characteristics in your life. When someone is connected, it is very apparent. You can't miss it with your eyes or ears, and especially with your heart. Now, they look and sound like people who are tender, aware, deliberate, and validating. All the things that she is not, right? They have knowledge and awareness of their words and behavior and are conscious of the congruence of both. They are honest and responsible for their own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. They are vulnerable with their emotions and are verbally and emotionally expressive. Connected people take ownership for their choices and hold themselves appropriately accountable, repenting if necessary, and changing their behavior. They are curious about comments made by others, and rather than make assumptions or jump to conclusions, they gather accurate and truthful information and validate those who are sharing that information. Again, none of the things that she is, right? Connected people understand that creating, articulating, and holding boundaries is one of the greatest indicators of self-love. They lovingly, please hold, we're turning the page, acknowledge that others' boundaries are worthy of respect. Their words and behaviors are respect and compassionate towards everyone they interact with. Although not every interaction is pleasant, all involved acknowledge a sense of safety and trust and are treated fairly and justly. A person who is connected is loved by others and loves others, whether they know them intimately or casually. It is a powerful experience to be affected by a connected person, and even more so to be a connected person. What a rare jewel to know someone who can conduct themselves in peace and integrity. My dear friend Pam is one of those gems. Pam, I think this is the Pam that, is involved in the case. Or, I'm saying I had the kids over. She is the epitome of connection. I have known her for many years, and she has given me evidence of safety that tells me that I will be heard regardless of what I share with her. She has the ability to separate my choices and behaviors from my divine identity by offering me validation and inviting me into the truth. As I became more conscious of the power of truth and the animation of its principles during my own personal journey to peace, I realized that my soul and mind were becoming more calm and steady. I also became very aware that fear was not such a constant companion. I was more willing to be aware of what I was thinking and to be responsible to frame my thoughts in truth rather than distortion, which led me to living the characteristics of connection. If you desire to choose a connected life, you will need to understand that you are responsible for knowing what is motivating you at all times. There are only two outcomes of each choice, either in truth or distortion. Every choice you make is either in truth or distortion. You must choose in truth, honesty, responsibility, humility, in order to have the outcomes of connection. If you choose in distortion, you will have the outcomes of disconnection. Either choice is not personal to you. Rather, it follows the internal laws of choice and outcome. When you choose truth, notice that you develop these attributes of a connection, which are listed below. Now, before we get into the attributes, I mean, again, how many times she used the word truth in that? So complicated. My God, it's these are the kind of people that can't just go from point A to B and do something. They have to make it this complicated of BS, to get through the day, right? And the thing, the clincher of it is that if you were to go down this path, I'm like, y'all live in complete distortion. Not reality, right? At all. So let's get into the things that she lists off. They're just kind of like this with paragraphs here. So, openness. I am transparent and accessible. I share my thoughts, feelings, and behaviors with others, and I desire for others to share with me. I do not keep secrets. I do not manipulate. That's it. Give me my damn money back, right? I do not fear what others think. I am boundaried. I am forthcoming with my thoughts and feelings. Oh, God, she's going to give us a damn example. Oh, my God. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm 2 pages in and it's already killing me. Example. After a fall in her home, an 87-year-old woman was told that it was not safe for her to live alone any longer. She was devastated and became visibly angry and shared how she had lived for 80 years without additional assistance. While she knows that she is in need of additional support, she is also upset that her body is not as strong as it used to be. She is open to accepting the assistance offered. Then the next thing we move to is generosity. I am thoughtful and open emotionally and spiritually. Again, give me my money back. This is a complete lie. This is fiction, right? I am willing to give time, energy, and charity to myself and to others. My attitude is supportive and gracious, yet I give only what I am able to without hidden motives. I do not give because I feel like I should. I give genuinely because I am emotionally and spiritually available. Oh, for the love of God, it's another example. Oh my God, please, Lord, be with me. A single mother who is in graduate school and holds down a full-time job heard from her girlfriend about a local hospice center where many of the residents were without families and alone over the holiday season. She felt a tug in her heart to share her joy and connection with others in need. She looked at her schedule and discussed with her children how sad it would be to be alone when leaving this world. They all agreed to meet up at the hospice center on Friday to sing Christmas carols to the patients who were alone during the holiday season. And that is sweet and nice and everything. I get that, but I do not see Jodi ever doing something like this, right? Anyways, let's keep going. Consciousness. I pay attention to myself, others, and my environment. I am spiritually, physically, mentally, and emotionally awake and aware of what is going on within myself and those around me. I ask curious questions of myself and others to know what I and others think, feel, and need. Example. A woman approached me in the hallway at church and asked if I had a moment to talk. She shared about her son and his many destructive decisions, one of which was involvement with drugs. She was overwhelmed with grief. She then stated, "He has asked me if he can live with me," she continued. "I respect your counsel, and I am wondering if you would direct me as to how to hold this and what to do." I already knew my answer, and I was conscious of what she needed to hear, yet I also knew she needed validation and thoughtful questions posed to her so she felt heard and understood. Now we're moving on to understanding. I make continuous and concerted effort to recognize and comprehend why I and others behave as we do, rather than simply becoming judgmental or reactionary and misinterpreting language, feelings, and behaviors. Y'all, I cannot get through one line without rolling my damn eyes out of the back of my head. Literally, this is the thing that completely angers me about people like this, and I'm sorry, we just have to take a moment. Okay, we gotta have a moment, y'all. They project all of their stuff onto other people and excuse all of their own issues and behaviors away and project it onto others and then condemn said others for it. And they have no capabilities of self-reflection to understand any differently. So it's like they get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my mind, even though Jodi is in prison now, it's like she gets away with it to me because she doesn't believe she did anything wrong. It's everyone else. Does that make sense? Like, in her world, she is twisted to be like, well, I'm persecuted. I've been sent to the prisons to do my bidding. You know, that's the Lord's work for me. You know what I'm saying? And like, so in her world, it's like she's still the victim. And so therefore, to me, she doesn't feel the true wrath of her own actions, you know, and her evilness, right? Okay, sorry. I had to go out. That's the thing with y'all. This kind of stuff right here, I'm sorry, y'all. I can't just read through it, right? I have to speak on it. Okay, let's keep going. I am curious about myself and others and assess for truth and distortion in perceptions, words, and actions. I ask questions of myself and others to understand our perceptions. I strive to validate my own experiences and the experiences of others. Example. My God, help me, Lord. Okay. I remember being on the other side of someone's understanding. I was working with an attorney as a result of being accused of something I had not done. Y'all, it's like she just gives me the material. Let me brace myself. I mean, this is obviously not about the children, but God knows one of the countless other crimes she's been accused of. I was devastated by the allegations and blatant lies that were being told about me, my actions, and more importantly, my character. This is what I'm literally, y'all. The thing I just said, this is actual living proof of it right after I said it, okay? For months, my attorney played a dual role on my behalf as he sat with me physically and emotionally and listened to the reality of the story and the inevitable pain I was experiencing as a result of a person's deliberate desire to attack and harm me. He validated me and asked curious questions and was sincerely interested in how this case was affecting me. It was a generous gift from his heart. I wonder if this is the same attorney she's like had and was on the phone with the day that the children were discovered. Okay, the next thing is empathy. I mean, yeah. Now, if I can make it through this chapter, y'all, it's literally it's that upsetting, y'all. I'm gonna have to find some kind of humor in it because it's literally pissing me off this badly, okay? I should not get this upset about it, right? I should not. This says more about me than it does anything else, and I'm letting it upset me like this, okay? Let's keep going. So empathy. I feel deeply about the emotional experiences of myself and others. I am vulnerable and put myself in their shoes as I look for opportunities to understand and emotionally connect. I developed the skill set of creating insight into others' perceptions and how they process those perceptions, thoughts, either in truth or distortion. I validate myself and others and choose to perceive my experiences in truth so I stay in reality. I am damn near scared to read the example. I'm scared, y'all. This one's gonna do me in. I knew Rob's gonna go fetch the blood pressure medicine. Go fetch it, y'all. I'm scared to read it, y'all. I'm not lying. Okay, so example. Okay, that's the next thing. The first sentence is gonna take you out. He's gonna take you out. My chosen career path has offered me the sacred opportunity to sit with people and hear their journeys, and everyone has one. I sit for hours and listen to the stories of pain, such as wayward children affecting parents and siblings, others being affected by someone's choices to act selfishly, and random acts of tragedy that no one is culpable for. I feel deeply as I listen closely to their words and ask questions about their meanings, so I can best understand their feelings and validate them without having to agree if I see things differently. I mean, she has zero empathy, okay? But again, this is what these type people do. They project all of this BS onto everyone around them, and they are not capable of it themselves, but they are so hardcore to teach others. This is the part about this personality type that literally just gets under my skin to such a degree I cannot get you there. And then the whole thing, well, my chosen career path, I have to listen to all this stuff about people, and I'm a victim in that way too. And you're just like, how did she get through the day? This was somebody who, y'all, was backed by this church, who was like this prominent figure that put out there, oh, Jodi. This was her. Shocking. So on that note, the next thing is validation. I seek opportunities to share with others through verbal and nonverbal communication that I see them, hear them, understand them. Inside of that understanding of validation, I don't necessarily agree with all their perceptions, feelings, or actions, yet I can acknowledge that they are experiencing what they are choosing to perceive. I would wonder if she would cast the same judgment on herself. I can acknowledge that they are experiencing what they are choosing to perceive. Are they able to is she and Ruby able to turn that around to their own selves? Example, imagine your daughter is dating a young man for 2 months and comes to you for your support and your blessing for their marriage in 4 weeks. In the spirit of validation, you set your thoughts and feelings aside for the moment and become curious about what she is perceiving and feeling. You say things like, wow, you sound really happy. What are your thoughts about this event? Or, okay, let me get caught up here. Help me understand. Or, you seem sure about this. Talk to me some about blank. Validation is to offer someone acknowledgement that they are feeling and experiencing things the way they are. In reality, they may be in distortion, which gives you clarity to not agree with their experience. Vulnerability. I am willing to show and share my pain, weaknesses, limitations, and imperfections with myself and with others when it is emotionally safe to do so. Vulnerability is also my willingness to accept experiences as they present and not exit out of them into distortion and control. Example. The sharing of my story at the beginning of this book was my offering of being vulnerable with you as a reader. I want you to know that I understand that life offers us experience, and some of those experiences can invite us into pain. Living is risky. We all are choosing constantly, and the outcomes of those choices affect us and others in favorable and not so favorable ways. The challenge is for me to accept and embrace being vulnerable to life and experience and keep my perceptions in the truth rather than in distortion. Don't believe that you can escape the pains of vulnerability by controlling it. You literally can't control being vulnerable. Being vulnerable is living. Okay, curiosity. I am interested in discovering and learning about myself and others. I ask questions of myself and others about motives, meanings, fears, needs, wants, desires, expectations, etc. As I am learning about myself and hold myself accountable, I am additionally thoughtful, interested, and curious about others. Example. I knew a man who was brilliant at being curious. He was so open, vibrant, and eager to understand everything he could about people and life in general. He was often reading all different types of genres and searching for answers to his many questions. The thing that stuck out the most to me was this beautiful individual was that he was happy and joyful. I believe his authentically curious nature protected him from going into a distorted or controlling posture. For the most part, he stayed open to the vicissitudes, I can't say that word, of life and was not ruled by fear or control. He was unique in our world. Forgiveness. I understand that the act of forgiveness is between me and God, and that I am required to forgive all outcomes of choices made, whether my own or others. I am willing to be thoughtful as I engage this process and realize that I must be in truth as I surrender to a power greater than my own. I am beholden to God for the ability to forgive, as I am equally grateful that others will forgive me. Example. While a man was emailing his adulterous relationship, he inadvertently sent the email to his wife. Ouch. And then sat in horror as he realized what he had just done. Within 3 minutes, he was confronted by his wife, who was standing in the doorway of his office, holding her phone with his screen pointed towards him. "What is this?" she asked with a dazed look. 4 years later, she sat in my office, divorced and desperately wanting to forgive him because it was destroying her peace and calm. We spent a year working together, learning, sorting between truth and distortion, validating and surrendering what she could not control. The forgiveness she found was a gift for herself, and it liberated her. It was between her and her maker. Now let's move on to risk. I am open and willing to be vulnerable with myself and others by exposing my human weaknesses, pains, vulnerabilities, and limitations. I share with others. I consciously and deliberately decide what, when, and with whom to share. I know that risking is the only way to create deep, intimate relationships of safety and trust. Risking is the process of sharing myself and seeing if the other person is available to engage in reciprocal vulnerability. Risking is necessary if you desire an intimate, connected relationship with anyone. Example: I met a woman years ago and began the process of getting to know her. We both engaged in peripheral sharing of our stories about life, and then she began to be more willing to risk with me. She told me of her significant emotional pain and how she's not able to surrender it because she doesn't know how. We continued over the next several months talking about her experiences, and I began to risk as well, as I realized she was a woman of integrity, honesty, responsibility, and humility, and boundaries. Because we both choose to live our lives in truth rather than distortion, she took time to assess for safety and risked appropriately with one another. We now have a stable, truly loving friendship. I mean, see how complicated she makes something so basic as like a chat over coffee? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so like inundated with these 10-cent words, and it's like, girl, chill, okay? It's not that serious. Okay, so anyways, boundaries. One that she knows nothing of, that shouldn't even be in here, right? Okay, I use words and body language to send messages about who I am and how I will protect myself. Boundaries are the most loving evidence of self-care I can engage in because boundaries share me with others. Boundaries are my responsibility to create, express, and hold. They tell myself and another what I will and will not do, say, think, and believe, etc. in any given situation. Boundaries are much easier to hold and understand when they are measurable, such as giving concrete, factual information to yourself and others. Example: as I arranged to meet a friend for business meeting, she told me, please hold, I will be at your home at 1 p.m. on Friday for lunch. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stay past 3 p.m., and I would really like to help you clean up that mess after we eat. Will that work for you? I responded, 1 p.m. on Friday for lunch works great. I am disappointed that you won't be able to stay past 3 p.m. and I would love some help cleaning up after we eat. Bless you. This is an example of you and another person sharing boundaries with each other. I am sorry. I get that she's trying to lay it out for a conversation, pretending that this is true. But it's just the way the back and forth seems so wooden, so like not real. Hi, I'm sad you won't be able to stay till 3, but I accept your boundary of that. Like, who talks like that other than some completely broken individual that needs that conversation? You know what I'm saying? Hence, Jodi is what I mean, right? Okay, repentant. Repentance is the acknowledgement in words, emotions, and behaviors that you have chosen to sin, violate your moral code, or act contrary to your belief system, and now desire to change your heart and make reparations for your behaviors. You do not repeat the behaviors again. You are more conscious of the feelings and thoughts that invited you to act contrary to your standards previously. Your emotional system has been overhauled. Heart change. And you have an emotional and physical boundary towards your prior infractions. Example, and it's a big one. Brenda was caught copying down another student's combination and breaking into her locker. This got serious real quick, right? She was observed stealing from her neighbor's locker and sent to the principal's office. Once Brenda was confronted by the evidence, she confessed. She felt horrible for what she had chosen. As a teen, Brenda was more concerned about what her friends would think about her than she was for the violation that she had committed. Brenda was able to make reparations by replacing everything she had stolen from the locker. And as she did this, she became more humble. She spent the next month in a state of guilt, sorrow, and remorse for crossing her moral boundary of stealing. She went to the girl she stole from with a sincere apology for behaving in a dishonest manner. I went to her parents and told them everything she had done that violated her morals. She went to her principal and acknowledged her choices and told him she would do whatever he felt necessary for her to make this right. 10-day suspension. And she spent time serving others as a way to make reparations for her choices to turn away from truth. This experience was a poignant, I can't say that word, one for Brenda. Even today, when I speak with her, she relives the events in a truly honest way. She talks about about how her heart changed as a result of her being asked to take responsibility for the wrong she had done to herself and others. She is very grateful for her opportunity to repent. Okay, very interesting. I wonder if Jodi feels that same way about her own sins she's committed. See, the thing that's different when Jodi talks about this stuff, she's talking about other people taking accountability for things and whatnot, something that her and Ruby do not seem able to do. Now, again, we got that lip service from Rudy in court, but you already know that's not real. She's just giving people what they need to hear to get her to where she needs to go quicker. Now let's move on to surrender. Surrender is a choice to acknowledge and let go of what you are not responsible for. It is a willingness to critique your perceptions and frame them in truth, which states, I am only responsible for my own perceptions, emotions, and actions, and all else I must let go of with compassion. The flip side of surrender is control. There are only two choices to make. You are either an illusion of control, or you have chosen to surrender. There is no other choice. Example, and it's another long one. I was driving my boat back from the hole in the rock at Lake Powell. I was with two girlfriends who were inexperienced boaters and had placed much confidence in my skill set. I had been watching a storm brew and roll across the sky for the last 30 minutes. It was late in the afternoon and we had an hour-and-a-half boat ride back to the dock. My friend Stacy turned around from the bow of the boat and asked, Are we in danger? I smiled at her and said, No, not yet. Moments before, I had looked down at the gas gauge to see it bouncing from empty to 3/4 of a tank full. I couldn't get an accurate read, probably because of the massive waves in the water that made the boat rock violently. I immediately began estimating how much gas we had used and how much further we had to travel. As I was thinking, I began to feel fear. No gas, rough water, big waves equals boat sinking. I talked firmly with myself. Jodi, you have filled up with gas at this point, and you have gone this far, and should have plenty of gas to get back to the marina. When I surrendered the fear, I felt calm again. Throughout the next 2 hours, my mind would float from, oh no, this is bad, to all is well. I am out of control as far as getting more gas in the moment. But I am an experienced boater. If we run out of gas, I am resourceful and I will find help. It was a choice I made to surrender at least 20 times as we slowly made our way back to land. Surrendering always brought peace. Please be honest, responsible, and humble as you assess for these characteristics of connection inside of you, and ask yourself what your motive is for engaging with each of these characteristics. If you choose motives and distortion, you will contaminate each of the characteristics of connection and create their counterfeits, such as pride, selfishness, control, resentment, lust, fear, distraction, unreasonable expectations, and self-neglect. If you choose to engage your motives in truth, the evidence of truth is that you want nothing in return from another. You will be desiring to give to others rather than take. Making choices in truth will be a gift you give to yourself and to others by reflecting light through living in honesty, responsibility, and humility. Okay, so now let's continue on. We're going to be moving to safety and trust. Has a little picture here. Let's see if you can see it. There you go. I mean, we're getting into picture book zone, okay? Okay. Most people desire to live in connection, yet don't appreciate the eternal laws that govern it. Honesty, responsibility, and humility are the foundational pillars of all connected relationships. Safety and trust are the outcomes of choosing to live in connection. In this world of people choosing to disconnect, safety and trust are hard to recognize. When people hear that connection is built upon eternal principles of truth and that they are responsible to choose whichever direction, either in truth or distortion, many of them state, what? So I have to perfectly choose honesty, responsibility, and humility every time in order to be in truth and have connection? I invite them to recognize that these are eternal laws, and if people desire to be connected, they must also understand that safety is their responsibility to choose. Each of us is responsible to guard our safety mentally, emotionally, financially, sexually, physically, spiritually, and in all ways protect and boundary ourselves. Those of us who want to be safe people will assess our world The people experiences outcomes of our own and others' choices through the lens of, am I choosing to think and act in safety? Am I emotionally safe? Am I physically safe? Am I financially safe? Am I spiritually safe? Am I socially safe? Another way to look at it is asking yourself the question, am I choosing to think, feel, and act in honesty, responsibility, and humility? When you live in connection, you welcome into your world what is safe and exclude from your world what is not. This creates boundaries. Creating emotional safety is a solo act. Your responsibility is to create safety for yourself and others. Are the beneficiaries of the safety you create. Safety and trust are the outcomes of you choosing to be honest, responsible, and humble, and you assessing for honesty, responsibility, and humility from the people in your world. Safety is the foundation upon which trust is built. You are required to be a safe person in order to be worthy of trust. You choosing to be safe doesn't translate into you demanding that someone trust you. I mean, this is just rich, y'all. I mean, seriously. The very nature of you demanding is not safe. I mean, it's like, I'm like, did the same person write this book? I mean, seriously, it's like she hired a ghostwriter to write this and didn't check the vibe check because she would see that she's none of these things. Okay, people will trust you naturally because they see the fruits of your life choices and recognize the characteristics of safety inside of those choices. Abuse, self-neglect, cynicism, acrimony, ridicule, lies, resentments, secrets, distractions, manipulation, fear, drama, control, lust, victimhood, irresponsibility, and dishonesty violate safety. She literally just named all the top words that I would use to describe her and Ruby. Attention, penitence, validation, faith, vulnerability, awareness, boundaries, empathy, risking, respect, honor, openness, responsibility, forgiveness, and honesty foster safety. You are responsible to embody all those characteristics to create safety within yourself, which lends itself to trust and trustworthiness. Emotional safety in a relationship means both people, and it does bullet points now, are aware of their own emotions, are honest with themselves and each other about their emotions, are responsible for their emotions and the outcomes of their choices, do not behave in ways that are demeaning or aggressive, emotionally or physically. Emotional safety means both people in the relationship are honest and personally responsible for their own thoughts, feelings, and actions, and do not do anything to intentionally harm, belittle, disparage, ridicule, slander, manipulate, or aggress against each other. Now remember this, remember all the people that are like, the dudes that were like, yeah, I wanted to speak out, but she had gone around to everybody and already lined up that I was like this horrible, crazy person that would be doing this and had like slandered my name. Again, this is the stuff, it literally just really pisses me off, y'all. It's like, I cannot stand seeing these personality types. Again, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what she has, but she's got something that I'm talking about, Jodi, that literally just project their own issues onto everyone around them and are completely incapable or unwilling to see that they inhabit all these things too. Let's keep going. So, for example, consider a woman who is not willing to speak the truth because she is afraid she will be punished by her partner when she gets home. So she lies and states she is in agreement with plans when she is not. This is an example of a woman not choosing to act safely because her lack of honesty and responsibility for the reality she is choosing to live in. It is also an example of the partner not being safe because he has indicated to his partner that he will retaliate if he feels provoked. Let me share a story of a husband and wife where safety and trust were obliterated and then rebuilt upon the internal principles of honesty, responsibility, and humility. This is a story of horrid lies, lust, and numbness. After 29 years of marriage, Raquel walked in on her husband and another woman in their bedroom. This was not where her pain began. Rather, is where her years of pain were vindicated. Raquel had felt something was off with their relationship for their entire marriage, but because of her own self-degenerating distortions, she was unable to identify why she felt crazy all of those years until this moment. When I met the couple, they were ready to divorce, each for different reasons. She had built up an animated support system of many men and women willing to demonize and vilify her husband, which only gave her temporary satisfaction. He agreed with their accusations that he was not worthy of much as a result of his horrific lifelong choices, most of which she still was unaware of. As their advocate, I was shocked by the peripheral narrative and sincerely curious as to how they were going to piece this relationship back together, and what each of their motives were for doing so. After hearing 2 hours worth of details from both sides, it was eminently clear to me that they needed to physically take space from each other, so they did not continue to batter and abuse themselves and the other. This space would offer them the opportunity to independently see their own choices, perceptions, and emotions, and be responsible for all of them. As long as they were living in the same space, the abuse on both sides would continue. They both agreed, and that day he found another place to reside for a time. Now pause 1 second here. Now on the surface level, this could be completely true and whatnot, we don't know. But think about how many times every couple shared the same MO. They have to separate, the husband has to go elsewhere, and it's usually his fault, that type thing. Now oftentimes we do see in marriages when a couple splits, oftentimes the male will say go find another place or whatever, especially when they're kids, the kids are going to stay at home with the wife, like that kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? So again, I'm giving Jodi the benefit of the doubt in this right here, that maybe this is true, but as I'm reading it, I'm just thinking of a couple of the dudes, and Kevin included, who it's like, oh nope, here's the prescription, everything's, Kevin or whoever, you're doing A, B, and C that's wrong, you need to leave the house, you need to go, but keep that money flowing, especially to Jodi herself, right? You gotta wonder how much these people were paying. Okay, let's keep going. Every day they each called their men's and women's group. See, literally, y'all, this is like just Jodi 101. Worked with their sponsors, educated themselves on the principles of truth, listened to educational podcasts, and practiced the precepts for their own personal responsibility. They learned about truth and distortion, control and surrender, what each one was and was not responsible for, how to create and hold boundaries, how to express vulnerability and validation, how to truly and thoroughly repent and forgive, and many other characteristics that would invite any wounded soul back into a place of peace and freedom. They realized that this was not a marriage issue, rather it was an individual one. Fast forward 2+ years, and each spouse was now ready to interact with their partner for the first time from a place of rigorous personal responsibility for their own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. They both were fully immersed in their own process of repenting and cleaning up what they both were responsible for. As they met, it was the same two people physically, yet their spirits were completely different. They continued to say to each other, "You are so familiar to me, and yet I don't know you at all." They both were so humble, honest, responsible for their own perceptions, feelings, and actions. When they became triggered, they would ask for space and call and receive validation from the men and women who had been nurturing them back to truth for months. Both partners chose to be incredibly safe and every day continued to practice the principles of honesty, responsibility, and humility to create trust. Now again, I'm going to say this, y'all, I'm sorry, but these are the most exhausting damn people I have ever encountered in my life, okay? I am all for therapy, okay? I'm pro-therapy, I'm pro-self-help, I'm pro all that stuff. This is another level. This is insane. I'm all for, I don't like superficial relationships and friendships and things like that. I need to have depth, I need to have conversation. This right here, I'm like, please, can we talk about the weather? You know what I mean? Can we tone it down? We need surface level with these people. It's like, these are the kind of people that if two people, if the couple were sitting on the couch and one of them was like, hey, I'm going to go to the fridge and get this, they would have to have a therapy session to talk about that act of going to get a beverage from the sofa, from the refrigerator. I'm sorry, I just think all things sofa, the channel, Roscoe. You know what I'm saying, though? It's like, these are the people where it's like, we need superficial, you're at a 10, we need you at a 1. You know what I mean? And I hate to sound that way, but again, I'm just like, this is exhausting. Especially when you realize that most of it's made up by Jodi. 10 years later, this couple is in a very safe and connected relationship where they are independently responsible for themselves. Their relationship is centered in truth, which means they each understand when one of them feels or perceives something. It is that person's responsibility to get into the truth around it. Instead of calling their support group for validation and truth, they now usually turn towards each other for validation and support. After 10 years of seeing, the evidence of thousands and thousands of choices and safety from each of them, trust has been reestablished. It is a remarkable relationship, one that was rebuilt from the ashes of destruction into the sweetness of truth and connection because two people were willing to each take personal responsibility for their own perceptions, feelings, and actions, and choose truth rather than distortion. Their choice to be willing to look at themselves is the sole reason for this beautiful union thriving once again. When a person or relationship is safe, you can express your thoughts and feelings without fear or retaliation. You are free to make mistakes without being attacked. All emotions are allowed, honored, validated, and respected. Differing perceptions, opinions, and perspectives are honored. Curious questions are asked. Your choices do not threaten the other person. There are no secrets and no dishonesty between the two of you. Both of you own your mistakes and repent and forgive swiftly. Grudges are not held. Both people are willing to risk, be open and vulnerable, and share validation. You feel relaxed, secure, and safe. When these characteristics are present, you can be yourself in the relationship. Consistent patterns over an extended time, months and even years, of honesty, curiosity, awareness, responsibility, respect, humility, openness, repentance, vulnerability, validation, and consistency create trust. And I mean, there's some truth in these things that they're saying. Like, obviously, in a relationship, you need to be validated by your person, right? You need to have that safety, that space of like, I can, have a different opinion or what. I'm not discounting the part of this that she's talking about, but it's the fact that it's coming from her, number one, right? Because we see how relationships have worked out with her, right? I mean, it's just like she's a train wreck. And obviously the things that she did to these children and other victims as well. So that's the part that I have an issue with. Also, it's just a level of, like I said, where it's like there's just not light, right? It's not like I'm simply going to the fridge to grab a beer. Do you want one? It's we need to have a 30-minute session. Probably swipe your credit card for a few $100 to her. Again, that's at the center of this, because all I'm thinking of when I hear this is cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. 10 years of this with her? Oh, please. This is why she had that horrible house, right? Horrible it might be, expensive it was. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going. Safety and trust are created as you practice living in impeccable honesty, rigorous personal responsibility, and vulnerable humility. Safety engenders trust. Trust creates connection. Connection is what makes life fulfilling, safe, liberating, joyful, present, meaningful, and exciting. I know many people I consider to be safe people. I know they are safe because when I interact with them or have observed them interact with others, they embody the characteristics of safety regardless of the circumstances. They are vulnerable, which means they are willing to keep every experience in truth and not distort it. They are very validating, which doesn't mean they always agree with me or my stance. However, they are curious about me and my perceptions and truly desire to understand me. I can count on them to be honest with me when I ask, "What do you think?" They will honestly tell me the truth regardless of how uncomfortable the answer is. They are personally responsible to manage themselves and don't attempt to control anything or anyone who is not within their responsibility to control. They also share how I am affecting them, which allows me to be aware of my words and actions toward them. They hold boundaries around themselves, which helps me understand what they believe and think and how they will act in any situation. These safe people are so easy to get along with because I can relax and be at ease with them. I know who they are and what to expect from them. Because they are constant and consistent, I love being with them. And I definitely feel loved because there is no pretense with them. These relationships embody connection, who you really are. In order to practice the three core foundational principles of honesty, responsibility, and humility and experience connection, you must understand that you are a being that is good, known, worthy, loved, cherished, valued, and seen and known by a power that is greater than you are. At your core, regardless of your past, your choices, your behavior, the traumas you have experienced, or anything that has been done to you, your soul is defined by spiritual characteristics. These characteristics are innate, and although you may choose to ignore, deny, or disconnect from them, these characteristics are who you really are. If you choose to reconnect, you will rediscover your divinity. The following characteristics describe the person you truly are. Honest. Your soul desires to be honest and accountable. Your soul loves to tell the truth at all times. Your soul experiences joy, feels liberated, and resonates in truth to whenever you hear, learn, experience, speak, or choose the truth. Responsible. At a core level, you are a being made to be responsible. You are accountable for every choice you make, and you are capable of, and let me turn the page, learning from your past choices and making responsible, honest, compassionate choices for change. You feel capable, empowered, trustworthy, and strong when you choose responsibility. Humble is the next one. Your spirit recognizes your desire to learn and experience the excitement and understanding something new. These are all experiences in the practice of being humble. Aha moments are great spiritual opportunities to be humble and teachable. Humility means you are willing to stay open and curious. Humility urges you to change your thoughts, paradigms, choices, and behaviors into truth and embrace your vulnerability. Spiritual. You are not simply a physical organism composed of carbon and water. You are not only a body, you are a spirit. You have been around for a long time, and you will continue to exist after your physical death. You're a child of God. You are having a temporary physical experience on earth as a soul, a spirit, and a body. Your spirit is responsible to control your body, rather than your body controlling your spirit. Your spirit is constantly in communication with heaven and is desiring to hear the instructions of the non-physical world. Physical. In addition to being spiritual, you are also physical. Your physical body is where your spirit resides. Your physicality means you experience your life sensually through your five senses and emotionally through the chemical responses in your brain, which produce the powerful emotions you feel. Your physical body means you are vulnerable to sickness, death, and all of your life experiences. Emotional. You are a being who feels. Your emotions give you powerful and crucial information about your experiences and how you have perceived them. Emotion is the power, the energy that enables you to experience gratitude, compassion, resentment, fear, joy, vulnerability, hatred, jealousy, enmity, validation, and all other emotions that are created from the perceptions you choose inside of your experiences. Emotion is the driver, the motivator to choose truth rather than distortion, or distortion rather than truth, that either connects you or disconnects you with self, others, and God. Empathetic is the next one. Although your physical body is not naturally attuned to the skill of empathy, your spirit is an expert. Little children, because of their relationship with truth, are naturally empathetic. Empathy is the willingness to be vulnerable and validating, primarily within yourself, secondarily with others. Being empathetic means being connected intimately with the experiences, feelings, and pain of self and others. Your soul delights in engaging in vulnerability and naturally empathizes as you choose truth. The next one is intuitive. You are a spiritual being who is full of insight, knowledge gleaned from your long existence prior to your birth and your innate state of connection with self, others, and God. When you have gut responses or hear your sixth sense, that is your intuitive self, your soul in heaven, speaking to you. It is your choice to hear your guidance from this place of intuition or ignore it. Free-willed is the next one. You are endowed with the ability and responsibility to make autonomous choices. You have the capacity not to be controlled or forced by anyone or anything. In other words, you are not a victim in life, but are capable of overcoming anything. You are a being of immense power. Your free will means you take part in your own creation. Through your own choices, you decide what types of physical and spiritual being you will ultimately become. Capable is the next one. You are a magnificent and creative being who has experiences you perceive. You perceive your experiences, think about them, feel about them, remember them, and choose either in truth or distortion from them. You are capable of creating and improving both people and things. You are capable of learning and expressing both emotionally and irrationally. You are capable of healing from physically, emotionally, and spiritually traumatic experiences. You are capable of anything you set your mind to, and more importantly, become. Vulnerable. Although you are highly capable, you are also vulnerable. While you can act, make choices, learn, etc., you are also vulnerable to the consequences of your choices, others' actions, to God, and to life experiences outside of your control. You can act, yet you cannot control outcomes or other people. I mean, that's a real rich one right there. You live in a state of acute vulnerability, which is a gift to you. Your vulnerability is your greatest gift in that it gives you a platform to practice choosing either in truth or distortion as you learn about how you want to spend your one precious life. Compassionate is the next one. I can't believe she put that one in here. In addition to a lot of these. Okay, your spirit delights in recognizing, supporting, and serving self and others with their needs and vulnerabilities. A person who lives inside of connection deserves to love thy neighbor as thyself, it quotes. Authentic compassion is an outcome of practicing rigorous honesty, personal responsibility, and humility. When people live in integrity, they are stable and centered with self and with God, and therefore available to give freely to others without an agenda. Compassion towards others flows freely, and they desire to understand and have concern for the vulnerabilities of others. Connected is the last one. Connection is a familiar and natural experience for a child. Children are born connected, which means they have no distortion in them. You hear people state, out of the mouths of babies, meaning a child has said or done something honest, responsible, or humble. Connected. All people desire to experience the outcomes of being connected, yet don't know that connection is governed by spiritual laws of honesty, responsibility, and humility. So, there we go. She has explained those in thorough detail. So now we're at chapter 3, Eternal Principles that Govern Connection. It is imperative that you understand that these principles are the building blocks, the foundational framework for any relationship that desires to be connected. Connection begins within you. Therefore, you are responsible to understand and choose to live the 3 core principles of honesty, responsibility, and humility to their fullest potential. You cannot create nor have connection any other way. For this purpose, I want to speak to you very clearly about each principle to illuminate the fervor and rigor that is necessary to engage in the experience and experience the fruits of connection. Well, Jodi, I'm sold. Let's go, girl. Can't imagine by the time I finish reading this book, if I'm starting to talk about I just joined connections. It all makes sense to me now. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, if it does, I'll throw a life raft and be like, please pull me in first, okay? Don't worry. Okay, so here we go. The first one is honesty. Okay, how is emotional honesty different from just being honest? Emotional honesty means you are personally responsible for your emotions, and that your emotions are a direct result of how you choose to perceive your experiences. Being emotionally honest also means that you are responsible to manage your emotions and not distort them. Distorting emotions means that you are choosing to be irresponsible for how, why, what you feel. You are projecting your feelings onto something or someone else, and that is not emotionally honest. What have I been saying this whole book, y'all? Projecting. And here they are talking about the exact key word that I'm using to describe them. Okay. And they're projecting on others. It literally, the headiness of it is taking me out right now, okay? Anyways, the truth is you are always responsible for the perceptions you choose in every single experience. You are also responsible for the emotional outcomes of what you perceived as they manifest inside of you. You are never responsible for the emotional responses or reactions inside of another person. Your choices can and do absolutely affect others, and you are not the cause of their interpretations or emotions. Your emotions are a big deal. Your emotions are the energy that drives you to perceive the way you do. Have passion around those perceptions and engage in behavior that validates that emotion. Therefore, it is critical to be emotionally honest with yourself and others. Many of us don't pay much attention to our emotions, and as an outcome, we aren't aware of why and what we are choosing to, let's flip the page, perceive. It can feel like our emotions are choosing for us, and we can only react to them. Instead of being responsible and emotionally honest about them, we make many, many choices every day based on emotional reactions and never think twice about what we are doing, thinking, or feeling. How comfortable would you be if all of your thoughts and feelings were on display for others to see and hear? What would you look like if you were mentally and emotionally exposed? If you were vulnerable to others' view to know and evaluate your private thoughts and feelings, how would you choose? Would you be more responsible about what you give yourself permission to think and feel? Would you be more careful and deliberate about your perceptions and reactions? Would you be more empathic and understanding of yourself and others? Would you be less judgmental and angry? Would you be more patient? Would you ask more questions and stand in a place of curiosity rather than quickly evaluate, condemn, and sentence your victim? Would you be willing to truly love as God does? Being emotionally honest requires a nearly constant review of your thoughts, perceptions, feelings, agendas, motives, attitudes, beliefs, fears, moral expectations, and justifications numerous times throughout every day. You must learn who you are internally and not rely on your external expressions of what you do and what people think of you to identify your motives. Many of us are duplicitous and hypocritical. Well, you can say that again. Good God. We say one thing yet behave in contradiction to what we said. We mostly make these types of choices from a place of unconsciousness about what we choose to perceive and therefore choose to feel. And our behaviors only follow our chosen perceptions and feelings. Being emotionally honest is the best practice of exposing yourself in such a way that you are honest with all that you think, feel, and do. Emotional honesty means that all of your internal dialogue is up for self-examination. It means that you can begin to live a life where your inside dialogue of honesty matches your outside expressions of honesty. It means you don't live as a hypocrite because you are unconscious or because your private thoughts and feelings don't have a volume button for others to turn up and hear what you really think. Be congruous. Be full of integrity. Be authentic. Be mentally and emotionally clean and clear internally and externally. Again, would love to see them take their own advice, right? Would love to see that. Now, the next thing is responsibility. This one might take me out, y'all. I'm not going to lie. Rigorous personal responsibility is a constant, thorough examination of oneself. It is an attitude that says, I'm responsible for me. I'm responsible for what I think, how I feel, how I perceive what I want, how I choose to act, and what I choose to expect. It is my choice to respond to my experiences and create the outcomes I will have in life. Personal responsibility is multifaceted. It means you're emotionally honest, you feel and express your emotions, even the intense and uncomfortable emotions, and you are curious about them. You don't blame others for your feelings or try to avoid emotional discomfort. Personal responsibility means you meet your needs, your expectations, and your commitments emotionally, spiritually, and physically. You take care of yourself and keep the commitments you make to yourself and others. You show up consistently. Personal responsibility means you do not blame or shift ownership of your choices onto anyone or anything. Let's read that one again, Jodi. Okay? Personal responsibility means you do not blame or shift ownership of your choices onto anyone or anything. Literally how her and Ruby get through the day. Okay? And I'm talking down to some basic stuff. Okay? Like, nothing is their fault, right? Nothing. Okay? Like, everything is like somebody else's. Okay? This is just what blows my mind with this. Okay. I'm sorry. Let's keep going. I swear to God. We're going to keep going. Here we go. You practice making choices, intentional, aware, thoughtful, honest choices, and you are humbly willing to own, account for every choice you make and the outcomes that follow. When you make a mistake or choose to not follow through with a commitment, you identify how you affected yourself and others, and you make restitution and a plan to do all you can to never repeat the behavior. Again, they should really make them read this out loud in court, okay? Or like to the rest of their cell or something like that, right? Because literally everybody would be cackling over this. It's just so, it's insanely hypocritical. Personal responsibility is a pattern of great honor and respect towards yourself and others. Responsibility connects you with yourself, other people, and God. Responsibility teaches you empathy and compassion for self and others. By being responsible, you learn how you affect others. Holding yourself accountable for commitments and choices matures your soul, teaches you to be honest, frees you from distorted thoughts, selfishness, and lust, and opens you to love, self, and others. Now, the last thing Humility. I mean, my God, I can't roll my damn eyes hard enough over this one. Again, the common theme here is just that absolutely they do not take their own advice, okay? And I say they, but you know what I'm saying? I know Jodi wrote the book, but you know what I mean. Humility. Humility is an acknowledgement that there is something, truth, God, greater than yourself, and a willingness to align your will and choices to that reality. Humility is a choice to acknowledge and not take personally, go into distortion, your own and others' vulnerabilities, weaknesses, trespasses, and offenses. It is a recognition that I am the same as you. I am not better than or less than anyone else on the planet. A humble person examines behavior of self and others, desiring to understand and empathize. When you are humble, you are willing to give and receive feedback and change beliefs and behavior to match the truth. Humility is surrender, meaning you understand what you are responsible for and what you are not. Humility acknowledges and respects the power of choice within yourself and others, and desires to teach self and others if one desires to be taught truth. A humble person does not feel a need to fix or control others' problems or take over when someone else makes a choice they disagree with. Again, y'all, I cannot. Notice how I keep slipping into like this weird, almost like childlike, like, yeah, kind of voice. I just think that that's how they talk to themselves and convince themselves of this BS. You know what I'm saying? And again, it's not that it's I don't want to say this. Some of the basic stuff that she's trying to get across, obviously, yes, right? We can get, I mean, this is like the ABC 1, 2, 3 of lifetime stuff, some of this basic stuff. It's the fact that it's coming from her. Again, I'll say it 100 times in this. Now, she overcomplicates it because, I mean, some of the stuff is just simple, right? This whole thing about truth this, distortion that, but I mean, I'm like, honey, no, this is where she gets all extra. But again, it's coming from her. So it makes it like, a person has free will to perceive any way they choose, along with the responsibility for the outcomes they've chosen. These outcomes are the person's responsibility to own. Humility means you are teachable. Humility includes an openness and willingness to ask for help when you need it. In other words, it means acknowledging and fostering your ability to be emotionally vulnerable and open with other people. Humility is the prerequisite to emotional honesty and personal responsibility. Okay, now we're going to move to truth. Truth. Truth encapsulates these three principles. Truth requires that your thoughts, feelings, words, and actions are in accordance with being honest, responsible, and humble. In this book, the word truth is referenced many times. I mean, my God, take a shot for that one. Dear Jesus, we've already said it 3 billion times. We're on page 44. About halfway through the book, okay? We've said it literally. I mean, y'all, if we were taking shots, we'd be dead like 10 pages ago, okay? Anyways, truth is not an abstract philosophical concept, nor is it a general, meaningless, feel-good term. When I use the word truth, I mean something very specific. Truth is about the facts of human existence. Truth is constant and unchanging. Truth is eternal. The core truth in this book is that every living person has the power of choice. You and I have a choice in how we perceive, what we choose to think, and, well, what we say, what we choose to feel, what we do, and how we choose to live. Golly jeepers. She didn't say golly jeepers. But you know she wanted to. Okay, here we go. Living in truth means being impeccably honest, emotionally, temporally, and spiritually, rigorously responsible for your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, and consistently humble and teachable. The last person you would ever think of being a teachable human being, and yet here she is. Again, I know I'm going to stop and say that over and over, but it's just, y'all, this is the part that gets me, is the fact that these words are coming from her mouth. I shaketh the booketh. Okay, here we go. Truth describes things that are internal, unchanging, concrete, and factual. Truths are empirical, measurable, and personal, and knowable by a third party. Truth is objective and cannot be changed by a person's perceptions, opinions, or emotions. Truth cannot be controlled nor altered because you or I desire to change it. And attempting to change truth means choosing to live in distortion. And attempting to change truth means choosing to live in distortion and denial, which brings about many maladies of mind, body, and spirit. Knowing what truth is enables you to distinguish between truth and distortion. If you are desiring connection, you must hone the skill of choosing truth and living in truth. Here are some statements of truth. Notice the factual, objective, eternal nature of these statements. Now, the way she does it is she has the book. I don't know if you can see it, but she lists them out. She's very big on lists and like making multiple things, like a paragraph of like different words and verbs and descriptive words. It's really obnoxious. Okay. The truth, facts. The clouds are above me. I'm 5 feet 9 inches tall. I'm a core whore. I'm just joking. She didn't say that. If she said I'm a core whore in here, I would have fallen out. I would have been like, that's about the most damn truthful damn thing that she's put in this book. Okay. Today is my birthday. I cooked the steak at 400 degrees. Tomorrow will come. If I jump off, I will fall. The car is blue. It is 75 degrees in this room. Today is June 5th. I'm responsible for my thoughts and emotions. I was late to the meeting. I parked on the south side of the building. I am male-female. I will die someday. Being able to state the truth about your experience and existence creates stability and safety in your life. The purpose of this book is to teach you to live according to the truth, honesty, responsibility, humility, and simultaneously to connect to what feels true to you, your emotional experience. Being responsible for yourself and practicing self-care means connecting with your emotional truths. She meant something else there, I think. As well as knowing and living according to truth. Okay. I use the word true to refer to your internal experience. What is emotionally true relates to your emotions, perceptions, and opinions of any given experience. These perceptions are subjective, personal, changeable, internal, emotional, and not directly knowable by other people. Things that are emotionally true can and do change because your emotions and perceptions of reality change frequently. Notice how the following statements are subjective and reflect the emotions, perceptions, and opinions of the speaker. Again, it's another damn list, and it says true, parentheses, perceptions. The car is ugly. The room is uncomfortably warm. I'm having a great day. My emotions are uncontrollable. That meeting was stressful. There are a lot of clouds. I don't want tomorrow to come. I'm really short. My birthday is on the best day of the year. If I fall, I get hurt. The steak was cooked at a perfect temperature. The south parking lot is the best entrance, well, to the building. Okay, that's it. Understanding the difference between truth and true will give you immense clarity as you are scrutinizing each choice you make for truth. Knowing that there is only one path to truth, that you can find it through asking questions, is a breakthrough in the assessment of truth. All other choices are either distortion or true according to a person's perceptions. Just out of sheer curiosity, we're going to count the number of times in this one paragraph right here that she uses this word. So truth, true, truth, 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 true. 6 times. Okay, just wanted to put that out there. Just that's all we're doing. It is your responsibility always, every time, to choose to live in truth. When you behave in ways that are contrary to truth, who you really are, you are creating conflict inside yourself, and you will begin to manifest emotional, mental, and physical symptoms. When you live by these principles of honesty, responsibility, and humility, you will live in a state of unconditional love for yourself, which you then desire to share with others. These principles may appear simple. However, once you appreciate the emotional and mental effort it takes to learn and activate them, you will understand why so few people choose to live in truth, even though doing so will heal them emotionally, spiritually, and mentally. It's shocking to read these things come from her mouth, and to then think I just go back to the courtroom appearance. Number one, if you compare Ruby's statement to Jodi's, which Jodi basically didn't have one, the judge even had to be like, has she come around to maybe saying this isn't the kid's fault? You can see how she has twisted this to this was the kid's fault. We didn't do this. What did she say to the guy? We didn't cause those wounds on their legs. We put the tape there, but that was them who tried to get out and did that to themselves. We didn't do that. And that's where you're like, this is how you justify this. Right? And then her talking about almost giddy, almost like she's being sent to prison to minister from there, like it's a martyr type thing. Well, you see why she thinks that. Everything is twisted around in that way. I don't know what to believe of what really happened to her and what she's been through and all that kind of stuff. But I do know that whatever she has lived through, she has seemed to translate that into harming other people on various levels. And various people from families to children to you name it, right? Chapter 4, what is disconnection? Now she even has a picture. So here we are. Chapter 4, what is disconnection? And it says the spectrum of distortion, and it kind of gives us a little flow chart here, okay? And then we're just going to start. So, when you desire to connect, you must engage in a process of personal awareness, consciousness, and curiosity. You must also understand and learn about the characteristics that block connection, the characteristics that define disconnection. Disconnection is the default position we go into if truth is not present in our choices. I mean, already, y'all, so many words for stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, so many words. Disconnection, distortion, that. And then so many lists. Oh my God, we got another bullet point list here. Is it going to show it? So, let's get through it. Disconnection is characterized by the following. Any form of dishonesty, breaking commitments, personal irresponsibility, control, overt, covert, manipulative anger, resentments, lack of humility, living in fear, being prideful or arrogant, distractions, keeping secrets, entitlements, blaming, self-neglect, lustful or selfish behaviors, denials, addictions. All the things present in Jodi and Ruby. Any thoughts or behavior that are contrary to being honest, responsible, or humble will violate the ability to connect. These are just a few of the ways that a person manifests disconnection. Another damn list. Another bullet point list, y'all. Here we go. Lies and keeps secrets, manipulates to get what they want, makes others responsible for their choices' outcomes. I mean, can we say this one again through the lens of these two characters being Jodi and Ruby? Makes others responsible for their choices and outcomes. I mean, anyways, acts really nice and lies about motives. Not with this. It's like she sat down and thought of everything. She was like, how would I describe myself? Ooh, I know. And she started making this list about herself and then immediately projected it on everybody else, right? I can't. So breaks commitments, hides addictive behaviors, isolates and is unwilling to be vulnerable, feels alone and not enough. She's going to slide that book title in there. Acts entitled and arrogant, tells you whatever you want to hear, fears being responsible for their choices, blames, rationalizes, compares, distracts, avoids, etc. Disconnection is another word for numb. When a person chooses distortion, they will experience the outcomes of disconnection. Their emotional and spiritual senses are slowed and eventually numbed. This leads them to make more and more destructive choices in distortion, which results in more numbness. The inability to feel or care about the consequences will manifest in their life and the lives of anyone close to them. On its face, disconnection looks like unadulterated selfishness. However, disconnection is truly a manifestation of a person's unawareness or unwillingness to understand the spiritual outcomes of choosing distortion rather than truth. Let me share a difficult story with you. Immediately into one of her God-forsaken stories. Every single one of disconnection's characteristics are found inside this story of one man's unwillingness to be honest, responsible, or humble. I am sharing this particular story because it highlights distortion's lies and the disconnection that always follows. At any point, this story could have had a different outcome if the person who was choosing would have been humble and willing to stop and take responsibility for the choices he was making and been honest about his perceptions and distortion rather than truth. Okay, now pause here real quick. Imagine, I just had this thought. Imagine if one of us wrote a book. All these stories that she tells, almost if you took the structure of her book, like the telling us what disconnection is, but all the personal stories, you took her story from our viewpoint and put in here. So imagine the things she's saying. This involves a woman who is not willing to blank, whatever. And then we sent it to her. I bet you she would not have enough self-awareness to realize it was about her, right? She would be like, wow, this is a really awful person. They really need Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I can hear it now. That's all it would have taken. Instead, he chose a life of massive chaos. So unnecessary and so preventable. Here is his story. When Scott was a child, his parents were in a dynamic of addiction. His father was an alcoholic and his mother was his father's classic enabler. Some of Scott's earliest memories were of him crying for what seemed like hours in his room and not being heard over the fighting taking place between his parents in various rooms of the house. His world was full of neglect, fear, and confusion. and control, which led him to interpret his world at a very young age in distortion rather than truth. Scott was not able to connect with either of his parents, and his little world was full of distortions. This was the backdrop of Scott's story. When I met Scott, he was in his early 50s. He appeared to be successful in life and somewhat happy with his accomplishments. However, Scott's life was one huge contradiction. When he first explained why he was sitting across from me, I did not understand. He painted a picture of a loving father and family man, devoted husband and spiritual leader, hard worker and financially successful, and dedicated friend to many. As the story unfolded over the weeks, I quickly pieced the puzzle together that Scott was living inside one enormous distortion after the other. Scott disclosed that he was a closeted alcoholic and drug user who had begun stealing from his father's liquor cabinet when he was 9 years old. He told stories of traveling for work and spending his bonus money that he received from his job on gambling, often in Las Vegas. What my wife doesn't know about won't hurt her, and besides, she is living a lifestyle enjoyed by the top 1% of the population because of me, Scott retorted. I hate it in writing when people use the word retorted. It is like such a common do not do basic 101 creative writing type thing. Scott retorted. I'm just like, cannot roll my eyes hard enough. Anyways, that's me being nitpicky. During his extensive travel for work, Scott revealed that he had been engaging in illicit sexual encounters with hundreds of women and some men. Over the course of months working with him, I would ask him every time he disclosed more of this story to me, "Does your wife know about this?" And his answer was always the same: "No, and you can't tell her because she will divorce me." I repeatedly thought, divorce is the least of your problems. You know she told the wife. You know she did, right? She couldn't wait to break this situation up. This has her name written all over it. Scott was in conflict in every area of his life. He was a walking duplicity. When he was home and between his traveling schedule, he was, according to him, a present and a kind husband and father and loyal to spiritual responsibilities. He was a friend to all and everyone liked him. However, not too far under the surface was a horribly depressed, confused, fearful man who was masqueraded as self-reliant, capable, and having the world by the tail. Scott was alone in this world as far as he could see, and I was inviting him back into reality where there's peace, joy, and connection. It was always curious to me why he continued to come back and see me, because I confronted him constantly, yet he was consistent about his appointments. I did all I knew how to do to assist this poor, distorted soul back into truth, but he was not willing to honestly confront the consequences of his choices. One day, as I was teaching him about being vulnerable and the power of connection, he shared something I didn't see coming. He disclosed that he had another family on the other side of the world that no one knew anything about. I tried not to act shocked. He has been keeping the secret for close to 20 years, and he finally shared it. I am sure it gave him some sense of relief to share the details, yet it was not enough to motivate him to battle the powerful compulsions of his addicted brain. Can you imagine what a dangerous human being she is to confide this stuff in? I mean, we see the outcome. I can almost guess where this is headed, right? Literally almost guess. As he shared the memories of his past, he realized how his addiction was the way he attempted to manage the millions of lies he told throughout his life. He knew that he was headed for more serious outcomes, since his typical acting out behaviors were not satisfying his cravings for disconnect. I validated him and validated him. I spoke the truth to him and invited him to choose differently. For months, I invited him to choose to clean up this record by choosing to be honest, responsible, and humble, and every time he refused. Sometimes he would be very overt about his unwillingness, and other times quite passive. He acted like there was no hope for him. I assured him repeatedly that he could clean all of this up and have peace in his life, but he wanted to control the lies and keep his wife in the picture, and therefore he would not tell anyone. The last thing I heard from Scott as he left my office after 6 months of working with him was that he was choosing to live the rest of his life with these secrets, knowing that he was unwilling to come clean about all of his lies. I was sad and still am for his willful choices. He is a man that can be healed, and yet he is not willing to surrender to truth or choice of outcomes. 5 years later, I received correspondence from his family that he took off one afternoon, and they have not seen or heard from him since. My heart sank. His disconnect made him numb to the reality of his outcomes. Disconnection is always one choice away. Unfortunately, most people who choose disconnection don't appreciate its destructive outcomes. It is imperative that you understand the oppositional forces of connection and disconnection, so you can truly choose for yourself which outcomes you would prefer. When you face those outcomes, you will again have an opportunity to choose to confront them with connection or disconnection, and the cycle continues. Remember, disconnection is an outcome of making choices that are contrary to truth, honesty, responsibility, and humility. And how inauspicious it is to be making choices with disconnecting outcomes that negatively affect the ones you love. Every person has a right to choose either connection or disconnection. There are only two paths. When you consciously or unconsciously choose disconnection, you create pain for yourself, which will manifest mentally, emotionally, and physically if not corrected with choices grounded in truth. As humans, we naturally seek ways to assuage pain by using strategies full of distortion, denial, distraction, and control. These strategies cut off our emotions and numb us until we cannot feel. We experience emotional disconnection and detachment from our emotions and our experience. In this disconnected state, we cannot love self or others, recognize truth, or create intimate relationships. Disconnection is an egocentric condition in which we isolate ourselves and refuse to feel compassion for self or others. Disconnection is full of selfishness, control, fear, and distraction. The antidote to disconnection is humbly accepting your vulnerability and being responsible and honest about your perceptions, emotions, and actions inside your experiences. Now we're going to go on to the key word of the day and the damn book. Distortion. Okay, I'm eager to read about this one. So, distortion. The single core component that creates disconnection is called distortion. Distortion has been called other names such as shame, lies, or dishonesty. Distortion means distorting the truth. Any thought, word, idea, belief, perception that is not a truth will be in distortion. That's it. It's that simple. We discussed what truth is and how truth is different from the concept of true earlier. Just in that one sentence, y'all. Truth, truth, true. 3 times. If you are willing to critique yourself, your thoughts, your feelings, and your behaviors, you will choose which reality you live in. Truth or distortion. Because truth and distortion are oppositional forces, in order to know truth, you must know distortion. When you begin to recognize that you are using your agency to choose either truth or distortion, you begin to awaken to the power of choice, that your choices are inseparably connected to outcomes. For example, if I choose to jump from anything that is raised in the air, a stool, a building, a plane, the outcome will be that I fall to the ground. Why? Because of the law of gravity. If I choose to walk over shards of glass with no shoes on, the outcome will be that I will cut my feet. If I choose to go to California, the outcome is that I will be in California, not in New York. If I choose to call someone a mean name and they experience it as hurtful, the outcome is that they feel hurt. With every choice, there's always an outcome, whether you recognize it or not. The driving characteristic of distortion is pride. When we talk about pride, we often think of someone who only talks about themselves and disregards others. These are some classic manifestations of selfishness, yet pride has a broader definition. Pride encompasses dishonesty in all forms and always includes selfishness and self-deception. Pride is about you distorting the truth, what is honest, responsible, humble, and believing the resulting lies. When you choose to be prideful and disconnect, you choose to believe 2 distinct lies: self-denigration and self-adulation. Okay, so now we're going to go into the next section. It's called self-denigration and self-adulation. Lie number 1, self-denigration. This is getting all scientifical up in here. Okay, so self-denigration invites you to define yourself as less than others. It creates a false belief that sounds like this. Here we go for another list. I'm not enough, I'm unlovable, I'm unworthy, I'm incapable. Please hold. We have to turn the page. I'm inadequate, I'm undeserving, I'm responsible to make others happy. I never get anything right. My needs don't matter. What's wrong with me? Why does everything always go wrong? Self-denigration focuses on the other to the exclusion of the self, distorted selfishness. This pattern of self-deception has been highly reinforced. Self-denigration is seen as a desirable and necessary characteristic to be a virtuous and loving person. Self-denigration tells you that you can't experience confidence, joy, or peace because you are bad, unworthy, and not enough. You can't share how you really feel and think because it may upset someone. You must work harder, give more, deny yourself more, neglect yourself more, serve more, and then you'll finally be enough. How exhausting. The lie of self-denigration states that fulfillment, love, connection, and satisfaction are not available to you unless and until you give all of yourself to others, needs, wants, demands, and desires, and sacrifice yourself for the fulfillment of another. When you focus on what others want, think, desire, expect, feel entitled to, or believe is theirs or should be theirs to the exclusion of yourself and what you need, think, feel, and believe, you are being driven by self-denigration. Now, I'm sorry, it could just be me because I've been reading this, whatever, but I'm like over here dying over that paragraph. I'm like, what? Like, this is so butchered, but it could just be me. The lie of self-denigration spews manipulation and deception around not just you, but about everything and everyone else as well. When you focus on others without taking care of yourself first, you will attempt to control others in efforts to control your own emotions and uncomfortable situations and experiences. Attempting to control others is a form of self-protection in which you enter into an illusion that you can avoid feeling discomfort. This distorted form of selfishness is based in denial, and its outcome is disconnection from yourself, others, and God. When you deceive yourself to believe that you're focusing on others, you are really attempting to control primarily your own and secondarily their opinions, perceptions, fears, and expectations of both of you. When you choose to act from a position of self-denigration, you will always have selfish motives driving your choices. When you attempt to give to another before you learn to give and care for yourself, you will have a self-serving agenda in the background. What appears to be your gift of love and caring is really based in self-loathing, fear, pity, not enoughness, misdirected piety, I can't say that word, and conscious or unconscious attempts to receive recognition, praise, acknowledgement, gratitude, or acceptance from the receiver. This type of giving is full of distortion and manipulation, since the giving is not coming from an authentic place of love towards the receiver. Thus, it always wants something in return. This illusion of selfless love and connection is very difficult to detect because you must know the motives, heart, and desires of the giver. The initial behaviors of the giver will not divulge their motives. However, if you watch their behaviors and listen closely to their language, their motives will be exposed over time. If I, the giver, am not paying attention to what is motivating me, if I'm not conscious and deliberate and honest about my choices, feelings, and behavior, I will give from a position of distortion. The truth is, I am responsible for myself and no one else. The truth is, I am enough, valuable, good, capable, worthy, and can fulfill my own needs and advocate for myself. My God. Again, it's just more of the same stuff of literally just projecting all of these issues that she has on herself. Now that the cat's out of the bag, because remember, when she wrote this, she's revered, oh, the church is sending people to her, all this kind of stuff. You know, she knows her stuff. Look at the damaged soul behind that. And you cannot tell me for 1 second that these people who are doing stuff with her did not see some sign of she off. She ain't right. You know what I'm saying? Because you know it has to come through. Just listening to her podcast, you can hear the smarmy, condescending tone just coming out in droves in her tone. So I'm like, you know she had to be this way in person. Okay, so now we're going to move on to lie number 2, self-adulation. Yeah, it starts off with a big list, so just, you know, take a sip from the cuppa or something. Self-adulation invites you to define yourself as better than others. It creates a false belief that sounds like this. Now, I can already tell you from that first line, y'all, I'm going to follow this damn chair. 100% follow this damn chair that she has the audacity to write this. I mean, let me drink it from the damn cuppa first. And side note, I was just reading some of your comments in between taking a break on part 2. Y'all are so spot on. It's so interesting to see. This is what I love about doing stuff like this, to see how everyone sees this behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like you can just clock it immediately. And it's like somebody made a comment, and I can't remember how it went exactly, but essentially saying like how condescending it is, like for the way she gives examples, like we're too stupid to get it, and that probably she doesn't even know it. She's talking about herself, so she has to like make an example of it or whatever. And I was like, yes. You know, it's like she's talking to children or something like that. And we already see how much she cares and respects children, right? But this is how she looks at everyone but herself. Okay, so we're ready. Let's go down this list. I deserve to have whatever I want. I'm unique, special, and different. I can do what I want. I'm the exception. I am the best. How dare you? I'm always right. I don't have to follow the rules. Don't tell me what to do. Don't question me. I know what's best for you. This is who I am, and I can't or want to change. Y'all know, she thought she ate with that right there, y'all. No, she thought she ate with that. She was like, this came so easy for her to write that part right there, because literally, she just described herself in a nutshell. Okay, here we go. Self-adulation invites you to focus on yourself to the exclusion of others and completely disconnects you from both yourself, others, and God. This disconnection creates the illusion that you can control others in order to protect yourself from ever being hurt. This is not the truth. When you focus on what you want, think, desire, feel entitled to, or believe is yours or should be yours, and do not think about others or have empathy or compassion for anyone else, you are choosing self-adulation. A person can never give love towards self or to another when they are in the mindset of me, me, me. Self-adulation is a destroyer of connection, vulnerability, validation, empathy, and compassion towards self and others. Though it is appropriate to lovingly care for yourself, self-adulation says fulfillment, love, connection, and satisfaction are only available by focusing exclusively on myself and only on what I want. Selfishness tells you to seek out whatever you want and to defend yourself from others, or be better than others, or get them before they get you. You may not realize when you are in a position of self-adulation because your manipulation, control, anger, fear, self-serving motives, and the enabling of others will keep you reactionary and distracted from the truth of how you are affecting yourself and others. I mean, my God. Two sides of the same coin. Self-denigration and self-adulation are two different sides of the same coin of distortion. One side of the coin is self-denigration, not feeling worthy or loved, self-loathing, and not enoughness. The other side of the coin is self-adulation, pride, perfectionism, aggrandizement. I have no idea. I've never even seen that word. That doesn't mean anything. That says more about me. Entitlement, always needing to be right and feeling more than enough. Both positions of self-denigration and self-adulation are motivated by dishonesty, fear, deception, control, manipulation, and disconnection. The outcome of these positions is the illusion of self-control and self-love. Both positions are full of distortions and speak untruths to their audience. You. Literally just described herself what she's doing. One position is not better than the other. Self-denigration may feel more loving because it appears less overtly aggressive and centered on self. However, neither lie includes personal responsibility, honesty, appreciation, love, or respect for oneself or others. Self-denigration and self-adulation are evidence of significant hatred for oneself. Since no person who hates self can create or manifest love for self or another, both lies are isolating and destructive to intimacy in all relationships. Although these lies are born from a desire to shield ourselves from pain, the truth is that disconnecting and withdrawing from self and others will not stop emotional discomfort, because the discomfort and pain are not coming from other people or from our experiences. Rather, the two great lies of self-denigration and self-adulation are the culprits. They invite you to misinterpret your life's experiences, enticing you to deny your natural state of vulnerability and seducing you to believe distortions. The outcome is emotional pain and disconnection. I mean, y'all, again, it could be me because I'm recording this back to back or whatever. And what I mean by that is just side note. So my thing records for 30 minutes and then fills up and I go to the next one. So I kind of do it in increments like that. So by the time I'm on my second one, I'm kind of like with stuff like this, you know what I'm saying? So saying that, I'm just like, I'm sorry, but the dis words, disconnect, distortion, da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. See, Roscoe's even like, he's like, good God. He's like, bro, I gotta stretch. He's like, you got any chicken over there? Any hamburger? Something besides some damn disconnect. Is it upsetting? Are you in distortion? I'm in complete distortion, Father. Anyways, but I'm just like, it's like a mouthful of screws. I'm like, whoa, 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 with that whole paragraph, right? But again, it might just be me getting like, kind of like, you know, like I can't see straight. So Let's drink it from the cuppeth on that one. Roscoe, you need to sit. Okay, he went back to sleep. Self-denigration and self-adulation, the two great lies of distortion. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. That whole first sentence right there, I'm like, just all these extra words. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not trying to like sound like dumb or something like that. Like, oh, my vocabulary is like more basic, but it's just like she keeps using them over and over and over and over and over. And I get it's the name of the chapter, but it's just like it's so complicated. She makes everything so complicated, and it's probably a way to make herself feel more important. You know what I mean? Because it's almost like she's trying to make this out to be way more than it is. It's like, girl, you're at a 10. We need you at like a 5. Okay, this is not as tricky as you think. You know what I'm saying? Especially for somebody that's having their license revoked, this, that, and the other. No, girl, this is not it, okay? Anyways, they are not benign beliefs. If you believe either or both of these lies about yourself, you will behave in very destructive ways. Distorted thoughts are so constant and so prevalent in our thought patterns and choices that I call distortion the voice. She's going to try. You know she was bitter when they came out with that TV show. She was like, I've copyrighted that. We've been believing distorted thoughts since childhood. Because we've been reacting to this voice of distortion, the statements of distortion feel true. The voice of distortion influences every person who is not aware of its deceptive nature. Distortion has been called the master emotion because of its power to destroy all love and connection, beginning with love and connection to oneself and to God. The desire to control drives both of these two great lies. Thus, they are diametrically opposed to truth. When we live in truth, we are driven by the opposite of control, which is surrender. Truth is about acceptance and surrender with no motive of controlling anyone or anything. When we live in truth, we simply accept what is and make choices accordingly. Okay, now we're getting ready to read Moving from Self-Denigration and Self-Adulation to Connection. When you choose to live in self-denigration or self-adulation, the focus will always be on yourself. This focus on self is very different from focus required to create self-love. Self-love is not an idea nor an emotion. Rather, self-love is a set of behaviors. Self-love is evidence when you are willing to look at yourself and say, I will be responsible for me. Emotional honesty creates responsible thoughts, behaviors, feelings, and motives. Now, this is rich coming from somebody whose friends let her stay in the house talking about she doesn't bathe, her head spins around 3 times, she throws up pea soup, and she's trying to sleep with my man. Okay, that's literally what I'm sitting here thinking when I read walking down the damn stairs backwards like she just auditioned for Exorcist Part 5. Okay, I'm like sitting here like, yeah, honey, self-love is a set of this. Like, how can you even have the audacity to write about this? Okay, but that's how these personality types are. If you've dealt with them in your real life, this is obviously an extreme exaggeration, one that was like able to just like go unbridled for so long. But on the basic level of like dealing with somebody like this, whether it's a family member or somebody you dated, whatever, you know what I'm talking about, right? Where you're just like clueless how they can literally be wearing a blue shirt and telling you, God, people who wear blue shirts are just so dumb and idiotic. And you're like, am I missing something here? Am I crazy? All right, so now we are in Chapter 5, Connection versus Disconnection. With every choice, we reveal if our motives are based in truth or distortion, resulting in either connection or disconnection. To understand when others are living in truth or distortion, we must be careful and thoughtful observers. As an example, here are 2 contrasting presentations of connection and disconnection. Again, now that comment that I was talking about earlier, now that is all that goes through my mind where I'm like, okay, now she thinks we're stupid, so she's going to give us these examples, but she's also trying to figure out herself what she's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because she's like, I just don't think they can get it, you know? And it's like, well, what is it? And she's like, I don't know. Let's just make some examples. Okay, so I used to have 2 offices, but I decided to close both of them. A likely story. Girl, please. I'm done, girl. Honey, the feds came in and closed that stuff up, okay? I decided to close both. It's called losing your license, sweetie. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I decided to close both of them. I offered much of my furniture and decorations to 2 different people. They both were very excited to receive such bland and horrible items. I'm just joking. It doesn't say that. You know, her decorations are like a pile of just like bland looking mud ball. Like, that's it. Like, this is the most color you're going to get in her house, right? So let's start with it. Let's just do that whole line over again, y'all. They were both very excited to receive them and express their willingness to participate in the moves. One person called me and stayed in touch about the moving arrangements. This person was willing to come and participate in the move and was there on moving day, on time and prepared with a truck and extra people to help. Throughout the hours of moving, this person was happy and continued to express gratitude as items were being placed in the truck. When we finished, my friend even offered to help clean up. A week later, I received a card from this person, again expressing gratitude for the items and sharing details about how they were used. This was a connecting interaction. I cannot with this, y'all. I'm sorry. Can you imagine, like, going to have coffee with her at lunch and, like, say you brought her a little something you haven't seen in a while. Oh, like, hey, girl, it's good to see you. I brought you this. Thank you for this book. I am feeling joyed and connected at this interaction we've just had. I like this. I am happy in this moment. And this thing, like, right here, especially as you get older, you know what I'm saying? As you get older, you're like, look, I'm just trying to get through the damn day. I'm trying to put some damn food on the table and get through the damn day and get back to that damn sofa. So when you run into people like this, take out the crimes, right? But just this type person, this extra, it's like, honey, I don't have time for all this. I've got my own family. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? We're just trying to put some damn food on the table and get back to the sofa at nighttime, honey. We don't have time for a connecting interaction. Please hold. God's sakes, this calls for it. Drinking from the damn cup. Damn near pisses me off. Now she's gonna. Now this. Okay. Also, this 100% is all veiled in her calling this person out who did not act this way. Okay. And I'll give my opinion here after we read this. I'm going to tell you what the next paragraph is on people who are like this, because this is like a high form of manipulation. What she's doing. I'm acting like I'm doing something nice, but I have strings and expectations attached to it. So here we go. My experience with the second person was very different. When I called this person to share details of the upcoming move, I was met with scheduling challenges and was asked if I could reschedule the move for another time. I was surprised and shared that this was the best time for me and the landlord. This person seemed bothered, yet still expressed willingness to come. I called twice before the anticipated moving date and provided details. Although this person made no attempt to contact me back, the day came to move and the landlord and I were left waiting for the truck to arrive. I called to check on my friend, only to be met with excuses, with no acknowledgement of the broken time commitment and the effect it had on us. This person arrived 35 minutes late, exasperated, dramatic, and full of rationalizations for the late arrival. The next couple of hours of moving were filled with complaints and declaration of exhaustion. I was looking forward to completing the job and having some space from this person because the negative energy was toxic. She probably was the person doing this to somebody else at one point, and now she's done this. Like, made it like it was somebody doing it to her. And my next thought is it was probably one of her kids. It was like, God knows, what does she want now? Do I have to go? And can you imagine? Okay, after the last of the items were placed in the truck, I was offered a token thanks, with no offer to help clean, vacuum, or dust the empty space as my other friend had done. Though I still interact with this person, I have never received a word of gratitude. This was a disconnecting interaction. Who is going to put that in the damn book? Other than a bitter queen. And I don't even want to give her the title of damn queen. 100% was either one of her kids. Then she's lying about having interactions still, because from what I understand, the family doesn't talk to her, or maybe her ex or whatever. Here's my thing with this, and let me fact check myself before I say this real quick. We're gonna go back and make sure. I had 2 offices, but I decided to close both of them. I offered much of my furniture and decorations to 2 different people. Okay, she decided to close them, so she offered the stuff, so she's giving it to them. But there is strings attached, is what I'm getting at. Here's the thing: when you give something to somebody with expectations and strings attached, that's not giving, it's manipulation. Okay, and even if it's a level of like, well, I'm going to give this to you, but I want you to kiss my butt, and be like, oh, thank you, Jodi. Thank you for giving us your 1980s home goods collection. You know what I'm saying? Like, or whatever it is. You see where I'm going with this? But we already know she's manipulative. We already know this about her. We're not distorted over this fact. Next section here. Choosing between distortion or truth. We always have a choice before us. At any moment, we each have the option to choose distortion or truth. The outcome of choosing distortion is more distortion, creating a painful emotional state of confusion, control, self-neglect, distraction, entitlement, pride, self-loathing, anger, and fear. Distortion moves you out of truth and invites you to question who you are, your divinity. If you choose distortion, you will experience disconnection. Disconnection is the outcome of being emotionally dishonest, not open, teachable or willing, and irresponsible about your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. The lack of choosing truth is a pandemic human plague. And not knowing how to connect with oneself is the core issue for all of us. Unawareness or unwillingness to choose truth exasperates your vulnerability to provide all manner of distortion, which in turn creates all types of aggression, controlling, addictive, and other destructive behaviors and attitudes towards self and others. Learning to be honest, humble, and responsible is the key to healing all types of addictive and destructive behaviors, and the outcome is connection. I mean, my God, y'all. So exhausting. Such an insufferable, exhausting person. We're entering into part 2. Now we're gonna go a little bit further. We're gonna see how far we get, because I am starting to get into that, like, oh my gosh, I am rejecting the book state. Okay, so let's just know that, just understand that, okay? Okay, now just so you know, this is what the page looks like. So it's several bullet points here. So we're going to read through it. Experience is a gift from our Creator. The only way for us to practice using our choice is to have something to project our choice onto, and that is experience. Experience comes from 3 different sources. The outcome of our choices, and then there's 3 bullet points. I didn't set the timer on the stove and dinner burned. I snoozed my alarm and I'm late for work. I washed my sheets and they're clean and fresh. The outcomes of others' choices. The cat ran away when my brother did not shut the door. My spouse made me breakfast and I feel appreciated. My friend splashed me and my hairdo is ruined. Things that just happen. I am diagnosed with a serious illness. My flight is canceled because of bad weather. There is a mouse in the house. As you have experiences, it is your opportunity to choose either truth or distortion in the experience. Experience is a neutral concept, and choice is where you begin to engage with it. Experience is constant. Experience is a loving opportunity from God to practice again and again and again, choosing between truth and distortion. Experience affords us opportunities over and over again to accept and acknowledge our state of existence in this world, which is vulnerable. Experience gives us opportunities to practice the movement of choice and outcome and appreciate and power and wisdom of oppositional forces. Now there's another bullet point thing here. Right and wrong, hard and soft, hot and cold, pleasure and pain, up and down, unsafe and safe, fear and peace, light and darkness. There's the light and darkness. You can better appreciate and understand experience because you know its opposite. You will experience pain and discomfort, and you will also experience pleasure and peace. Yet it's the pain and discomfort that seems to capture our attention inside these experiences. Painful experiences invite you to recognize both your vulnerability and the power of your choices and their outcomes. This recognition invites you to make different choices if you want different outcomes. All experience is a gift to create awareness of the power and caliber of choice and outcome. When painful experiences present, choosing in truth is always an invitation to heal and grow. In this section, we will explore 7 aspects of experience: vulnerability, motives, perceptions, emotions, choices, triggers, and pain. I'm going to talk inside eye here, y'all. So chapter 6 is vulnerability. When I was 15 years old, I was sitting in math class with all my friends around me. We were taking a test when my friend leaned over and she needed help. In that moment, I felt trapped. She was my friend, and of course I wanted to help her. Yet I knew that it was wrong to cheat. I felt very vulnerable as I slid my paper over for her to see my answers. I felt so conflicted, wanting her to like me and betraying my values. 2 days later, I was called into the office of my math teacher. He confronted me with the test and asked if I cheated. As reality hit me, I dropped my head and acknowledged that yes, I had. He was visibly upset and announced that I would be suspended from school for 3 days beginning immediately. He offered no compassion or mercy. I knew that I would be in trouble with my parents and that they too would shame me, though I didn't know that word at the time. Again, we see she carried this into her adulthood to inflict onto others. I come back to this so often with the things that we're reading specifically for her, in that she's lived through some of these things and can digest them and say, this is how I felt, again, if it's true or not, yet is willing to cast it upon others. So it's like this. It's like, if you experienced this and you did not like the way it made you feel, and there's a difference between being like, look, this was legit, my parents reprimanded me in a normal way, I did something wrong, and then there's like this other level of like stuff, maybe not specifically this, but that she talks about, that's like, yeah, that's abnormal, that's like abusive in my opinion. So why would you not change that around instead of just being more abusive to others? It's like the abused becomes the abuser type scenario. Again, if all this is true, what she writes of. Let's continue. I can still feel the pain of that vulnerable experience. I now have compassion for myself and the situation I was in. I was burdened with distortion and did not see the truth of the situation. I wanted to be liked, and in my 15-year-old mind, cheating was the only way to achieve that. Still is, apparently. I spent 3 days in a cloud of distortion and guilt. This translates to, she smoked out the damn car. The next 3 days. I spent 3 days in a cloud of distortion and guilt. I cannot roll, where's my damn cup? Cannot roll my eyes hard enough at this, y'all. When I came back to school, I wanted to hide. I felt humiliated, and yet I felt a firm resolve to never cheat again. It was a palpable experience and vulnerability, and one that I've never forgotten. Well, clearly it didn't take. I mean, my God, look at where we're at today now. Anyways, humans live in an inescapable state of vulnerability. Notice how she says humans. She probably considers herself above that. We are vulnerable to sickness, aging, death, pain, confusion, sadness, loss, grief, hunger, ignorance, poor choices and others' choices, broken trust, deceit, fraud, violence, disasters, and on and on. The state of vulnerability means we cannot control anything other than our own thoughts, perceptions, feelings, and behaviors. Vulnerability means we choose to accept and acknowledge all experiences and not distort any of them. We live in truth, honest, responsible, and humble of our vulnerability. That statement is one you need to reflect on and think about how expansive that invitation is for you. Acknowledging how vulnerable we are can be an uncomfortable and disturbing realization. Instead, we want to feel invincible, powerful, and in control. We are drawn towards anything that gives us the illusion of control: gossip, lies, envy, lust, addictions, compulsions, comparison, competition, manipulation, drama, fantasy, drugs, egotism, lust, distorted anger, aggression, hatred, violence, entitlements, etc. My God, y'all. However, the reality is we can never escape our vulnerability, and no matter how much we want to tell ourselves we can, the truth is we cannot. Now, the next thing is accepting vulnerability. When we choose to accept this crucial fact of our existence, that we are vulnerable, we become emotionally open, raw, real, and willing to share ourselves. We admit we are limited, fragile, and weak. We ask for help. We communicate our emotions. We ask for validation. And we take responsibility for the outcome of our choices. Again, she needs to take a sip of her own medicine. We accept reality as it is. Vulnerability means you're willing to align your choices with truth regardless of what you want or wish reality were. Vulnerability requires you to risk emotionally, to put yourself in a position where you will experience pain, misfortune, and discomfort. Accepting vulnerability creates peace, stability, and faith to face the reality of your life. Vulnerability leads to connection and freedom. Are you willing to recognize how experiences, sickness, trauma, tragedy, and other people affect you? Are you also willing to be vulnerable and connect with others? Are you willing to validate others? Are you willing to accept all of life and to stop attempting to control or manipulate yourself, situations, outcomes, other people, or uncomfortable feelings? Are you willing to surrender the illusion of control? Well, then you be a great contestant on Connections. It doesn't say that, obviously, but it feels like you're leading into that, right? The truth is, you're not in control, except for the way you choose to manage your own emotions, thoughts, and behaviors. Vulnerability involves the act of risking by exposing yourself to something or someone that has the potential to harm, hurt, or create discomfort for you. Vulnerability involves the act of risking by exposing yourself to the opportunity of connection and love. Distortion tells you not to risk because it will create exposure to feelings of discomfort, and that would be bad, but that is not the truth. Anytime you choose to risk, let's turn the page, in truth, you have the opportunity for connection. with God, self, and others. Vulnerability is an opportunity to learn and is always for your growth and betterment if you choose to perceive it in that way. Vulnerability always includes an element of risk. The willingness to risk is wise if you hold your choices in truth, which will create connection and validation. You are responsible for what you are risking, why you are risking, and with whom you are risking. And you must be willing to surrender control of all of the outcomes of choosing to risk. Vulnerability has the power to connect you to yourself, God, and others. Enter into it bravely and boldly. Now, God help me, the next list she puts in here, y'all. I mean, it's a damn page and a half. And what we're going to do, we're going to go through this, and that's our stopping point for the day, because she's got me all messed up. Vulnerability looks and sounds like this. Here we go. No one will go with you to your appointment, so you go alone. You sing a song to an audience and you're scared to death. You trip and fall down as you walk to give a presentation. You offer friendship to an acquaintance. You say I love you and the other person smiles back. You receive an award for all of your accomplishments. Your child tells you they hate you. You turn 50 and you're diagnosed with cancer. You're lied and gossiped about. Someone steals from you. You're out in the sun and you get heat stroke. You run into a rattlesnake on your morning hike. You go running and it starts to rain. You dance with your daughter at her wedding reception. You spill taco salsa down your shirt. You loan the car to your teen and he crashes it. You don't pay your credit card bills and you get a late fee. Someone tells you you are the best. It sounds like that Alanis Morris song. And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain, that song. Okay, anyways, that's just a me moment. When you are vulnerable, you are available emotionally, spiritually, physically, in every way. Willing to be seen and known. Willing to share self. Humble, teachable, curious. Aware of your boundaries and the boundaries of others. Aware of your insecurities and limitations. Accepting you're human, need help, and make mistakes. Aware you cannot control everything. You can be hurt. Vulnerability is accepting and moving within the reality of whatever is being presented in the form of an experience and not distorting its presentation. Rather, it is holding the experience in truth, being honest, responsible, and humble within yourself and accepting what is yours to control and what is not yours to control. It is allowing all other participants in the experience to make their own choices and experience their own outcomes. All parties are strengthened because they will learn from their own choices and outcomes, whether they want to continue to choose truth or distortion. Every choice is teaching them. This movement fortifies relationships and creates safety when both participants are willing to be vulnerable. The outcome in relationship is safety, trust, connection, primarily with self and secondarily with others. One thing she likes making lists, number one. Like if you want to look at it from a writing style, it's like, oh my God, this is exhausting. It's a book of bullet points. But the person who made the comment about saying like she's doing the example thing because she thinks we're idiots is so spot on. It's like she does this constant leveling of examples. And then also you see like that whole story she did about the person who was ungrateful. She's also using this to like throw people under the bus, because think of this. And somebody made a comment under part 2 of saying like, why is she writing about things that people have confided? And that's my thought too, right? I'm like, you got to think that probably her patients are reading this book. So it's this low key way of putting people out there. You know what I mean? Because imagine reading this and you're reading your story. Maybe she changed your name, but you're like, this is my therapist. Like, I'm waiting for Kevin to come up in this. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of a thing. It's just obvious. She's so demented. She's so evil, right? And I'm talking specifically of her, but I lump Ruby in with that. But I mean, obviously we're just reading Jodi's book here. But again, it's just, it sets this tone for me of anger. I mean, I'm not going to lie, because of the hypocriticalness of it, because I know she has no concept how vile she is. She thinks she is amazing. It's why she has whatever personality disorder she has, you know, so, but she's sitting here talking down to all of us and anybody. And the fact that, I mean, again, people lap this up and I'm like, y'all, this, honey, therapy's not this difficult and life is not this difficult, okay? I'm all for therapists and therapy, but this right here, please, no, 100% not. Drinking from the damn cup of case, damn close. Okay. Chapter 7, Motives. Okay, here we go. Motives are why you do what you do. They are the emotional and spiritual belief system driving your thoughts, feelings, and actions into either truth or distortion. At the core of this belief system is either the willingness, humility, to be 100% responsible for yourself, or the willingness, lack of humility, to be responsible for yourself. You must be willing to explore your motives, especially the ugly, distorted ones you don't want to acknowledge or want to avoid. Be willing to recognize your distortion so you can be conscious conscious and responsible for them. Once you know what is motivating you, you can change your motives so they are founded in truth. You are always responsible for your motives. Unless you ask yourself the whys behind your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, you will default into unawareness of your motives and be vulnerable to distortion. Again, y'all, with the distortion, let's imagine I pick up and the damn examples, right? I mean, and so many of y'all have commented on how it's like she thinks we're completely stupid, so she gives us these examples, and I 100% agree with you. Okay, so let's imagine I pick up a nail in my car's tire. I take my car to a particular tire shop because I trust the technician there. I tell him I need my tire repaired and I need to be on the road again by 7 p.m. As he works, he asks me repeatedly, how much time do we have? In this example, the repairman's motive is not to get the job done by 7. That is the outcome. His motive is the underlying energy of why he wants that outcome. His motive could be to make sure he makes the customer happy so that he won't get yelled at. Or his motive could be perfectionism, to finish the job by 7 p.m. to prove that he is the best. Or his motive could be in truth. He could be motivated by the energy of empathy. In this case, his repeated question, how much time do we have, would be motivated by an energy of connection, of respect, empathy, honor, and understanding for the other person, and a genuine desire to connect. All this over, and I know it's an example, but this is what I'm talking about, where she makes something so complicated that does not need to be. And I almost think she does it for herself, because somebody in the comment section says something like about these examples that she does is almost like she doesn't even know what she's talking about, so it's like she's breaking it down for herself first and then projecting it onto us. Amen to that, because that's what this feels like, because I'm just like, yeah, girl, it's not that deep and it's not worth writing a whole paragraph over, okay? There could be many things there, but I guess there's some people who are really like getting into this or whatnot, like the people she's victimized and are forcing to, do these things, people like Kevin, stuff like that. Let's keep going. Another way to think of motives is like a musical vibration. If you make a loud musical tone near a guitar string, the string will begin to resonate at its natural frequency without being plucked. Likewise, your experiences invite you to resonate with the energy of your motives, either distortion or truth. You have an experience and you perceive, interpret, and respond to that experience according to the tuning of your spirit. If you are full of fear, dishonesty, irresponsibility, and lack of humility, you will react in fear, dishonesty, irresponsibility, and lack of humility. This is distortion. If you are full of empathy, honesty, responsibility, and humility, you will respond with empathy, honesty, responsibility, and humility. This is truth. Your motives are present in every thought, feeling, and behavior. Motives, whether in distortion or truth, are created by you through the private internal conversations you have with yourself. These private conversations can reinforce your distorted thoughts, denial, fears, control, entitlements, distractions, and pride. Or they can reinforce your ability to validate, hold boundaries, be responsible, honest, open, curious, and willing to connect. You choose what motivates you. Experiences, both comfortable and uncomfortable, will continue to come your way, and you will respond to them according to the underlying belief system that you are most familiar with, either truth or distortion. The gift of choice constantly invites you to choose. You are never locked into either mindset, distortion or truth. Therefore, you may choose to engage either distortion or truth whenever you desire. However, you cannot control the outcomes that follow the choices you make. Outcomes are set. If you choose motives in truth, you will experience peace. If you choose motives in distortion, you will experience optimal pain. You get to choose. So then it makes you wonder, like, what in God's name was her underlying stuff? I mean, you see what she was doing. Now, I know that she will excuse it away as like she was living in truth and like the kids were in distortion and she had to do this, that, and the other, whatever. I get that. But to us casual onlookers, it's like, girl, what's going on beneath the surface? Now, in the live chat we did last night about Chad Daybell and talking about what book to do next, so many of you said Visions of Glory. So this morning at the gym, I looked into it and I was like, 100% that's what's coming down after we're finished with this, because I have a feeling, just judging from what I've seen out there, it's going to inform me more of this, whatever you want to call this, and Chad. Let's go to the next chapter. So now we're in chapter 8, Perceptions. Even before I could give language to my thoughts, I have been using my 5 senses to perceive and label life, people, and experiences. Jesus, can you imagine what our 5 senses are like? I don't want to know what that perception is. Okay, let's keep going. Because I've been engaged in this process of placing meaning onto my world since the moment I took my first breath, and will continue until I take my last, my world has incredible meaning to me. Again, I'm sorry, I have to stop. Here's the thing. I'm all for people who dig a little bit deeper. I consider myself one of those type people that doesn't just be like, oh, here's whatever in front of me. I don't question it. Like, I'm all for that. But the way she takes it to a level that I'm like, girl, you're at a 10, we need you to 5. Okay. Like, all for this right here, but you put way too much into simple stuff. Sometimes it just is what it is, right? We don't need to stop and overanalyze and over complicate tying our shoe. We don't need to make a whole book about it. You know what I mean? It's like, some people don't need that. Okay. Maybe she does. We don't. Okay. Let's keep going. That meaning has been manipulated and influenced by innumerable stimuli. I have established definitions, perceptions, and interpretations consciously and unconsciously for my world. Therefore, I have preset meanings and interpretations for nearly every experience in my life. I automatically relate new experiences with past ones. When I have a new experience, I have an opportunity to run the experience through my life filter to interpret it, perceive it, and place meaning on it. Now again, this whole concept she's talking about right here, let's just go down to the basic thing. And think about your own experiences going through your daily life, whatever. I'll sit here and be like, Paul, you're thinking this about this because it's what you've known. It's what you've experienced in the past. So of course your brain is expecting blank out of this because it's happened every time. You know what I mean? It could even be like, well, whenever, I try and go to this kind of a function, nobody will talk to me. Well, it's only because that's your perception. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that's a weird example and I'm not trying to be like Jodi giving an example, but you get what I'm saying. So she's sitting here talking about it like, I can just fathom her like going to something like just sucking the fun out of anything, right? With trying to sit here and be like, okay, now let's stop, everybody. Now this experience, I have, these past things I can revisit and go back on. And that's what we're going to do now. And it's like, can we just get on the roller coaster? We're at the amusement park. We don't need to psychoanalyze it. We don't need to write a book about it. We don't need to talk about past experiences with it. We just need to get on the ride. For God's sakes, let's keep going. Now, for example, when I went to Guatemala, I found that it was considered endearing and highly complimentary for the people to say to me, "Tu estás muy bonita y muy gorda," meaning you're very beautiful and fat. I love that. Because as soon as she started talking like that, I was like, watch. She's going to, whatever she puts in Spanish, it's going to be like they were ripping her a new one. You know what I mean? Like, you're the devil's spawn or something like that. Since my culture does not generally associate beauty with fatness, that was definitely a new experience. She got humbled real. What she's trying to say is she got humbled real damn quick when she went there. I had to interpret it, decide how to perceive it, and place appropriate cultural meaning onto it so as not to be offended by their apparent compliments. If somebody is from there, please inform us so that we know, is this legit or not, or were people just absolutely trolling her? Because even like if she was in a scenario where people didn't speak her language of a different culture, people can sense people. You know what I mean? And they probably sense, this is the devil right here. This is the devil. We're going to pretend that it's, we're going to call her fat to her face and she can't say anything about it because we're going to pretend it's like what we do. But it could literally be part of their culture. I don't know. But she's drawn a diagram. She did a dissertation on this right here. It says perception goes to truth or distortion. Truth is open to connection, closed to fear. Distortion is open to fear and pain, closed to connection. Perception is a personal interpretation of an experience, an environment, a person or object, a situation, a place, an idea, or an ideology. Perception is the ability to have understanding or insight about self, others, and or surroundings. To perceive means to observe. To have consciousness and awareness of elements in one's environment. Perceptions are personal in that we view everything through our own unique filter. We use our senses, beliefs, and ourselves and others and values, traumas, both healed and unhealed, knowledge, understanding, ideologies, fears, entitlements, and expectations. Everything, y'all, this whole paragraph is nothing but list of things. Oh my God, okay? Everything we think, believe, or feel about ourselves and others, consciously or unconsciously, plays into the way we perceive the world and our environment. And this way you can construct your reality. Perception is unique in that each person has their own interpretation of reality and invitation to perceive in truth or distortion. Perceptions have monumental power. The way you perceive or give meaning to your experiences, yourself, and other people is based on your core beliefs about yourself and your choice to keep or change your core beliefs. So I would have to argue then and be curious, what is her core belief about herself to see her behavior towards others, right? Everyone has the ability, if they are aware, to consciously choose how to perceive their experiences. If you are unaware of your perceptions, your brain will automatically perceive your new experiences for you, according to your core beliefs about yourself and your world. Thus, your distorted thoughts will be reinforced, and your next experience will be perceived in additional distortion. The perceptions you choose to trust and reinforce within yourself will shape your life and determine your outcomes. Here is an example, of course, we gotta have one of these. Here is an example of choosing to perceive in truth rather than distortion, and how quickly emotions and behaviors change when you perceive in truth. On a Tuesday at 11:30 a.m., I was in my office with a client. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm just kidding. I was in the office with a client sitting across from me when all of a sudden 3 loud bangs sounded on my door. Bang, bang, bang. It was one of those husbands. The person looked alarmed because of the aggressive tone that resounded in the room. I asked him, "Are you expecting anyone?" Notice it's in her office and that happens. She immediately gaslights him. "Are you expecting someone?" Girl, you know it's them probably doing an eviction notice, hasn't paid the bills. Let's find out what it was. I asked him, "Are you expecting someone?" He said no. So I said, then let's ignore that. But I have to admit, I was more than bothered by the intrusion and was curious about who would bang on a professional's door. We'll argue the word professional, like that in the middle of the day. It was like there was a fire in the hallway and we were being warned to get out. I felt disturbed and a tinge of fear, and I hoped the knocker would go away if I did not respond. Just pause there for 1 second. Who in their right mind would not be like, let's get up and answer the door? Okay, so I was in my therapist's office and there was a knock on the door, which is obviously very weird, very odd, this kind of a thing. And he was very embarrassed and startled, but he got up because my first thing was like, is the building on fire? Like that was my thought. You know what I mean? And it turns out it was another one of his patients who they got mixed up with their stuff. They thought they had an appointment, yada, yada, yada. It was fine, right? But nonetheless, this right here, now I'm sure we're going to see, it keeps going, we're going to get to the next page, but hearing her initial thoughts of, I'll just ignore it. How could it, what if, there's so many things that could be going on. It's almost like she knows there's drama and doesn't want someone to see it. We continued to discuss my client's concerns when 2 minutes later, the same 3 bangs came to the door. Bang, bang, bang. I jumped in the chair this time and so did he. We stared at each other and he said, "I think you better get that." I really did not want to. I remember worrying, this could be a disgruntled client with a weapon. It's a valid worry, Jodi, okay? This is what I'm talking about. If you're living right, and I mean, granted, I'm not trying to say that there could not be a situation in a normal therapist situation. I get that. But she knows she's done dirty. If your thought is someone's banging on the door, I don't want to get it because it could be a disgruntled client with a weapon. My first thought was the building's on fire. That's the difference. That's the difference. She gives herself away in this, that she knows she's scummy. Okay, see, these are the little nuggets in this stuff that I love. You know what I mean? Like, we get through all the bad stuff to get to these little nuggets. It's like, see, I told you so. Anyways, let's keep going. Okay, this could be a disgruntled client with a weapon. Only 3 weeks ago, the Florida school shooting had happened, which was fresh in my mind. I thought about all the different possibilities that could be on the other side of the door, and I knew I did not want to find out who or what it was. I walked over to the door and braced myself. I thought, okay, if I am met with a weapon of some sort, I am ready to meet my maker. If I open this door and get shot, I hope I die quickly, so I am not stuck in a broken body. Or if this is a stalker, then I will call the police. I was fully intending to meet something violent on the other end, since the banging of the door was so aggressive. I opened the door only a crack and stuck just my nose out to protect anonymity of my client. I saw no one. Then a young man in his 20s suddenly slid into view and said, "Are you Jodi?" I replied, "Yes." He then left my line of sight, picked something up, brought it over to the door, and held it up. He said, "These are for you." He was holding a large bouquet of assorted roses. As I saw the roses and heard his greeting, everything I felt in me switched instantly. Seconds before, I perceived fear, violence, injury, and harm, and all at once it changed into feelings of love, gratitude, warmth, and compassion and joy. You know she ripped him up. You know she did. Not this flowers, but the guy. I carefully maneuvered the basket to the doorway to shield my client's identity. She's so big on saying that in this book, but she puts all their personal business in the same damn book. Okay? I'm just Like, make it make sense, y'all. Help me. And turned around to show him the flowers. His expression of concern quickly resolved once he saw the flowers. He sighed deeply and said, "Wow. Someone who wants to hurt you?" I shared similar sentiments and set the basket on the table and continued our session. At the end of the session, the man stated, "I can't believe how quickly my perceptions changed, just knowing that it was the flower guy." I agreed with him. It was definitely a teaching tool for both of us about the power of our minds. I learned again that day that I am responsible to perceive in truth and scrutinize the stories I tell myself for truth rather than distortion. Choosing to perceive in distortion enslaves you to the service of lies. Distortion provides you with a very limited or rigid view of your experiences and your interactions with other people. When you are perceiving in distortion, you aren't seeing all of the interaction or experience. When you perceive without distortion, you become aware that you can be deceived. This causes you to pay more attention, ask questions, and become curious about your environments, thoughts, feelings, motives, expectations. If you're unaware of how all these elements are interacting inside of you, you will not be able to differentiate your reality from the truth. Your reality is also called your big picture. Your big picture includes what is true for you, or your truth. Not to be confused with the truth. What may be true to you may not be true for everyone else. You need to recognize that your truth and your reality are not necessarily the truth. Again, the advice they need to take themselves. Be willing to acknowledge and accept that others may not perceive the same reality, which doesn't mean either of you are wrong. It only means you have different ways you perceive your environment and world. When you're humble, you become more willing to recognize that what you think and how you feel about an experience does not represent the whole truth of the experience. You no longer assume that your initial perception constitutes all of the information. This ability to assume that you don't have all the information enables you to check your motives, purify your agendas, and have true, genuine, meaningful, and deep connections within yourself and with others. This allows you to have empathy, the ability to feel the effects and emotions of another person's experience, reduce conflict, and truly connect with others, yourself, and God. Choosing to perceive in truth makes you free spiritually, emotionally, and physically. You can choose to be conscious, curious, and responsible by examining your perceptions, asking questions about them, and finding out if they are based in truth or not. When you choose to live in the truth, distortions will no longer be a part of your perceptions or your life. You can choose to live in distortion or in truth. It's up to you. So be wise and proactive. Choose to be responsible for your perceptions by reframing them in the truth. My God almighty, y'all. Again, perceptions and motives can lead you around unconsciously. If you are unaware, your perceptions and motives will become distorted. They will direct you to make unwise, reactionary, and erroneous decisions based on what you believe truth is. Rather than on facts, emotional honesty, personal accountability, and accurate and thoughtful perceptions of yourself and others. For example, I met someone who was drunk and having a hard time perceiving accurately. I said, "I'm sorry, that doesn't sound comfortable to be altered with alcohol." He replied, "Oh, I feel very comfortable and relaxed. I like it this way." The verbal exchange was full of differing perceptions. Who's right? I think if you were to ask either of us, we would each reply, "I am." Why would someone who is altered with alcohol say they feel comfortable and relaxed and prefer a life this way? You have to look at their perceptions, and that will explain their motives and agendas. Preferring to be altered, example given, preferring to be altered by alcohol. Becoming awake and aware of what is happening inside you is the goal. When you're conscious, your perceptions and motives are coming from a clear, emotionally honest, and responsible place inside of you. And therefore, you can trust yourself. So, again, just more on that she needs to take a little bit of her own medicine. She needs to take her own advice. Hypocrisy, the whole 9 yards in here. Okay, so let's move on to chapter 9. Emotions. I get so emotional. Let's see if Jodi gets emotional. Your emotions give you information about yourself. My God, the things that hers must be telling her about herself and your surroundings, and enable you to connect with reality. Your brain creates emotions according to how you perceive your experiences. Therefore, whenever you have a feeling, it means you just had a thought. I'm just going to keep silent. You perceive an experience as comfortable, uncomfortable, sad, happy, peaceful, frightening, threatening, etc. And your brain, because of your choice of perception, creates the corresponding emotions. The good and empowering news is that you are in charge of how you perceive and therefore how you feel. You can choose truthful thoughts and perceptions or distorted thoughts and perceptions. Feelings aren't just happening to you, you're Your thoughts create them. Emotions are the results of how you, and it does some bullet points here, perceive, esteem, and value yourself and others, relate and or connect with self and others, interact with the physical, emotional, and spiritual world. Therefore, nobody and nothing can make you feel a particular way. Rather, you get to choose and create your emotional experience in life by engaging in truth and honest relationships, responsible behavior, and humble attitudes. Or not. This is how you keep yourself emotional, mentally, and spiritually connected. Or not. Let me share a story about emotions and how I perceived my physical, emotional, and spiritual world. God bless, we couldn't even get to the first page. Here we go, buckle up. Every winter and into the following spring, I look forward to the warm months of June through September. Those months are boating season on my favorite lake in the world, Lake Powell. Every year for the last 10 years, I have made this a family activity. Doesn't her family not talk to her? And carefree days. Eating junk food out on the boat and engaging in water activities with several friends that always tag along. It is where I can unwind and get back to the simplicity of life. This past summer was no different. This summer I vowed, as I had the past 2 summers, to get up on a wakeboard and ski. I had not been successful standing up on the board as the boat was moving for 2 summers in a row, but not because of lack of effort on my part. I had put myself into the water. Please hold while I turn the page. Put the board on my feet and given the activity every bit of physical strength I had inside of me, and I was still unsuccessful in getting up. My son is a master at wakeboarding and pops right up every time he feels the slightest resistance from the boat. He makes it look so easy and simple. I have thought many times I have similar genes, same muscle capacity, and desire to succeed. So what is my issue? It can't be much different than skiing with long skis, which I can do quite well. So what is my hang up? All of those perceptions have created a flurry of emotions inside of me, many of which have not been helpful or encouraging. I have wrestled with the boat, my style, the way my feet ride on the board, and to turn it right or left to catch the wave, changed ropes, and cried out of frustration and exhaustion, and nothing seems to work. I can just see the mental meltdown she goes through in the water right now, like a wet cat in a bathtub. I mean, as you know, that's exactly carefree family days on the boat, my butt. There ain't nothing carefree about this woman's existence. Okay, can you hear the emotions in my description? I have perceived excitement, satisfaction, sadness, fear, frustration, aggression, control, force, self-adulation, self-denigration, loss, exhaustion, hopeless, helpless, tenacity, perseverance, and hope. All these emotions were present as I got into the boat to try again. This year, I was with new people, 2 of whom vowed that they could teach me how to get up and that it really was not a big deal. I was not sure how to feel about that statement, since I had given so much effort over the last 2 years with no hint of success. But typically when I get an idea in my head, I won't stop until I can figure out how to accomplish it. And this was no different. Well, we know that. It was a late afternoon on a beautiful sunny day, and the large cove we found was calm and wakeless, perfect for skiing. I was sure I would conquer. I dove into the water and strapped the board onto my feet and cinched the straps up tight. The feeling of having a board on your feet that forces you to sit in a particular position is a bit unnerving because there's no way to bail out quickly if you need to. I could feel the emotions of that reality strike fear in me as the boat started and my friends handed me the rope in the water. I was so conscious of all the emotions that my body and mind were experiencing, how it felt to be strapped into the board, the temperature of the water, the rope as it slid through my hands, my shorts that I had on because I did not bring my suit that day. The fear that the force of water against them would drive them down to my knees as I stood up. The nervousness that whipped up inside of me as I recalled all the many times I'd failed. My emotions were being driven by negative thoughts. I can't do this. Look at all the evidence. They are wasting their time with me, and I'm just not capable for some reason. I was simultaneously choosing to think positively. This is a new experience and a new day. I feel strong. I can do this. This is about technique, not force of strength. This allowed me to calm down a bit. I positioned myself calmly in the water, with the board just bobbing a little below my face so I could see over it. The boat was humming and the rope was straight. Now was my moment. Now was the time to conquer these fears and thoughts of inadequacy. I yelled to the boat driver, "Hit it, Sammy!" She didn't say the Sammy water. But she said, hit it. I took a deep breath, preparing for the physical resistance of the boat and the massive rushing water that hits you like a wall. Sensations that I knew all too well. I kept my arms straight and pushed with my legs against the water, and I popped up for the first time ever. Yay! I yelled in my head with fervor. However, as soon as I did, I failed to lean back, and the force of the boat pulled me forward, and I face planted with the board up above my head and my body face down in the water. I would love to see that. I immediately began to panic. I was instantly reminded of my back injury 10 years earlier. I was now in a position that I had never been in before, and was struggling mightily to arch my back enough to keep my face out of water. The positioning of my feet locked into the board made it impossible to use my legs at all to sustain me, and I immediately knew I was in trouble. But mind you, they don't have a problem holding kids underwater and all that kind of stuff. You know, just remember this, right? And taking them to the brink of passing out. We don't mind inflicting that on others, but we sure don't want it done to us. No, we don't like that. The position of my feet locked into the board made it impossible to use my legs at all to sustain me, and I immediately knew I was in trouble. I knew that I could drown by the time they pulled the boat back around if I did not flip my board around and get it right side up. I could barely arch my back in such a way to keep my head out of water, and the waves caused by the boat were substantial. I was full of emotion. Feelings of terror and panic were overwhelming. I said to myself really firmly, Jodi, stop. You have seconds to save your life. You need to take a deep breath. Put your head underwater so you are parallel with your feet and twist the end of the board so it's perpendicular to the water as you thrust it down as hard as you can. This momentum will flip you around and right side up. I had seconds to act because the boat invariably, please hold, at such a time we have to turn the page, would bring more waves. I had to act on my own behalf and pray that my back was strong enough to sustain me. I did exactly what I heard in my mind to do. I took a deep breath and I put my head underwater. And in one swift movement, I twisted my board and threw all my force at turning the board perpendicular to the water. I knew I had one shot at this before I was a goner. I prayed to God, more like commanded, to help me flip around, and I did exactly what heaven directed me to do. Within seconds, I was bobbing on my bum, right side up as the boat came back around to offer me another ride. I was still breathing hard and trying to calm my heart and my whole self down as I knew I was very close to death's door seconds before. I declined another opportunity to wakeboard for the day and leaned forward to uncinch the ties that previously held me captive. My friends turned the engine off and I pushed the board across the water towards the boat. I said a prayer of gratitude to God as I swam in and hopped onto the deck, allowing the emotions of grace, peace, calm, and hope to rest upon me and thanking Him for saving my life moments before. Amazingly, the need to wakeboard and what it meant about me, my perceptions, took a back seat to the reality of almost drowning and being indebted to a loving Creator who literally gave me another breath of life. Now pause there for a second. Like I said, number one, again, so much of the theme of this book is like, you know what this feels like, so why would you bestow this on somebody else, especially kids? You know, that's what blows my mind. But it's that, and again, it's like, well, I know, because they're entitled and they think that they're God themselves. You know, she got on that boat and went off. Can you imagine the dramatics she went through? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And then probably talking about, I saw the light, I came back with more answers, I need to write a book. I mean, I can just, it probably ripped everyone up. You caused the waves. Oh my hell, man. Yeah, I mean, I can see this playing out. Okay, I have not shared that story until now. Please, you know, everyone that was in 10 miles listening radius heard that damn story that day. If she could have gone on the damn news and broadcast it, she would have. Mostly because I was in an emotional, physical, and spiritual haze for hours as I quietly rowed back to the dock. Okay, or she was like this. This is her in the boat. Like, she was like, I'm fine. And she just stood there like this. You know what I'm saying? Like causing a scene, something where people are like, yeah, I think we need to go back. She's in distortion. We need to put her back on factory reset. Okay, let's keep going. Mostly because I was in an emotional, physical, and spiritual haze for hours as I quietly rowed back to the dock. I was coming back into reality of the seriousness of the events that had taken place, and I did not have the energy to explain what had just happened. It was a private, highly emotional experience between me, the water, and God. We are emotional beings. We are feeling as often as we breathe. At times we feel uncomfortable. Now, at times we feel comfortable, pleasurable emotions, and at other times we experience uncomfortable and painful emotions. Some of us feel a wide range of emotions every day. Unfortunately, others make unconscious choices that restrict their emotional range through a lack of awareness and knowledge. Without ever knowing that their experience could be different, for many of us, uncomfortable emotions are difficult to manage or even to acknowledge. Many of us have been taught to cope with emotional discomfort by cutting off our emotions. Others have felt entitled to treat their emotions as their master, letting emotions control them and dictate what they will choose. Both approaches of disconnect, cutting off emotions or letting emotions control you, distort the truth about what emotions mean and what they are trying to teach us. The truth is, you're responsible to feel your emotions, both the good ones and the bad ones, to understand your thoughts that trigger the emotions, and then to honestly and responsibly manage those emotions according to the truth presented in the experience. For example, think of the two biggest, most life-altering choices you've made. Now try to imagine yourself making those same choices without feeling any emotion before or after. Chances are you wouldn't have made those same choices. Without emotion, you wouldn't be compelled to direct your life in a particular direction. You would be indifferent and totally complacent. If I hadn't had the emotion of fear and urgency when I was in the water with my face down, I would not have acted as quickly as I did to save my life. It was through feeling the emotion that I understood my reality and perceived it in truth rather than distortion. We always have to come back to use those words. I initially began to panic, distortion, which only created more confusion. I felt out of control and intense fear. It was a horrific experience. I remember thinking, I don't think I can make it before they get turned around and even notice that something is wrong. Then I said to myself, Jodi, stop. This directive in truth empowered me to make choices that saved my life. Emotions are an incredibly powerful gift. They give us empowering information about ourselves and our environment. Emotion enables and invites us to choose, to take action. Now we're at chapter 10, choice. The power of choice has also been called free will or agency. These labels connote the ability to make autonomous decisions, to judge between alternatives, to choose truth or distortion, to govern oneself, and to experience the outcomes of your choices. Because you possess the power of choice, you are always capable of choosing how you will perceive, what you will feel, how you will behave independently of what is going on outside of you. The power of choice also means that you are 100% responsible for the outcomes of every perception, thought, motive, behavior, and emotion you choose. In other words, you will become the type of being you choose to become. Choice is always present. It is as constant as breathing. Even if you choose not to decide or desire not to make a choice, that is still a choice. The one thing you cannot do is cease to choose. You cannot not choose. She's really big on these double negatives, right? Because the power of choice is at the center of who you are as a human being. Thus, when you choose in honesty and integrity, you instantly connect with who you truly are, a being of truth, comprised of choice and responsibility. While you do not get to choose the outcomes, the consequences of our choices, you do get to choose how you perceive your reality and how you manage it. You can choose to manage reality and uncomfortable experiences in anger, frustration, control, vindictiveness, resentment, and fear. Or you can hold the exact same experiences in hope, curiosity, gratitude, information, compassion, patience, and love. It is entirely and completely up to you. You can choose how you will act and how you will react. You get to choose how you will feel or not feel. You get to choose when you will respond or not respond. You get to choose what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. Remember, our enoughness doesn't vary according to our choices. Imagine how absurd it would be to say that if I choose to lie to my mother about where I am, then that means I will no longer be 5 feet 9 inches tall. Okay, I mean, my God, I cannot roll my Or if I choose to gossip about my brother, then that means I will no longer be born on June 20th, 1985. But I would say with some of the stuff that they claim to believe and whatnot, this path they went down, that this would be on brand, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, this is we get it. It's absurd, but I don't think she gets it. It is just as absurd to believe that if I choose to steal gum from the store, then that means my very divinity will change. Or if I choose to speak unkind words to my friend, then that means I am no longer a child of God. All of these statements are an impossibility. Our choices do not have the ability to change what is unchangeable. We are spiritual offspring of a divine and loving God. Choice is a gift you need to use more consciously. It has incredible power for good to keep you in truth. On the other hand, that same power of choice can also be used in destructive ways to act out and distort reality. Acting out refers to any behavior a person chooses to use for the purpose of controlling, augmenting, assuaging, calming, or changing their emotional state. When distorted thoughts drive behaviors, those behaviors will be addictive and compulsive in nature. Acting out is usually associated with obviously negative behaviors like drug and alcohol abuse or pornography addiction. However, any behavior used in an addictive manner is considered acting out, including working, eating, shopping, exercising, watching TV, or playing video games. Notice that right there. Let's stop for a second. Okay, so you know how a lot of these victims of hers, like the dudes and stuff, are like, yeah, she said that like if I clocked a woman, like just checked some hot girl out or something, that it was like, oh, you're addicted, you have this, that, and the other. So you see how she's able to sit here. Anything that you do that might not fit her agenda as to how much you should be doing it is like, could be labeled something, right? Of course, we can't turn that eye on ourselves with her, right? We can't do that, but we certainly can with other people. So again, you get more into the mindset of how their brains operate. Okay, so perfectionism, overachieving, rigid religiosity are also forms of acting out. The rigid, not the perfectionism or overachieving, please, but for her, the rigid religiosity, I mean, come on. Acting out is all about you choosing to use a behavior, substance, feeling, or person to assuage your emotional pain and engage you in distortion. Amen. You tell them, Jodi. Okay. So the next thing is choosing to not take life personally. One of the most destructive ways to distort reality is to choose to take life personally. It is the greatest setup any of us could ever walk into. To take anything personally is to disconnect from reality. Remember, you are responsible for how you perceive your world. The way to recognize when you are choosing to take things personally or perceiving things in distortion is to realize that you are attempting to control someone or something other than your own thoughts, emotions, and actions. The distortion is the belief that someone or something has power over you in some way to make you be or cause you to feel something. Distortion tells you you have no responsibility here, and that is a lie. This is never the case. This has never been possible, nor is it possible no matter what is being hurled your direction. Someone or something controlling you has never, and will never be the truth. Thank goodness that no one and nothing has that kind of power over you. I remember here we go, my God. I remember a painful experience when I learned to choose to not take things personally. I can 100% tell you she has never learned this lesson without even talking to her in person for 1 second. Okay, years ago I was selling my home. I needed to sell it quickly and make some money, but because of the housing market, I was going to be grateful if I broke even. I felt vulnerable. For several months, no one looked at it. I was surprised because I had kept it in fantastic condition and felt like it was reasonably priced. One person showed interest, but he wanted a lower price that reflected what he felt were disadvantages to the home. I reacted poorly. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? If she's willing to admit just a little bit that she reacted poorly, then you know it was like headline type stuff, right? I reacted poorly, gratefully not in front of him. What? Gratefully? Some of the way she does these words in here, y'all. I would have said thankfully, but whatever. Not in front of him. I was offended, upset, and insulted by how inconsiderate he was being by disregarding the home's amenities. It had a built-in prison. I'm just joking. It doesn't say that, but you know, probably every one of her houses did. Okay, for the home's amenities as I saw them. That's what she said. So she says, for the home's amenities as I saw them, that means the creepy stuff. My realtor was helpful because she took the personal out of it for me. She validated me and then helped me see that I was making all sorts of assumptions about his motives. I chose to realize that this negotiation wasn't personal. I was able to objectively consider the facts of the market, the home, my timeline, and my budget. I made an effort to perceive my motives as well as his, in truth, and choose not to be offended or go into distortion. I just love the way they use distortion. It's almost like if you bumped into her in the grocery store, I just see her going, like almost like static on the TV screen, like bzz, bzz, bzz. I've gone into distortion. Somebody factory reset me. Oh my gosh. I was able to get to a place where I had compassion for both of us, and I let go of the made-up stories I was telling myself about him and what he was doing to me. It is urgently important that you practice not taking things personally. As you do, you will experience new opportunities to see yourself, your surroundings, your relationships, and other people in new and deeply profound ways. Your worldview will change if you are willing to change your mindset and internalize this truth. Life is not personal. What transpires in your life is not there to deceive, abandon, betray, destroy, or do any lasting harm to your soul. You are affected by your experiences. Yes, are many of these experiences painful and uncomfortable? Yes. The experience you engage in are happening because of three outcomes. You are vulnerable to your own choices, you are vulnerable to the outcomes from others' choices, and you are vulnerable to the outcomes from natural disasters and unexplainable tragedies, none of which are personal. It is not possible to make you react or feel a particular emotion because you have the inalienable right as a human being to choose how you feel, to choose how you will think, to choose how you will behave, to choose how you'll react or respond. Oh my God, y'all. To choose what you will believe or not believe. Everything presented to you is an opportunity to exercise free will and choice. Even though there may be experiences in your life when someone is exercising their choice to do harm or control or engage in inappropriate behavior, and its outcomes are affecting you, you still have power inside you to choose how you will respond to or hold the experiences. She thought she did something with hold too. Okay, so it has in parentheses. She was like, I'm going to drop this one in chapter 10. I'm hitting them with the hold. She thought she did something here. Okay, I'm surprised she didn't highlight it her damn self. Oh my God, it makes me sick. The cringe, y'all. And again, I mean, I've said it a million times in these videos. It's the fact that so much of this is like, could be instantly applied to her, right? But she has no capabilities of turning this insight towards herself, right? Or willingness. Now we're in stopping and thinking. See, Roscoe even agreed. I don't know if you heard him. He just went, we're just stopping and thinking. Okay, how do you conquer the illusion of someone or something having power over you? The best and most powerful mechanism is to begin changing this illusion. To begin changing this illusion is to think before you react. Tell yourself to stop and think. Okay, so we're going to stop, think, and talk. We're going to stop and talk. Okay, here's the thing and this is what pisses me off so bad with her, is in personality types like her, is you meet these people in life, and like when they do something, so anything that she's named, these examples that she lists off, where she'll do something, have a reaction, and then come back. So this is what you need to do. What they miss is there's two components. Number one, they might be able to sit here and say, it's almost like they want to be teachers. So instead of stopping and turning all this thing that she's like trying to say, you need to do this or whatever, stop and think and all this, and thinking that inwardly and applying it to their own life, they immediately want to come and tell everybody else about it. You need to do this if you're doing this. This is I just did this. Here's the answer to it. And it's like, but you haven't mastered it yourself. Right? Your foot's still in the dog poo, and you're over here trying to tell me how to avoid it. Well, honey, I mean, it's smeared all over your feet. You know what I mean? And that's the thing that pisses me off, because you'll run into these people like this, where it's like, again, they might have like because like some of the stuff that she says, even though she makes this very complicated, but some of the basics of, here's how you could view the situation or do whatever. It's like, yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but the fact that you're, number one, making it super complicated, which is probably an ego-serving thing with someone like her and whatnot, and then also, you haven't done it yourself. Like, you haven't done it yourself. And in fact, you've projected your mistakes on everyone else around you. And I don't know if that part is like the ego thing of like, let me teach them how to do it, or if that's just how in their world they learn. But I would say they're not learning because they're so concerned with telling everybody else what to do. It's just an instant like gaslighting, weird, I can't take accountability, so let me just put it on everybody else and wrap it up in a pretty bow type thing. It blows my mind. So now we're going to go into another little bullet point. It says, stopping and thinking will give you time to ponder the facts of the experience and gather accurate truthful information to make an informed decision. See, this is what we just talked about. Use your power of choice to choose rationally and wisely rather than impulsively according to the information you've gathered. Develop language to express and communicate your motives, perceptions, and emotions of self and others. Show compassion, empathy, and validation for self and others. So being responsible for all of you is so key in understanding yourself and others. However, when you choose to take things personally, you go into distortion. Bzz, bzz, hey, I'm in distortion. Either self-denigration or self-adulation. You cannot see clearly what is actually happening. Instead, you will experience denial, blame, self-victimization, fear, anger, control, resentment. See, it just happened. Did y'all just see that? My body began rejecting it. It was like, oh my God, another list. We can't do it. We're passing out. Denial, blame, self-victimization, fear, anger, control, resentment, entitlement. Caring for yourself does not include allowing someone else's perceptions, feelings, choices, or behaviors to have power or authority over you. You can choose to quickly let those distortions go and get into the truth of your experience so you can stay connected. When you fully implement the power of choice, it frees you and liberates you from the lies and distorted perceptions of shame and pride. Develop your power to choose. The power to choose is the power to overcome. Choice is the most powerful gift we have been given by our Creator. Chapter 11, Triggers. The word trigger simply means you become aware that you are feeling emotion. When you feel triggered, it literally means you are awake to either comfortable or uncomfortable emotions. I would venture to say she was a little bit triggered when they yanked her out of that damn house. Anyways, triggers like emotions are not good or bad or right or wrong. They are literally energy that is moving through you as emotion. Well, she felt that energy moving when they pulled her on out of that house. Y'all, I can't get through like literally every sentence in here. I just immediately go back to how triggered she was when they ripped her out of the house. I mean, literally, she had the good spirit moving through her, right? I mean, come on now. Okay, I'm going to try not to make references to that every other sentence or we'll be here all day, okay? I'm sorry. So let's get serious. This is a very serious thing here. Okay. Triggers like emotions are not good or bad or right or wrong. They are literally energy that is moving through you as emotion. Anytime you feel emotion, it means you first had a thought. Your thoughts and your perceptions tell you stories, lies, and then you feel an emotion. It is vital to then tell yourself the truth about stories you experience rather than distort them. You know we had to say distort in the first paragraph. The purpose of a trigger is to draw your attention to the fact that you are feeling, and therefore it means you were thinking prior to your emotions. Triggers give you vital information about yourself and your experiences. They invite you to be curious and investigate your thoughts and feelings. Triggers can be perceived as your best friend or your worst enemy, depending on how willing you are to explore uncomfortable emotions and be responsible for those emotions. Triggers are actually your allies. They are the gateway to awareness of self and others. You experience triggers around comfortable and pleasant emotions. You have triggers that create feelings of joy, contentment, satisfaction, peace, love, etc. These triggers might include, and here we go, a list: remembering fond childhood memories, thinking about an upcoming vacation to Hawaii, receiving a smile from someone you love, getting a raise at work that you have worked hard for, jumping into warm water and feeling soothed, being reunited with someone you've not seen in a year, smelling rain in the desert, hearing a favorite song, eating your mother's home-cooked meal, kissing the love of your life. All of these experiences trigger feelings that are comfortable and positive. These are the types of experiences that create warm and soothing thoughts and memories. We typically don't acknowledge these types of experiences as triggers since the outcomes are so pleasant. Because they invoke emotion, they are still considered triggers. We also experience triggers that are unpleasant or uncomfortable. Many of us struggle to be curious and learn from these uncomfortable and unfavorable emotions. Yet these feelings can often be a passageway into incredible insight, vulnerability, and personal growth. These triggers can create feelings of negativity, control, distraction, anger, fear, loss, sadness, hurt, grief, confusion, blame, and distortion. They might include... Now, you know we had to say distortion. Here we go with another list. Drinking sour milk, finding out that your son fell off the slide and is hurt, hearing the sound of an ambulance in your neighborhood, watching an accident happen, waking up from a frightening dream, being unprepared for a meeting that starts in 10 minutes, watching a horror movie and feeling terrified, being called a loser by the opposing team, running out of hot water as you shower, having your girlfriend break up with you. When you feel an emotion and classify it as uncomfortable or unpleasant, it triggers you to become aware of what you are feeling and invites you to become curious about what you are thinking. Asking questions such as, why am I feeling this way? And what is causing me to react in this manner? Will help you to develop a curiosity for what you are perceiving, either in truth or distortion, and increase your self-awareness. From this position of awareness, you can choose to make conscious changes to what you think, and therefore to what you feel. Triggers can empower you to change your own thinking and behavioral patterns. Let me share with you a story about triggers and the perceptions that created them. Pay attention to all the words and descriptions in the story that possibly could create emotion, and then notice if the emotion is in truth or distortion. Put yourself in the shoes of the people to help you identify with them. Going to Egypt had always been on my bucket list, yet I did not know if I would ever have an opportunity to go and spend some time there. It's not a place you just casually drop over by the weekend. 2 years ago, however, I saw a possibility of making it a reality. I arranged my responsibilities and I was on my way. It was mid-August and I had picked up my son, Addison, from Spain. I surprised him with a hop, skip, and a jump from Spain over to Egypt for a week, and he was elated. When we got into Cairo, it was hot. It was a heat that was different than any heat I'd ever experienced, even though I'd been raised in the deserts of Arizona. According to the people of Cairo, this was the hottest time to visit in Egypt, and the best time because there were few tourists, so we scored. We had a private guide, Sammy, who was born and raised in Cairo, a private car, and an itinerary that packed the week. We went to many destinations, one of which was the pyramids of Giza, right outside of Cairo. The day we went to the pyramids, it was 103 degrees outside. We arrived in the morning to the noonday sun and walked up to the largest pyramid of the three, called Pyramid of Khufu. I hope I'm saying that right. Sammy was explaining the facts and details about the pyramids and what they were used for. He shared that this pyramid was the oldest and tallest of all other pyramids in Egypt. He also told us that several years ago, an earthquake hit Cairo and damaged the Khufu pyramid. I was amazed. This structure stood 481 feet in the air and was made of solid limestone and granite. This structure weighed thousands of millions of pounds, and it had stood since 2560 BC. I was in awe of its grandeur. Sammy took us around to one of the corners of the Khufu pyramid and told us that we could go in and see one of its chambers. But he told us, you will need to crawl at some point because it gets really narrow. As I stood at the base of this mammoth structure, I thought to myself, this is awesome. I want to crawl in and see something that was built 2,500 years before Christ. What an experience of a lifetime. My son and I began climbing the stairs that led to the opening of the pyramid. Sammy told us that he would wait at the base for us to finish. As we stood at the entrance of the space, we had to immediately duck our heads to walk in. I am only 5'3" tall, so it was not a dramatic thing for me compared to the people who were 6 feet or taller. As we continued to descend, people were crawling out directly. On our left, it was close quarters, and I was grateful that there were not a lot of people coming in or going out. As we continued to follow the path for 3 minutes, the ceiling was getting lower, and within minutes we were on our hands and knees crawling deeper and deeper into the center of the pyramid. I began to be really triggered. Thoughts were flying around my head. I thought we were going to run out of air, and there are millions of pounds of limestone and granite all around me that could come crashing down any second, which would certainly end my life. And if you go any further, you aren't going to be able to get out, and you will be trapped in here forever. I had never been claustrophobic in my life until this moment. I began sweating profusely and feeling a sense of panic and doom. Now, I will say this, like what she's describing here, and I can be kind of claustrophobic, but not like intense. But what she's describing here, yes, I too would want to see the inside 100% and be like, oh, absolutely, without thinking. And let me tell you what, the panic attack that I would have, at this point in time, I'd probably be like, I'm good, right? But I could see myself like, in my younger years being like, let's go. But all these thoughts she's talking about, again, if it's true, 100% I would be feeling that. I'd be like, what if it falls? What if something happens? Like, I've seen so many movies about this. Like, there's literally no way. Okay, we had been inside the pyramid for 10 minutes and I knew I could not go any further. I grabbed my son's foot and said, I'm going back up. He was disheartened and said, Mom, it is only a few more minutes. I told him that I was so triggered that I was beginning to have physiological reactions and I needed to get out. He was thoughtful and said he was going to continue, so I flipped around alone. I scurrying as fast as I could back up to the top. I was trying desperately to manage my thoughts because I knew that my perceptions were causing me to be triggered emotionally. I ran into some people who were not going as fast as I would have liked. I tried to crawl quickly past them on the side where others were coming down, but it was too tight of a fit, so I was stuck. You can just see her bullying her way through this and making the pyramids all about her, right? That's exactly what she's going to do in this scenario. Now, I'm not trying to discount that I too could see I completely having this panic attack, but I can also see her making a monumental experience like the pyramids all about herself, okay? Everyone's gonna have to join in now. All the while I was reframing in my mind what the truth really was. The reality was this. I was inside of a 4,500-year-old pyramid that was almost 500 feet tall and thousands of millions of pounds of limestone and granite were directly over my head. I was vulnerable, to say the least. The truth was, I was in a little crawl space only wide enough for two bodies to squeeze through, side by side. I was at the mercy of many other people and their ability to move faster or not. The truth was it was 103 degrees outside and probably 120 to 130 degrees inside the pyramid. That alone, I don't care if it was a whole breezeway you could walk through in the damn thing. That part right there would have had me saying, nope, you can tell me what it would look like inside. I will wait right here with my little fan and just sit here triggered and all that. I will wait right here triggered. We ain't going in there in that temperature. The truth was, even though there was an earthquake years before, the pyramid still stands today. The truth was, I was being triggered by fear, distortions, and I began to physiologically react to what I was thinking and desperately trying not to believe. The truth was, even though I wanted to see this room, I was vulnerable, and I allowed my fear to overtake me. Excuse me. I'm starting to reject the book. The book is being currently rejected. I needed to get out so I could calm myself down. I was managing my thoughts the best I could and kept telling myself, Jodi, you will be out soon. You don't ever have to go back into a space like that ever again. Sammy is outside waiting for you. My triggers were still present and I began to cry as I was continuing to make my ascent out of the pyramid. I could see her being like, I'm broken. I'm broken. I mean, I could just, again, making this entire experience about her. She probably needed so much attention before and after this. I could see the opening ahead and I prayed that these people would move just a little bit faster. Finally, I reached the opening and I crawled out and I was met by the Egyptian sun. I was so grateful I was out of there. I thought about my son and hoped he was okay. I knew I was out of control, and so I surrendered that thought very quickly. I was dripping with sweat as I walked back down the steps to where Sammy was sitting underneath the shade of an awning. He asked me where Addison was, and I told him that he was still in the pyramid. I felt triggered. I felt shame. I felt not enough. Oh my, I love how she slid that. Love how she slid that in. She took a damn 15-minute smoke break after that line right there. She stayed on the damn clock too. She was like, I get paid for this one now. She's like, I ate and left no damn crumb. Oh my God, y'all, I cannot with this. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh my gosh. I'm having a panic attack. I'm having a panic. I'm triggered. I'm not enough. Sammy, play that tune one more time. Oh my gosh, okay. Hold on, y'all. This is very serious. This is very serious. I felt like there was something wrong with me. There is. There was not a feeling, girl. You were right. No psychicness about this. Dead ringer, you're right. that I felt like something was wrong with me, that I reacted like that, and I did not make it into the chamber of the pyramid. I began crying and trying to hide my tears. Sammy saw that I was upset and came over and asked what happened. I told him that I tensed up, couldn't control my thoughts, panicked, and came out. He was very validating and told me that he doesn't go into those tunnels for the same reason. I immediately felt heard and seen, and not as triggered as I had before. I mean, it needs a whole damn psych evaluation at the damn pyramids. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, it's like, people like her, you can spot them a mile away, I'm telling you. 15 minutes later, Addison resurfaced and said, Mom, if you would have continued, it was only another 2 minutes on your knees, and then the chamber opened up, and you could have stood up. I told him that I could not have made it. I had to leave when I did. I had actually waited too long as it was. He assured me I did not miss anything. It was just a big room with nothing but in it but history and things like that. He didn't say the history thing. He just said there was a big room with nothing in it. He said with disappointment. Now again, let's pause and revisit this. Look at the feelings, look at the things she's talking about. Does she, let's have a little quiz, boys and girls. Does she offer the same or whatever you call it to the victims in her cases? Understanding and empathy, I guess, is what I'm looking for. She knows what these feelings are like. Do we see that in her behavior towards others? Click A for yes, B for no. But here's the thing. This is what blows my mind, because in this is what I'm thinking right here. Oh, this would be a punishment. She made the kids crawl in there back and forth, up and down during the heat or whatever. She'd have them out there talking about, I need you to rearrange the damn blocks on the pyramid. This is just who she is, right? But again, she needs all this special attention if it's her, right? And that's the angering part of it, okay? Triggers can come from stimuli that are neutral to anyone who is not experiencing them as a trigger. However, to the person experiencing them, triggers are highly charged with emotions, thoughts, reactions, and intense memories. Triggers can also come from any stimulus, experience, event, emotion, memory, dream, sensory input, etc. that the brain connects to a past experience, which then alters the person's emotional and/or mental state, and often in a reactionary manner. Triggers can be experienced physically, emotionally, mentally, sexually, financially, socially, spiritually, and so forth, as reminders or responses from the mind remembering past experiences as it attempts to interpret the past, present, and future. Anything or anyone has the power to trigger us, but not everything does trigger us. We are only triggered by things, people, events, emotions, memories, and so forth, which we deem important to us or which have emotional power and authority over us. Therefore, what may be triggering to one person is not at all triggering to another. We need to be sensitive not only to our own triggers, but also to the triggers of others. By being aware of both ourselves and others, we can address triggers quickly and not allow them to continue to trigger more and more emotions, thoughts, beliefs, expectations, and fear. Okay, pause for a second. So notice how she is like really going off on the little list of things, like the multi things, like the last 3 or 4 paragraphs, like over and over and over. I'm like, oh my God, it's literally just word salad, okay? Now, side note, I was just reminded of this. Is like a miniature story time deviation. Okay, I was just reminded of this by her obnoxiousness. So I'm recording this with my friend Derek. If you follow me, you know that he's visiting in this time frame that you're probably seeing this video, or was. He's gone by now. He's leaving today, but regardless, that's not the point. We went to a restaurant last night. This Chinese restaurant in Chapel Hill was amazing. I posted on my Instagram. This woman comes in and sits down like behind us, and then a few minutes later another woman comes in and sits down. The original woman, I don't know what they were really talking about, but it had something to do about, I don't know. Her tone of voice, and I'm gonna make this up, just imagine how Jodi and Ruby talk, but it was like, well, what we're going to do is after you get through this course, we'll make sure you're certified. Very condescending, okay? Now also, when the waiter came up or whatever, she was like, I need gluten-free this. I've had it here and been able to get it before. And like the way she said it was like an immediate, like, there's gonna be an issue if you don't give me what I want, that type of thing. So anyways, long story short, I'm listening to her and I told her, I leaned in, I was like, the people behind us are absolutely insufferable. Like, I'm like, and I said, I'm putting my money on it that there's gonna be something wrong with the food when it comes. Y'all, go on and guess what happened. We get up, we're starting to leave. And we got out there and was like, did you hear them? And I was like, no. And he goes, the woman you're talking about was saying, this isn't cooked. And I was like, I told you. I mean, literally, I'm sitting here like, of course, like I already know everything about this human being that I need to know, right? Like, I can tell, literally, I'm like, it's the condescending, talking loud enough to where everyone can hear them. It's the Jodis, the Rubies. We've seen it before. I'm like, nothing's going to ever be wrong. They're going to always need special attention, always find something wrong, always want to complain. She's at the damn pyramids making it about herself. And I'm not trying to discount that somebody can have a panic attack. I 100% get that, because reading it, I'm like, oh yeah, like completely. But I'm like, oh, trust me, everyone in her vicinity was going to suffer through this with her, right? Same as like everyone in the restaurant with that lady last night was going to have to suffer through her uncooked food. And it probably wasn't even uncooked. It's probably just her distortion. Anyways, let's keep reading more list. For example, let's imagine you watch a scary movie which unconsciously triggers fear in you. When it's over, you ask your friend to walk to your car with you. The friend asks, are you scared? You are unaware that you are, and you say, no. Your friend begins to tease you, and you feel silly, annoyed, and even a little angry at being teased. You are still not aware of what triggered your feelings. As you drive home and get ready for bed, you are obsessing over the sequence of events. You can't figure out why you are so upset, sad, and annoyed. In this example, the person was triggered by the frightening parts in the movie, by having to walk to the car alone in the dark, by the friend's teasing, and then by the emotions of embarrassment, anger, and sadness. At any point, if this person could have recognized their fear from the movie, they could have acknowledged it, validated it, and let it go. This cycling is an example of reacting to unacknowledged triggers with emotions and behaviors, but not fully appreciating why you are feeling and behaving the way you are. Your reactions to your triggers can be very frustrating and uncomfortable for you and those that are close to you if you are reacting to something that you are oblivious to. You create and reinforce painful triggers when you engage in the following. Here we go. Another bullet point. Addictive behavior and thinking. You already know. Distorted thoughts and behaviors. Resentments. Fears and not being acknowledged. Understood and managed, expectations for self or others that don't come to fruition, entitled thoughts or behavior. Yeah. Managing your triggers is the next section. How can you learn to manage your triggers? Learn to recognize them. Recognize what triggers you, as well as how your physiology and emotions react to your triggers. You must be able to recognize when you become triggered. You can feel them as sensory characteristics, such as smells, sights, sounds, taste, touch, memories, thoughts, dreams, situations, events, fantasies, fears, expectations, holidays, etc. Oh my God. I swear to God, if you took out the list of stuff, the book would be 5 pages. I mean, I'm not joking. Feel the emotion around your triggers. Recognize what emotions are caused by the trigger and be willing to understand what the emotion and the trigger are trying to tell you. Your triggers are not bad. They are only information for you about yourself, your present and past environments, and your experiences. Be responsible for your triggers. Understand what the triggers are your allies to teach you about yourself so you can choose to reframe them into truth and be free from painful and faulty information about your experiences, yourself, and others. They can also be red flags that warn you of physical, emotional, and spiritual or financial dangers. Triggers alert you to the distorted pains and historical traumas that need to be processed and released. Don't run from your triggers. Be accountable for and to them, and they will teach you what you need to be released from your pain, distortions, and faulty perceptions. Triggers need to be put into proper perspective, understood, and validated. Then they will stop triggering you. If you are willing to recognize your triggers as opportunities to heal the hurts, disappointments, expectations, traumas, and fears, you will free yourself from the pattern of reacting and distortion to life's twists and turns. You will feel more comfortable in your own skin and more connected to self, others, and God. All right, now we're going to move on to what I would say is probably Jodi's favorite chapter. Chapter 12, Pain. Can't make this up. Let's keep going. Being human is a beautiful gift. Life allows you to grow through experience. Experiences bring opportunities to perceive and have new awareness. And some experiences bring pain, which invites you to choose either truth or distortion. Do I even need to say it about truth and do I even need to say it at this point? This involves accepting your vulnerability. Your behavior, coupled with your perceptions and your emotions, gives you and others evidence of whether or not you're accepting your vulnerability, whether or not you're willing to acknowledge mentally and emotionally that you are human and therefore vulnerable to experience. And in some of those experiences, there will be pain, whether you are conscious of it or not. You are choosing how you perceive your experiences, and consequently how you feel about your experiences and how you will choose to behave in those experiences. Living with vulnerability means accepting that every perception is yours to choose, either in truth or distortion. And with every chosen perception, there is corresponding emotion that follows. Once you choose to perceive and feel, then you choose to act or behave from either the position of truth or distortion. Being vulnerable also means accepting that some of your experiences will include pain. This pain, discomfort, disappointment, sadness, grief, out of control, fear, loss, confusion, loneliness, distress, hurt, troubled, malaise, illness, injuries, physical limitations. I mean, she covers it all. But just remember this, when she was getting cuffed, she had shoulder issues for the backseat of the police car. But she has no qualms inflicting pain on children and everybody else. So just keep that in mind. This is inescapable and inevitable. Inevitable means certain to happen, unavoidable, completely predictable. Like she has to say that, right? I've never seen someone feel the need to break things down to this level. Zero confidence in the reader, right? Okay, so if we did not experience inevitable pain, we would never feel a need to humble ourselves. Honestly assess an experience, surrender what is not ours to control, have faith in God, nor take responsibility for our part in all that life offers us. We would never search for empathy for ourselves or others, nor would we ever experience connection. Inevitable pain is necessary for each of us to make choices and have outcomes which produce another opportunity to choose and have additional outcomes. Each experience affords you opportunities to choose in truth or distortion, and whichever you choose creates an outcome. These outcomes that you choose give you information about life, about pain, about truth, about distortion, and about what you choose to make, and about what choice you want to make next. I mean, it's so much word salad, you start jumbling everything together, right? As you are conscious and choose, you can learn about the need for inevitable pain. Such inevitability, painful experiences are not bad or, please hold, meant to hurt you or destroy you. Rather, they are gifts that give you opportunities to make choices in truth and learn how to choose in honesty, responsibility, and humility, in spite of painful experiences. The outcome is connection. Well, I hope she's getting connected in prison. I hope she's taken all this in, right? Because I can almost guarantee you she's not. Inevitable pain comes from three sources. Number 1, outcomes of your choices. Number 2, outcomes of other choices. And number 3, things that just happen. Examples of inevitable pain. We're going to dedicate a whole little thing to it with lots of bullet points. She was very excited about this section. Very excited. My choices and outcomes. You forgot to winterize the outside spigot. 2 months later, a water pipe breaks from frozen water that swells and defrosts. You don't lock your car and someone breaks into it. You go out in 105 degree sun for 7 hours. You don't wear sunscreen and you get a sunburn. Others' choices and outcomes. Your spouse has an addiction and won't get help to change. Your 16-year-old daughter turns on the heater in the pool during the month of October for a party. She says she turned it off, but you get a bill for $1,800 the next month, revealing she did not. Your friends gossip about you and it gets back to you. You know half the stuff happened to her. You know everybody's talking about her. Things that just happen. Electricity goes out in the middle of your surgery. You find mouse droppings in the box of cereal you're eating. You slide off the road while driving in a snowstorm. There is another type of pain called optional pain. Unlike inevitable pain, optional pain is not necessary to experience. However, many people choose it because they are unconscious of its existence. Optional pain is avoidable. It comes from the stories you tell yourself about your experiences and assumptions about what those experiences mean about you. These stories, which are not the truth, are the inner dialogue you hear about yourself and others, which are reinforced by deeply held distorted thoughts about your worth and value. These stories are not the truth about the reality of the experience. However, when you engage with them and believe them, you will stay in a perpetual state of distortion until you are willing to tell yourself the truth about the experience. I'm sorry, y'all. At this point, the words distortion and the context that she leaves in literally has me rolling on the floor. Okay, I cannot. I have never seen somebody overuse a word. It's like she just learned it right before she wrote this damn book and was so excited to tell us all about it. I'm talking show and tell for 120 pages about distortion and damn truth. Oh my gosh. Okay. If you tell yourself a story about the experience and truth, it means you're being honest, responsible, and humble. If you tell yourself a story in distortion, it means you're choosing to be dishonest, irresponsible, and prideful, which will create perceptions of distortion, feelings of fear, and desire to control. I mean, just by her own definition, it's like this woman is absolutely distorted, right? But it's like the irony that she doesn't realize this. And I still come back to her. I'm like, this woman was like supported by the church and like this very well-known figure in this world. How did no one have a 5-minute conversation with her and be like, this woman is completely unhinged. She does not need to be anywhere near another human being, number one, especially in an environment of giving them advice or telling them what to do. I don't see how, I do not see this. Here's how you were deceived by distortion. So she's going to tell us how she did it. When you have an experience and you choose to perceive it in distortion, optional pain, rather than truth, you will hear consciously or unconsciously these few words. And that means... I want you to pay careful attention to that phrase. That phrase signifies you have made a choice. You have chosen to assign meaning to your experience. And when you choose to perceive in distortion, you choose to believe that experience means something about you personally. Either that you are enough self-adulation or not enough self-denigration. Distortion will say, and that means you are... And then we have a bullet point list. Stupid, not pretty enough, foolish or unworthy, unlovable, entitled to have what you want, special, always right, not enough, more than enough. Distortion assaults you with the lie that your worth, value, and identity are variables that can rise or fall with the choices you make. The truth is they are not. Your eternal worth is constant, and no amount of distortion can alter your status as a child of God. Do not injure your soul by choosing to believe distortion's lies. Choosing in distortion instead of truth will make your soul sick. The healing balm for a soul suffering under the weight of distortion is repentance. When you repent, you learn to tune your soul to the frequency of truth. Okay, here we go. Here are some examples of the stories we tell ourselves presented in distortion versus presented in truth. Remember, optional pain comes from the same three sources as inevitable pain, outcomes of your choices, outcomes of others' choices, and circumstances that just happen. So the next little section is experiences presented in distortion, optional pain, my choices and outcomes, and then we're going to do bullet points, of course. I dropped my cell phone and it broke, and that means I'm an idiot. I pulled my gloves off and my wedding ring came off with them never to be seen again, and that means I'm unworthy to wear a ring. I won the spelling bee, and that means I'm smarter than everyone else in my class. I am undefeated for the year, and that means winning is in my blood and I don't lose. Others, choices, and outcomes. A colleague said she liked my outfit that I wore, and that means I looked the best out of anyone in the office. I gave my 2-year-old a sip of my soda and she coughed it out all over my face, and that means I'm a bad dad. My girlfriend said she doesn't like me, and that means I will never be loved by anyone. I was promoted at work, and that means everyone thinks I'm a great guy. Anyone who disagrees is wrong. I was invited to the party and Rick wasn't, and that means I'm more important than he is. Circumstances that just happen. I slipped on ice when I walked to my car after work, and that means I'm clumsy and foolish. Rain always makes me break out in a rash, and that means I look stupid. The tire blew, and that means I'm a bad driver. I won $1,000 in the casino, and that means I'm the best gambler there. You can tell that, again, I'm like, she is in distortion. You know, she thinks all these ways. Very ego-based. Very ego-based. Now we move on to experiences presented in truth. My choices and outcomes. I dropped my cell phone and it broke, and that means it broke. I'm disappointed and upset that it was so fragile and yet expensive. I pulled my gloves off and my wedding ring came off with it, never to be seen again, and that means I lost my ring. My fingers shrink in the winter, and I will now pay more attention to that in the future. I feel sad and disappointed. I won the spelling bee, and that means, after working hard, I was able to accomplish my goal. I am not worried about how others performed. Rather, I'm proud of how well I did. I can hear her right now. Dear God, help us all. I mean, come on now. I won the game tonight, which made me feel undefeated for the year. And that means I'm grateful for my dad, who taught me all those years growing up. Next year, I'm going to have to work just as hard. Others' choices and outcomes. A colleague said she liked my outfit that I wore, and that means that she likes the same type of dress I do. I gave my 2-year-old a sip of soda and she coughed out all over my face, and that means her little throat can't handle soda yet. My girlfriend said she wants to break up, and that means I'm sad because, well, we won't spend as much time together. I don't know why she doesn't like me. I still believe I'm a good person. I will ask her and change what is in my power to change if I agree with her advice. I was promoted at work, and that means my boss appreciates my work. I will ask him what I'm doing right and how I can improve. I was invited to the party and Rick wasn't, and that means I get to go to the party on Friday. I wonder how Rick feels for not being invited. I'll go ask him. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. It's good. Oh, dear Jesus. There's just a little bit more. Oh, Lord, get us through this next little bit, please. Y'all, come on now. Circumstances that just happen. I slipped on the ice when I walked to my car after work, and that means I might need to see a chiropractor to get my back fixed. This is also the second time that I've fallen this week. I will be very careful, especially when it's dark. I don't know why I break out in a rash when it rains, and that means I need to go see a doctor and we'll find out what the hell that is. She didn't say hell, but the rest of the sentence is verbatim. The tire blew, and that means I must have run over something. I won $1,000 at the casino, and that means I have almost broken even with my gambling activities tonight. Okay, we were out of the... take a swig from whatever. We're out of that section. Optional pain always takes the position of dictating to you what your choices mean about you. The truth is, your choices don't mean anything about you. The truth is, your worth, value, and divinity that I talked about in the introduction of this book are set and infinite. Your choices mean something about what you choose, either truth or distortion. Not something about who you are. What you choose always creates an outcome, and that outcome will either be in truth or distortion. You will then choose again to perceive that outcome in either truth or distortion, which creates yet another outcome. You will continue to choose in one direction or the other until you realize that you are creating exactly what you are receiving. If you don't like what you're creating, you can change it anytime you wish by making choices in truth. Choosing truth is another way to say you are choosing to repent, feel sorrow, make reparations, commit not to repeat the distortion, and shift your perceptions back into truth. I want to share a story. I cannot. I'm actually angry that she's going to share another damn story. Literally, it just pissed me off, okay? You might have seen it in my face. It's a story that's a mixture of inevitable and optional pain. I want you to pay attention to when the people in the story are choosing inevitable pain and when they are choosing optional pain. Reading the story will be your opportunity to point pain out. The pain is the damn story itself. I'm pointing it out right now. and recognize how everything is experienced in the form of truth versus distortion. However, anytime you choose optional pain distortion, it is always because you are trying to control your perceptions of pain, truth. It is always because you are trying to control your perceptions of inevitable pain. That statement is powerful. Watch for the inevitable pain, truth, in the story and notice how the person gives it to the optional pain distortion in an attempt to control the discomfort of their vulnerability. Inevitable pain is a natural and necessary part of life. Watch for inevitable and optional pain and identify both types in the story. I mean, okay, let's reluctantly get into it. It was 1985, on a hot summer night in August, in my hometown of Tucson, Arizona. I was in the kitchen with my friend Steve cooking hamburgers for dinner, and we were planning on watching a movie after we ate. We were both 16 years old and friends from school. Steve had gone to the local video store rental and rented a movie for the night. My parents were out on a date for the evening, and my 13-year-old brother had been at some activity all day and was not expected home until after 10 p.m. This feels naughty already. As the meat was cooking, I realized we did not have any buns for the hamburgers. This definitely feels like a naughty story. She's definitely writing in subliminals. I turned to Steve to tell him the situation right as the first lightning bolt crashed into the mountain range behind my home. We both jumped, then laughed because we knew it was monsoon season, which meant torrential downpour, majestic lightning, and booming thunder that would make anyone jolt. Steve graciously accepted the responsibility of driving to the store and getting buns for the burgers, and ran outside with his windbreaker held up over his head as to not get drenched by the copious rain. With Steve gone, I was alone in the house, so I turned on my favorite radio station, and was listening to Madonna's new hit single, Lucky Star. I felt happy and yet a bit scared. This is the perfect setting in all horror movies I've watched, I thought. It's pouring rain, dark outside, and there's a madman on the loose. You see, over the last 8 months in our town, there had been a man who was breaking into people's homes right around dinner time. His strategy was to tie up the men in the house and then the women right in front of their loved ones and then leave. The people of Tucson, am I saying that right? Tucson? I can't pronounce it correctly. Called him the prime time artist, and everyone was talking about him. Whether I was at school, the store, church, a movie, with friends, everyone was talking about this man and where he would strike next. And though I did not have any conscious memories of my own assaults at the time, I spent many conscious hours planning in my mind how I would protect myself if I ever encountered him. It was dark by the time Steve left to grab the buns, and I thought to myself, the store is only 15 minutes away. I'll get everything out on the table, and we will be set to eat when he gets back. As rain, lightning, and thunder pounded the ground and lit up the sky, I fought back my fear as I thought of the many times I had imagined this prime-time artist breaking into my home and hurting me. However, I told myself I was safe. The doors were locked and Steve would be home soon as I turned up the radio louder to drown out my thoughts. About 10 minutes later, the phone hanging on the kitchen wall rang. I turned down the music and answered the phone. "Hello," I said, inquisitively. I heard nothing on the other end. I said it again. "Hello," with more intention in my voice. Still nothing on the other end. I hung the phone up right as another clap of thunder struck. Whoosh! Fear officially struck my heart as all sorts of terrifying thoughts flew into my head. Was that him? Did he see Steve leave and now he knows I'm here alone? I immediately told myself to calm down. I was not going to allow my mind to run away with me. I walked back to the stove, flipped the burgers over, and began singing along with the music still playing in the background. Within another few minutes, the phone rang again. I was trying so hard to remain calm and talk myself out of the terror that was welling up inside of me. This time I decided to walk down the hallway to answer the phone, sitting on a table at the top of the hallway. The hallway gave access to all 4 bedrooms, but all of the bedroom doors were shut to keep the air conditioning in the center of the home. The phone rang several times as I approached it, and as I was trying to control my thoughts of doom and panic, I answered the phone and turned my back to the end of the hall so I had a clear view of anything that could possibly be coming towards me. "Hello," I could feel the terror in my voice. I instantly heard very intentional heavy breathing into the mouthpiece of the phone, and before I could hang up, a voice on the other line said, "I am in the house." The only thing I can explain to you is I went into shock. You would think that I would have run out of the house and gone to the neighbors or kept running until I ran down to the highway and flagged down a car, but no. I remember very clearly what happened to me in that instant. Everything slowed down for me. I was deliberate in my movements and intentional in my thoughts. I felt possessed by a power that was committed to my own survival, and I was ready to face my perpetrator. I remember starting to hang up the phone and then thinking, don't hang up the phone because he'll just call again. So I took the phone off the hook and I laid it down beside the base. As I walked down the hallway to go to the kitchen, I thought I need to go and get the biggest knife we have in the drawer and battle this man. Right as I reached the end of the hallway, the impossible happened. The phone rang. I stopped dead in my tracks and thought, okay, that is totally impossible. I just totally took the phone off the hook. The only way for that to happen would be for the phone to be placed back on the cradle. My thoughts continued. He's in that back bedroom and he must have reached out of the door that I was just standing next to and put the phone back on the base after I walked away. I was too scared to turn around, and so in my dazed adrenaline pumping state, I walked into the kitchen as the phone continued to ring. I grabbed the biggest butcher's knife we had and walked back over and stood at the base of the hallway, facing all of the closed doors, knowing he was behind one of them. I saw at the top of the hallway that the phone had indeed been hung up, which confirmed he was in my home, and I was going to take him out. Now, I'm going to say this. If this is true, this is making me freaked out, because it's just that old story. Remember where they call the operator? The call is coming from inside the house. I mean, this is kind of what nightmares are made out of, but I also think it's very telling that she is going to kill the guy, right? I would have been gone, okay? I would have been out of here, gone. No, thank you. 911, please. Let me pause here. What in the world was I doing? I look back on this and I can see how out of my mind I was with fear. I was ready to take on a fully grown man who had been assaulting people for months with a knife that I had no idea how to use. It did not even occur to me that he could overpower me and use that very knife to harm me. Oh my goodness, what the power of distortion can do to you. Back to the story. I raised my knife in my right hand over my head and firmly commanded him to come out. I stood my ground as every horror movie I had ever seen flashed through my mind of this pivotal moment when the protagonist meets the antagonist. I had images of a creepy, bloody body walking out of the back room. I imagined a mangled face poking out of the doorway. All the visual garbage that Hollywood makes up to scare you to death was at the forefront of my imagination. Suddenly, the back bedroom doorknob started to turn. This was the door right next to the phone that I had been standing by. It was all lining up in my mind. I think I could say I was past feeling as I watched. The door turned. I heard a voice in a steady tone. Jodi, I am coming out. As the doorknob turned to reveal the monster my mind had created, I thought, he knows my name. He's been following me for days. And with that thought, the door slowly opened and out came my little brother, Timmy. I could tell he was surprised when he saw the knife raised over my head, but he walked out boldly and casually said, are you crazy? What are you doing with the knife? I was in a trance, trying to process the sudden shift. I was so overcome with the intensity of fear that I was not thinking clearly or rationally. As he walked out of the doorway, I lowered my arm and dropped the knife on the carpet. I began to involuntarily cry and shake. As he approached me with his arrogant swagger, I lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. I jumped on top of him and started pummeling him with all my might. He was underneath me, and I was out of control with fear and rage. I was swinging in a way that I was not conscious of the damage I was doing. This seems more on brand for her, right? All I remember feeling was the terror that had been mounting for the last 30 minutes of my imminent demise. The fear that I could have hurt my little brother if he had tried to surprise me from behind, and the rage that he would do something like that to me, knowing how frightened I had been for months about the man RAing people in our town. The next thing I know, Steve came out of the room as he heard all of the commotion. It was pulling me off Timmy, saying, Jodi, stop, you're hurting him. I began swinging at Steve as I screamed at both of them. How could you do this? How could you do this to me? I ran to a corner of the living room and dissolved into a hysterical tears. I was reacting as if my worst nightmare had just come true. I had played it out in my head so many times that I was not processing all that had just happened. Timmy got up off the ground and threatened me by saying, are you nuts? Mom and Dad are going to be so mad at you. I knew he was right, and I didn't even care. I felt alone and so confused. My mind was racing. What had just happened? How did Steve leave and end up back in the back room? I saw him leave, and there are only two entrances into the house, and both would have come through the kitchen to get to the back bedroom. And the phone? Who was that calling on the phone? And how did they call from inside the house? Remember, there were no cell phones in 1985. All of these questions were swirling in my mind, and I was desperate to make sense out of what seemed impossible. My brother walked away and Steve stood in the darkened living room, silently watching me as I was curled up in the corner sobbing. He finally walked over and knelt down and said, "Jodi, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that would scare you so badly." I looked up at him, desperate to understand what had happened. I began to ask him questions. How did you get into the back bedroom? He cleared his throat, timid and ashamed, and began to explain. When he left the house and was running to his car, Timmy was being dropped off by his friend's mom. They decided they would play a prank on me, so they took the screen off the back window, slid the window open, and crawled through. I asked, "How did you get the phone to ring? And who said they were in the house?" He then pulled out his dad's phone out of his bag. It looked like a mix of a huge brick and a child's toy. I had never heard of a cell phone before nor seen one. Though he did not call it that, he called it a car phone and said that his dad's work had provided this phone so he could make phone calls from his car. He was not sure if it would work outside of the car, but apparently it did. He added that they could hear me and everything I was doing, so they knew exactly when to say, "I'm in the house." I mean, this is all like, y'all, I mean, like literally, this is like next level on so many levels for everybody's part, right? If, again, it's true. I continued to ask him questions and he answered them all until I felt satisfied. I was crying intermittently as my mind and my body continued to ramp down. I said to Steve, "How could you do this to me, knowing the primetime artist is out there?" He looked at me dumbfounded and said, "I just thought it would be funny." Idiot, I thought. What was wrong with him? How could that be funny to anyone? Stupid, immature boys, I told myself. Steve went home after an hour of trying to make his condolences, and Timmy stayed clear of me for the remainder of the night. Sure enough, the next morning I was brought into my parents' room and asked about the events of the night before. Why was I holding a knife, threatening Timmy, and beating him up on the floor? I tried explaining what happened to my parents, yet they were only interested in Timmy. Probably because she had this reaction, whether it was something minor or major. Like, I envision her, this was her reaction to everything. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue. Being hurt and taking responsibility for his wounds. As I walked out of my parents' room, I remember thinking, here I am again, alone in this world, and knowing that there is no one to protect me or validate me in my experiences. Inevitable and optional pain are real, and everyone experiences both of them. Inside the story above was a noticeable mixture of inevitable and optional pain. The following examples are evidence of inevitable pain in the story, and she does little bullet points. The knowledge of the primetime artist, being afraid that Steve left and I was alone, the phone ringing and heavy breathing, the knowledge that someone hung the phone up, my brother playing a prank on me, Timmy acting like I was crazy for being upset, and validation of my boyfriend and validation of my parents. And here are some examples of optional pain, which are chosen from a place of trying to control the inevitable pain. Thinking the primetime artist was going to hurt me, believing the rain was going to make it a scary night, telling myself stories that he was in the house, staying in the house ready to fight him, grabbing a knife, beating up my brother, not asserting to my parents what happened, feeling alone and misunderstood in the world. Inevitable pain is pain that you can't control. However, optional pain is completely within your control. You don't have to engage optional pain for any longer than you choose. Here's the paradox. Inevitable pain is necessary to grow, develop, and mature in this life. And optional pain is the destroyer of your ability to grow, develop, and mature in this life. It is up to you to know what type of pain you're experiencing in order to assess if it is healing you or destroying you. You're at the helm of your life. Chapter 13, Self-Care and Love is the title. Caring for oneself is a solo act. Contrary to popular belief, you are responsible for and have an obligation to protect and nurture yourself, to share yourself appropriately through honest and responsible communication, to share and address your own emotional needs, and to advocate for and live within your own personal integrity. Many of us don't want to subscribe to the truth that caring for self is a personal responsibility because it means facing a truth that is uncomfortable. It means you and you alone are accountable for you. And then we bullet point it. What you think, perceive, how you feel, emote, how you behave, act. You are responsible for the whole of you. Unfortunately, there are distortions and overt and covert teachings in your environment that make you think, believe, want for someone else to take over your responsibility for you. These illusions tell you that others can, should, and must choose for you. It is not the truth. You are responsible for your own perceptions, feelings, and behaviors. You're also responsible for their outcomes. You are responsible for the creation of connection, love within yourself. And as you do, it will allow you to naturally share love with others. When you engage in this form of self-care, you have a desire to share and teach the connection you feel with yourself to other people. Many people fear that if they learn and practice self-care, they will become selfish, only caring for themselves, full of greed, entitlement, desire, aggression, covetousness, wants, etc. The opposite is true. The directive is to love others as we love ourselves. And as you learn how to love self, you will love others as you love yourself. Love is without hidden or unconscious motives, without guile or expectation. I think it meant guilt, but it's spelled wrong, but it could be a word. I don't know. Or expectation, and without desire for compensation. Love is an act of setting free the human spirit. Love is full of honesty, responsibility, and vulnerability. Love equals emotional and spiritual freedom. Self-care means and then we bullet point it, of course, am responsible for my own needs, ask for my needs, wants to be met without expectations, hold boundaries within myself, am vulnerable and validating of myself. Repent quickly, reframe distortions back into truth, live in truth, honesty, responsibility, humility. This type of self-care is loving and attentive to myself, and when you live in this manner, you are freely able to give to others without selfish hidden agendas. Caring for yourself by meeting your own needs is a significant responsibility. Meeting your own needs means that though you are ultimately responsible for self, you are additionally accountable to ask others for help if you are not able to accommodate those needs for yourself. You must also accept that whoever you ask to assist you is free to decline your invitation if they choose, without you having expectations that they want. It can be very challenging and uncomfortable to acknowledge that you are solely responsible for yourself. You are the only one who can accommodate yourself. You're the only one who knows what you think, feel, and perceive, not anyone else. Your emotional and spiritual health cannot be transferred to another person or be removed from your individual responsibility. It is impossible for anyone to be honest or humble or faithful or trustworthy for another person. For example, while you may be able to make a meal and feed friends through a physical act of service, they are responsible for their response to the experience. You are not responsible for how anyone thinks, feels, perceives, or how they interpret the experience. No one can convince you how valued, loved, wonderful, smart, special, needed, beautiful, good, fantastic, and on you are, and have you feel those things internally. If you are dependent on others' kind words and compliments to make you feel a sense of self-respect and worth, then peace, connection, and self-respect will continually elude you. The feelings that others' kind words bring are fleeting, and then you're on to the next person, desperately seeking their validation to make you believe you are enough. Oh my goodness. I mean, y'all. Oh my gosh. This is bad. 2 pages in. The attributes of self-respect, self-love, self-value, and self-efficacy, I can't say that word, must be earned by your willingness to be emotionally honest with yourself. They are earned by your willingness to be responsible for your choices, your feelings, and your thoughts, and how you affect, please hold, yourself and other people. By your willingness to stay humble, open, transparent, and forthcoming with yourself and with others. And by your willingness to be validating and vulnerable, no matter the consequences or outcomes. This is the only way to truly love oneself and thus become a being full of self-respect, honor, and love for self. Then, when you are prepared and capable to truly love and connect with others, when you are honest with yourself and take responsibility for yourself, you create the outcome of self-love and connection. Okay, so that's the first couple of sections. Now, y'all, we're 2.5 pages in, and I probably have taken these out. I think I've yawned, like my body has literally been like involuntary mega yawns like 3 to 4 times, okay? I borderline can't even tell you what I just read. Like my soul has just, my soul has zoned out, okay? You know, it's just, number one, it's so boring, okay? We've read a whole book of this, right? This is the book right here. This is how, it's not that big of a book, but it feels like 1,000 pages, right? And again, you know, self-love, I get it. I understand it. It's all the things, right? But again, you sit here and coming from the source, Jodi, you're just like, you're not qualified to give this information, like this advice, right? Like, absolutely not. I mean, the bullet point list, everything about it, it's so obnoxious. Okay, the next section is called What Inhibits Self-Love? If the outcome of self-love is connection, and if connection is so desirable, what is it that prevents us from developing and expressing self-love? What causes us to want to take from those we love? What causes us to love with agendas and be selfish, controlling, and disconnected? The answer is we wrestle with vulnerability. Vulnerability is our state of existence in this world and can bring discomfort, pain, sorrow, grief, loss, confusion, fear, and loneliness. If we are going to claim that we love ourselves, we must be willing to live inside our vulnerability and accept all that life will present to us. Life is a mixture of inevitably painful experiences and pleasant experiences, and self-love means you accept all of them. Now that, I think we can agree, right? Like, life has its ups and downs. Life is more painful, this, that, type, and the other. We get it. As I think about all the... Oh no, she's going to tell us a damn story. I can feel it. I'm shocked we haven't had one yet. So, I mean, I'll be thankful for that. As I think about the traumas that I've experienced over the course of my life, I am certain that I am strong today because of my willingness to accept my vulnerability. Though many of my experiences were painful, I met them with enthusiasm to choose truth rather than distortion, and in the process developed reservoirs of strength, knowledge, and perseverance. Accepting my vulnerability was the key to healing my pain. All of the inevitable and optional pain, I now love myself. Whereas in my earlier years, I thought I was shattered, crushed by excruciating thoughts of worthlessness. I now know who I am and how I got here, and I can say I'm grateful for the journey. Okay, so the next section is knowing yourself. Curiosity is key. Connecting with people means really knowing them. Knowing them in the truth, honesty, responsibility, and humility of who they really are. What they really desire. It is understanding their expectations, goals, strengths, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities. It's impossible to deeply connect with or love someone you don't know intimately. The same principle applies to connecting with and loving yourself. You probably recognize by now that connection is all about being responsible for everything about yourself. Connection is about caring for and loving oneself. Your responsibility as a human being is to know yourself accurately and in the truth, so you can authentically generate connection inside of yourself. Knowing yourself means being conscious of your commitments, responsibilities, abilities, fears, expectations, strengths, and vulnerabilities. It means managing thoughts, wants, behaviors, desires, motives, insecurities, fears, concerns, and anything else that identifies you. How do you get to know yourself? Well, the key is being curious. Curious means becoming interested and thoughtful about the why, what, where, who, and when of your experiences, and how those experiences affect you and others. Curiosity means asking questions that invite vital information to be shared about your thoughts, choices, emotions, and experiences about other people, about your life, about your environment, and about the experiences, lives, and environments of others. Every choice invites you to be aware and curious about what you choose, how you choose, why you choose, and what the outcomes are from those choices. Curiosity is a humble, vulnerable position, and it is key to living a life of peace, surrender, and freedom. As you come to know yourself and become more responsible, connected, and loving towards yourself, when you are curious about yourself, you ask these type of questions. And now we're going to go to a massive bullet point thing down here. How do I feel? Why did I do that? Why did I say that? Why do I believe? What is truth? What do I need to clean up in my life or repent from? What did you mean when? What did I mean when? What are my expectations and why do I expect that? Why did I react that way? What is my attitude towards work? Oh my God, y'all. I'm going to have to take a drink of water over this one. The entire page is bullet point. Please hold. I need my cupeth. I guess I'm just here for the damn cringe binge. What is my attitude when I give or serve others? When do I feel peace and why? What choices cause me to feel confusion or lack of peace? What do I believe about my ability to change and why? What do I want to change my belief about?
What feedback am I getting from others? Why might they be sending those messages? What can I learn from their feedback? What can I learn from this experience? What choices produce the outcomes I am experiencing? What do I need? Why do I resist apologizing? Why do I resent others? What do I think? How will I respond? What do I need to change my thinking? What will I do differently today? Okay, so there's more, but I'm just literally taking a break for a second, y'all, because my eyes are crossing. I mean, again, I just come down to all these things, and this is all nice in theory, and these are good, nice, self-reflective things, but seeing the evidence we've seen, do we think she's ever actually pondered these and truly been authentic with herself and moved from distortion to truth on these things? I think not. What do I need to change about my thinking? What will I do differently today? What choices have I made that I'm grateful for? Which choices do I regret? What is motivating my gratitude and or my regret? What do I enjoy? What am I really good at? What do I want to learn? What do I value? What are my priorities? What are my responsibilities? Will I choose to be humble and willing? Was that choice honest? Was that choice selfish? Why am I fearful or scared? What am I perceiving? What am I responsible to and for? What are my goals? And what is my plan to achieve them? Did y'all see the little thing I was doing with the shoulders? I was getting to a little rhythm there. I was like, boom, what are my goals? What are my issues? What are my goals? What are my issues? Boom, boom, boom. I mean, we could just bust out a little song there. So let's continue. The only pathway to connection is learning and executing impeccable honesty, rigorous personal responsibility, and vulnerable humility. All three things which I can 100% tell you, if this is the basis, the only pathway to connection is that she was not absolutely in distortion. Did not practice any of these. We can see that in the first 5 minutes of knowing her. I mean, seriously, but she'll tell you all about it. She'll tell you all about it. Those who chose to pursue this path will be curious about themselves and others. They will learn about the reasons and motives that invite them to perceive, feel, and choose the way they do, which will engender new self-awareness. Individuals who choose to be honest, responsible, and humble will challenge their own fears, distractions, selfishness, control, and find fruits of empathy, intimacy, compassion, personal empowerment, spiritual freedom, and connection. Okay, so the next thing, chapter 14, connection is love. Connection is an outcome of living in truth. I have shared many examples and stories throughout this book of people choosing truth and the beautiful fruits of connection as a result. Many of the stories required a person go through inevitable pain in order to have the outcomes of connection on the other side of the experience. And some of the people in the stories decided to heap on their own optional pain in attempts to control the inevitable pain present in their experience. Remember, when you are invited to enter into inevitable pain, you have a choice to experience that inevitable pain in truth, which translates into loving God and self and creates connection. All three principles of truth, love, and connection are outcomes or manifestations of each other. Therefore, if you truly love God, which means you will love self and others, then you will allow yourself and another person to experience their own inevitable and optional pain and the consequences of all their choices. Now, that part right there, she thought she ate with that, but all throughout, like, her stuff, she's sitting from a throne. Like, I'm going to allow you to enter into the pain that I have actually created for you. It's a lesson for you to learn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can completely see that. These personal choices and outcomes are their teachers and greatest gifts. When you love someone, you will no longer interrupt or interfere with their choices that person makes, because love means allowing them to have the outcomes of their choices and permitting them to interact with the outcomes. If that person chooses to hold inevitable pain and truth, their choices will bring forth the opportunity for them to step into connection. With all those who also choose truth, love, and connection, if they choose not to hold inevitable pain and truth and desire to control it, which is an illusion, because they cannot control anything or anyone, they will have chosen optional pain and will languish inside their own deception for as long as they refuse to choose truth. When you love someone, you do not distract or shield them from their choices and outcomes, even when those choices cause great pain. Rather, ask if they are willing to see the lies they are telling themselves. Ask if they would like to see the truth, to allow them to exit the denial distortion. Loving someone is doing exactly that, because they are the only ones who can choose to tell themselves the truth. Any path that any individual chooses other than truth is not love. You cannot claim to love self, God, or another person and be speaking in distortion. Fear, control, dishonesty, blaming, distraction, comparison, etc. Distortion is not connection, and it will always lead you back to more distortion, the counterfeits of connection. Again, with this whole thing right here, you can see she does not listen to her own self. She is literally describing herself here, but so eager to tell us how we're that way. Please hold. It's the disconnection. It's the distortion for me on her part, because connection is love. It is also the truth to state that love of self, love of God, and love of others requires you to experience inevitable pain at times. In order to experience connection, love, how is feeling pain a necessary part of connecting and feeling love? Because you live in an existence where the only thing you can control is yourself. Yet the things you cannot control still affect you, and there is pain. Example, and we do bullet points here. The dog knocks over a 9-month-old who is learning to walk, and she falls and splits her forehead open. You learn that your stock just went from $1.56 a share to $3 a share. You get in your car to drive home, and another driver is distracted on a cell phone and rear-ends you. Your 13-year-old son backs up with the fire hydrant, and all the water is shut down in the neighborhood for 3 days, and you are fined $10,000. You miss your appointment because of a traffic jam. Your 32-year-old daughter takes your car to an appointment, and 3 hours later you receive a call that is being impounded for parking in a no parking zone. I wonder if these are things that have happened to her, or if they're things she's done herself. All of the experiences above are examples of inevitable pain associated with something or someone you want to control. Yet you can't. Living in truth requires that you accept the fact that you can only control your own thoughts, feelings, and actions, and use the principles of truth to address the issues without controlling the other person, taking away the choices and consequences of the other person. The only way to exit inevitable pain and connect with truth is to love oneself by engaging in the 3 principles of truth: honesty, responsibility, and humility. You must accept what is your responsibility to connect and what is not, and allow another person to experience the consequences of those choices so they can choose truth, get out of their optional pain, and not reside in distortion. Now, here's my thing with this, y'all. It's literally word salad. Like, it's barely even, I'm just like, we keep repeating the same words, the same stuff over and over and over and over. And it's just like, what? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what are you talking about? You are the only one who knows if you are living in distortion or in truth. Yes, people can see the fruits of your choices, but they don't know what is motivating or driving your choices or behaviors. Sometimes you yourself don't know what is driving your behaviors or choices because you choose to be unaware and unconscious. Therefore, it is always your responsibility to be honest with yourself, to understand, be conscious of, and know yourself. You are accountable for your feelings, thoughts, reactions, expectations, desires, wants, entitlements, resentments, fears. Anything and everything that is operating inside of you, you are responsible to know, so you can be aware of what is creating and triggering your emotions, thoughts, and choices. Each of us must understand this and be willing to teach ourselves to stay present in truth, to be aware of our lives, to live a life of consciousness. Living as awake, honest, responsible, and humble beings develops compassionate, strong, and disciplined minds, bodies, and spirits who are willing to be supportive of those in need. This is connection. This is love. She's going to share a story. Lord mercy. Let me get a sip. Drinking from the damn cup, Beth. Please hold. I mean, my God, here we go. Let me share a very intimate story with you. One of love, truth, connection, and much inevitable and optional pain. It's like she's like enjoying this in a naughty way. I recount this story from my vantage point of my relationship with my beautiful daughter. Oh, well, this should be real rich. It doesn't hurt kids not talk to her. I was a single mother at the age of 26 after having been married for over 2 years. I did not marry to get divorced. And yet I found myself alone in a busy world of responsibilities, such as rent due dates, demanding school assignments, children's needs, and a car that was on its last leg with no foreseeable way to cover repairs. I look back now and can feel the overwhelming weight of those moments when I did not know how I was going to make it through. Inside of this world, I had an infant son and a 2-year-old daughter who were the loves and motivators of my life. The three of us did everything together. I had little money, only enough for the basics, and therefore I would take my children to most of my activities and commitments. It was tough much of the time, as I had many experiences when one or both children would begin crying, yelling, refusing to move, or getting angry and making a scene. For example, I remember being on the top floor of the university library, attempting to complete my school assignments. My 8-month-old began screaming inconsolably. I recall doing everything I could to calm him down as my daughter, noticing that I was distracted, was climbing all over the tables and walking down the aisle, pulling out books, leaving a trail behind her. After receiving some dirty looks from other students, I swiftly made my way to the front door, now with 2 children screaming. As spectators stared at me as if to say, "Lady, you need to keep your kids quiet. This is a library." I was outnumbered and embarrassed, and that was my life. You know she 100% would be one of those people looking at somebody else saying that same thing if they're in that situation. As I completed graduate school and my children were a little more mature, I had more time to do different things with them, such as biking, ATV riding, RVing, boating, and traveling to different parts of the country and the world. We also spent a considerable amount of time working together. I had a strong work ethic instilled in me as a child, and I knew that teaching my children to appreciate the immediate and long-term outcomes and gratification of hard work would support them later in life. The outcome of all of our time and interaction together was a relationship of vulnerability, love, truth, and connection. As my daughter began her teenage years, she spent, as many teenagers do, more time with friends, yet these friends did not uphold similar values as I did. Where I had once been the cool mom, I just can't see that. Where I had once been the cool mom that she was excited to introduce to her friends, now in her eyes, I became a drag, not in the know, and overly cautious of too many things. If I could sum it up from my perspective, she was spending time with people who made choices in distortion rather than truth. I mean, my God. Any chance we get to slide that word in there. As a result, I began to notice her anger at my interpretations of her choices, and she would react from a place of control, whereas previously she had not. Distortion is a really easy choice to make because it requires no consciousness of thought or consequence. The outcomes are usually pleasurable, most of which supply immediate gratification, translating into, I get what I want, which then reinforces the next choice and distortion, and the cycle continues. I mean, again, but can you imagine like the BS rhetoric that she would put on a household, like with just regular teenage stuff? And it's just like, honey, a teenager's not wanting to get all up in it like this, right? Just move it along. Okay, let's keep going. I could tell I was losing her to a world of money, flashy things, friends who were still quite young and unaware, social media, and a hyper focus on her physical presentation, none of which she was interested in much before. Again, this is called being a teenager. This is not abnormal. She could probably be doing way worse things, right? 2 months before she was ready to complete her junior year of high school, she announced that she was moving in with her father because it was too difficult to live with me. She left on a Sunday afternoon. Amen, girl. You're lucky you're alive, honestly. Can you imagine the stuff that, like her chore list? I mean, please. I was confused. I was really confused. I went into major optional pain and blamed myself for words. Honey, you shouldn't be confused. This is what it is right here. Just that sentence right. I went into major optional pain. Don't make things more. Life is already difficult enough. This kind of stuff right here, just don't know. Absolutely not. So let me read that part again. I went into major optional pain and blamed myself for hours, which turned into days, which turned into years, for the reasons and issues she gave me for wanting to leave. Every time I thought about what she had told me, I just can't live with you anymore. I turned it into evidence of how bad I was as a mother. I thought once she left that I would see her on the weekends, but she refused to talk with me, see me, or interact with me at all. It's been 10 years and she is still in a space where she is not wanting any contact. I mean, and that's the smartest damn thing she could do. She's probably sitting here watching this unfold like, yeah, that was life with my mother. Like, she's a horrible person. You know, I mean, it's just, again, if Jodi didn't present the behavior that she did, I might have a little more sympathy or empathy for this. Like, that's weird. But I mean, just from what we've seen, I'm like, girl, you probably were working your children to death, right? Initially, this experience completely caught me off guard, and I chose to see myself as a victim, probably still does, trying to control what I did or did not do to make her leave, what I did or did not give her, what I did or did not teach her, and on and on. Every time I thought of her, it forced me to look deeply at myself and why this was happening. For months, I scoured every interaction I had with her and wondered if I would have done this or changed that or said this or that, then maybe she would not have left. I put myself through emotional torture full of what ifs. Yet the outcome was always the same. She was gone and unwilling to see or interact with me. The pain of a child turning from truth, from love, from connection is a type of pain that words are scarce to describe. As months turned into years, I was willing to humble myself and insert truth into this experience. Through the help of my own loving, truthful support system, I have been able to reframe from my end what the reality was, repent from my own distortions, and receive forgiveness from a loving God for the choices I made as a parent. I have been able to separate myself from my daughter's choices and accept her and her truth right where she is. This acceptance means I don't make up stories about her perceptions or motivations, which allows me to connect with her instead of control her in my mind. I now have the skills to truly love her, which means I don't want anything from her, and I accept that the life she is living is exactly what she wants and chooses. I mean, all very nice, convenient words there, Jodi, but I have a feeling that this is not the way it really goes. Let's continue. Yes, I do battle internally and waffle at times to use all of my skills, yet I remind myself that I want for her health and happiness. I have let go of my illusion of her being in my life as an extension to complete me, or make me feel worthy as a mom, or send me a message saying that I'm enough. I am centered all by myself, which allows me to be so grateful for the 16 beautiful years I was able to have with her and interact with her. I am thankful and blessed to be the mother of my beautiful daughter. Love is never about force or coercion. I mean, my God, can you believe that this woman wrote this? Nor does it include any form of fear, control, or deception. At the beginning of my experiences with my daughter, I was not loving her. I was full of fear and what her leaving meant about me as a mother. As her mother and as a woman, the answers that surfaced were full of distortion, which invited me into more distortion and control. I became depressed, anxious, and full of desire to be a better mother for my son since I had screwed up my daughter so badly. I was a control maniac for a time. Let's just go ahead and say that time's still going. Yes, thank you very much. As time passed and I realized that no amount of self-loathing or cleaning the house perfectly again was going to bring her back, I began truly learning about love, truth, and connection. What an interesting sentence that I feel needs some unpacking. This right here. As time passed and I realized that no amount of self-loathing or cleaning the house perfectly again was going to bring her back. So this makes me wonder a couple of things. Was part of the reason her daughter couldn't live with her is because she was a slob? Because remember how that one couple was like, yes, she never bathed, she never did this. She was like crawling up and down the stairs, head spinning around, throwing up green vomit, touching my husband in inappropriate ways. You know what I mean? Like, was she like a total pig? Or was she like a, we have to mop the floors for the 5th time today kind of person? Okay, now we're going to go into a bullet point list because it wouldn't be a page without one, right? Okay, so when shared unconditionally, love has the power to bind us together eternally, neutralize our fears, soothe our suffering and anguish, enable us to let go of past hurts and surrender grievances, empower us to forgive and repent, heal deep wounds, penetrate to the core of who we are, heal the most vulnerable, fragile, and broken parts of us, empower us to accept our divinity. Love is a choice, not a feeling. Being willing to love self, which then allows you to truly love another being, is a rare jewel which can elude many of us. You must be willing to recognize and choose truth, please hold, to experience the beautiful outcomes of love. Love creates joy and is steady, consistent, validating, safe, trusting, vulnerable, power, satisfying, honest, bold, and responsible. These characteristics have the power to heal your soul as it did with mine. This willingness to enter into a life of choosing to be responsible for my choices and letting go, surrendering my precious daughter's choices and her outcomes, was me practicing loving self, God, and her. As I choose truth, I immediately experience the outcomes of love and connection in the face of incredible, inevitable pain. Today, I feel peace and experience a sense of gratitude for the principles of truth that have sculpted a new creature inside of me, a being that appreciates the rigor of life and the power of love and connection inside of inevitable pain. I silently thank my daughter for the gifts of that experience that triggered me so tremendously, yet drove me to wisdom and connection. Love versus fear. There is no love and fear. Perfect love drives out fear because fear is the face of distortion. Love is the act of letting go of what you can't control, choosing to perceive in truth, honesty, responsibility, and humility. She always, after she does this, has to put the parentheses with all these little quick examples, and I'm like, stop. Just stop doing that. It is so obnoxious. I've sat through a whole book. It's honestly pissing me off at this point. I'm getting pissed off about it. Like, I am like really like upset over this, okay? I mean, it's pushed me to my breaking point. I've been holding it this whole time. I can't hold back any longer. My God. Someone help. Okay, I'm snorting and everything. I can't with this damn book. I'm sorry. If I don't laugh, I'm going to start crying. This is my life. That's all I've been thinking about for the last chapter. What a sad little life I have. Oh my God. Oh my God. I cannot. I swear I'm not reading the next book by her. I refuse to. I don't care how much people want me to. I am not reading another one of these. Oh my God. Oh, help me, my stomach. I mean, after we read a couple other books, I might revisit the one we were holding up the arbor. I mean, come on. It's only like one more page, y'all. I thought this emotional outburst would happen at the last page, but we're almost there. I just get that the last thing in parentheses got me. It took me out, y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, and not reacting to fears and selfish desires. When we do so, we experience the influence of truth, which shows us clear evidence that we need not fear whatever our distortion tells us to fear. We learn to not react to our fears, control, self-neglect, distract, or lust. Rather, to choose consciously to be curious about what we are perceiving in any given moment and be willing to humbly access the experience for truth or distortion. Your choices will produce outcomes of being in truth or distortion. If intimate, connected relationships are your goal, if you want to deeply, unconditionally love others, then love of self connection is the starting point, the trailhead where the ascent begins. Well, I would say she's never began at that trailhead. The truth about who you are. This is the last little section. No matter what messages you received about your worth or your value as a child, a teenager, or an adult, the truth is you are a spiritual being, and because you are spiritual, you are divine. Those characteristics of divinity make you a living, breathing soul, never change. No matter what you are told about yourself, no matter what you do wrong or right, no matter what you become or don't become, no matter how good or bad, enough or not enough, lovable or unlovable you believe you are, your value, your divinity, your exceptional nature never changes. You can't not have worth because of anything you do or don't do here on this earth. That is the truth. And because of that truth, distortion will constantly try to convince you and prove to you that you're not divine because of your beliefs, poor choices, mistakes, selfishness, greed, fears, feelings of unworthiness, not enoughness, unlovability, traumas, and whatever else you have done or has been done to you. Distorted thoughts will say that you have lost your worth or you're not enough or some other lie
that calls into question your ultimate value, worth, and divinity. However, if you choose to believe these distorted messages, you are choosing to lie to yourself, because divinity is you and has always been you and always will be you. You are and always will be adored, loved, good, valued, and worthy. You are and always will be a child of God. That was the last damn sentence. Praise Jesus. Hallelujah. Oh, y'all don't know the burden that has been lifted off my shoulders. And y'all, this book is enough, okay, to push you over the damn edge. That should be the damn tagline for it. Now, it also has about the author. She is the author and voice of over 100 podcasts, group coaching, masterclass training. Read what people are saying about connections. As a rags to riches successful entrepreneur, I think I have grown to have a good handle on most things. If I don't know something, I know where to turn to get the answer. I was invited to learn about one of the most powerful tools I've ever used in my life. These principles of connection have affected every part of my life. I have grown into a better leader, husband, and father. I mean, and it goes on. I mean, there's a lot of this, what people are saying about it. I'd love to see them talk about it now. So here's the thing, y'all. Where do I begin? I mean, I feel like an emotional release. I mean, obviously this is BS, right? She doesn't practice any of this stuff at all. Zero zilch. This is a book like some narcissist is preaching to us their narcissistic viewpoint of the world and trying to instill us how to live by it. You know, she does not practice. We have seen the little bit we have learned about her. She does not practice one damn word that she preaches in here. I would say it's all she can do to get through the day with a broken, fragmented reality that she's clinging on to. All under the guise of this BS stuff that she's like sitting here churning out. You know, it's, of course, you want to learn to love yourself. Of course, you want to be a decent person. All this stuff. She distorts this so much and then uses that damn word over and over to the point of like, oh my God. Again, it's just, it's like when you watch, and I don't know if it's a narcissist, a sociopath, a histrionic person, I don't know. But people of that nature that kind of give that energy like that, they have that going on. And they go on their rants, they go on their tirades, and you're watching them and you're like, only they wouldn't know they're doing this because they're that. You know what I'm saying? That's this book. On a writing level, it's obnoxious as hell. You've already suffered through. Every page has a bullet point list. It's like, oh my God. Everything has, anytime we say distortion, we have to do a little parentheses with those 3 damn words that sent me off a minute ago. Every other page has to have a personal story. Also, it's the condescending tone that pours through in every page of this. Okay? I had heard about her daughter not talking to her, family not talking to her, so it was interesting to get to that point and be like, yeah, there's no way. I can only imagine what she put her kids through. You know, she's a vile human. She victimizes people, and I'm sure that her own kids saw up close and personal this part of her, right? And of course she ran screaming. Who wouldn't, right? It's just, it's a vile way to live, and the fact that she has all these books, all these podcasts, all these training things, and people were lining up in droves is very concerning to me. One thing that blows my mind, now this is on the heels of you've been following the Micah Miller case. I've recorded some stuff earlier about that today, so this is why it's on my mind. Like J.P. Miller, and that where you're sitting here and like, how do people not see through this? You know what I mean? Like with her, it's the same thing. Like, how are people not seeing the severe personality disorder in this? Like, major. And they are just running. I mean, can't give her their damn money fast enough to destroy their family. Blows my mind, okay? I didn't even get anything out of that book that I was like, I could see myself falling down this rabbit hole. Like, there was nothing there, right? Thank God. Anyways. Whew. That's it. Thank you. We have made it through the Jodi Hildenbrandt book. Like I said, for the Cringe Binge Book Club, I mean, we made a damn coffee cup over and everything. The next thing we're going to do is Visions of Glory, which I think will be a little bit more interesting and probably a little bit more cringy. This is cringy in like a different way. Like a very dry, boring way, right? I think Visions of Glory will be a little bit more interesting. And then after that, we might do the OJ book. So that's it. Let me know your final thoughts. Probably what I'll do is have an entire video of all the chapters put together now that we've gotten through it. There's no way I could sit here. It was all I could do to read these last like 10 pages, okay? Like it was a mental gymnastics. If the book is better, I don't have as big of an issue doing it. Like to do longer videos of it, but this is like
torture, okay? I mean, I was like passing out over here. Anyway, that's it. Thank you for surviving this and I would have read this book if we weren't doing it together like this ever. And I wanted to read it. I wanted to get that look into her brain and how it worked. And it was exactly what I thought. Nightmare. Fever nightmare material. So anyways, Roscoe thanks you. He's back there sleeping and saying thank God we're done with the book. But he does ask that we drop some sofas in the comment section so that he and I have a place to sit and talk about this book. God knows that book. Any other cases we talk about here. And until we do go down there and do that, we'll see y'all soon. I just wanted to say thank you again for watching the whole video, and also thank you for being part of the Sofa Squad. Special thanks to all the Patreon members, channel members from both of my channels, everybody who likes, shares, subscribes, comments in the comment sections. It helps the channel out so much. Now don't forget, I do have that other channel, the podcast channel. That's where we go live, we hang out, we talk. We have kind of sort of a schedule, but just be sure and check it out. I'll put it up here on the screen. Also, if you're looking for merch, be sure to check out my Teespring store. I'll put that up here. And then, like I said in the beginning of the video, if you want to follow me and Roscoe on the Instagram, go on, check it out. It's right here on the screen again. But once again, thank you very much. I really appreciate you being part of the Sofa Squad, and I'll see you in the next video.